As long as you love me, as long as you care for me. As long as you love me. How do I get to that faster? Can I cross here? I think I cross here. What up, Mike? We out in the sunsets today, man. It feels so good outside today. So I was gonna go early and do some music. And I'll probably do some music later on tonight when I get back. But right now, man, it feels good because the sun is setting, man. It feels great. It's awesome outside, man. So it's been cooling down a lot here in San Antonio, man. I ain't gonna lie, I've been feeling good. You know what I'm saying? So I've been going live a lot, man. But it's just life is good, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I want to take y'all here and see. I couldn't take y'all the last couple of months, man, because it's been burning up, man. It's like 35,000 degrees out here, you know. So the sunset ain't beautiful, man, when it's hot, you know. But now that it's cooling off, we about to enter in our fall season, like y'all are, you know what I'm saying? Like, see, the thing about palm trees, you see palm trees, like, they don't really, I don't think they kind of wither, but they don't fall, the leaves don't, like, fall, you know what I'm saying? So, like, in fall time, like, you see these trees, like, all of them will be gone, you know what I'm saying? But in summer or fall time, I think the palm trees still kind of stay up, you know what I'm saying? So it gives it, like, a nice little tropical feel, you know what I mean? They'll kind of, like, wither and turn, like, gray sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, they don't, it's not like you was in Chicago, you know what I'm saying, like or Virginia or Kentucky, how like it's just like that orange fall look, you know what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure we got it all over the city. I just don't really see it, you know what I'm saying, because I would say the majority of trees here are really palm trees, honestly, you know what I'm saying. It's very tropical, which is what I like, you know what I mean. So it's nice to kind of, you know, go somewhere where it's you know, it's tropical all year long. But I do love the fall season, man. I do love the leaves falling and the color change and you know what I'm saying, all that. I love the difference. Let's just say difference. So, um, you know, I think I look forward to fall season faster because when you live somewhere where it's 35,000 degrees every day, you're looking for any day where it's cool, where it's rainy. You know what I'm saying? Any cool breeze you can get, you want to take it, man, because it's crazy out here, man. You know what I'm saying? So it gets like stupid out here. So it's nice to you know, see it's finally cooling up. It's kind of feeling like what it first felt like back in was very March, around like March to April. It was like super. It looked like yes, it looked beautiful outside, but the weather, the sun was not beaming on you. Like it was like cool. Like it was like, you know, you step outside and it's like, oh, this feels good. You know what I'm saying? The sun is out, it's beautiful. The breeze is here. I'm talking about you couldn't even break a sweat. You know what I'm saying? I said now you have to break a sweat because it's hot, but I said it's starting to kind of cool off now. So that's what I'm liking, man. I'm gonna take y'all over to that same spot I took y'all to see the sunset. I probably should have left a little while ago. The sun is starting to set a little bit now, but it's probably another 15 minutes or so, or probably 20 minutes. Who knows, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, they said the sun's supposed to be setting here around 7:24. It's already 7:38. So stop, Siri. Stop. So yeah, once I can cross this freaking street. Come on, nigga. Tesla taking his sweet time, man. Come on, nigga. So yeah, but anyways, how y'all day, man? How y'all? What is it? Tuesday? That's why I said the week almost gone, man. It's about to be Wednesday. You know when it's Wednesday, it's like half the week already, bro. Like, dang. So yeah, I'm gonna take y'all. Once I can find this, I'm gonna cut through here. Shoot, I probably should have left a little earlier, man. Could have caught the sunset way better, but the sun is still be up though. We trying to get no real. I thought that was a rattlesnake, boy. I was about to, hey man, hey, hold on. It's something in the bushes. Then Harry ran. I said, boy, I was about to put 7 in you, nigga. I don't know what, that might have been a small child. Still unloaded the clip. I said, you know, don't be sneaking up on me, man. I don't see nothing till after I see it. I said, buddy, you messing with the wrong one. So, I'm trying to scare these people out here, but look, I hear anything hissing at me. That's that sea serpent. Let me see. How can I cut through that? No, I gotta go all the way around. Never mind, I gotta go all the way around. If my service messes up, y'all, sometimes it's like some dead zones on these trails. So sometimes the service will mess up. If so, just say it's reloading, because I mean I don't know, man. I be talking and sometimes y'all be like, I can still get y'all messages, but I don't know. It's like the stream don't work. It's weird, you know. So just let me know what's good. Yeah, man. Got it going up on a Tuesday. I feel great out here, man. That's why I said I'm loving life, man. Now that life is starting to, you know what I'm saying? Earlier this year, man, I can say I had my challenging times, you know what I'm saying? But seeing now life is starting to really get a lot better, man. It feels good, you know? And every day I get on here, or whenever I get on live stream, I talk about life all the time, man, because, you know, life is feeling great now. You know what I'm saying? Like, stressed enough, you know, warred enough, you know what I'm saying? And it's a fight, and it's still, you know, like I said, life is always going to be a fight, but it's a lot better now than it was. Who are you beeping at? Come on, man, you messing up my talk with light, good. Here we go. But yeah, life is just, you know, life been lifing, man. But yeah, let me know what's good, man. What's going on with y'all? If y'all want to talk, I'm just gonna be rambling for a little bit till I get there. Hopefully we can beat the sun from, you know what I'm saying, going down. We still got about another 15-minute walk. So I don't know. It's not really that far, that hard, but I don't know. I try to get somewhere before it gets like super dark, man, because I hate walking back when it's dark, because I don't know, it's hard to see anything. But yeah. So yeah, man, I just been I just been on my rant when it come to life, you know what I mean? Um, so I might even get some song ideas up here, man. That's why I said like when I be doing these series, The Beauty of His Nature, I get a lot of song ideas when I'm out when I'm outdoors and you know stuff like that. So um, thinking about just you know, I wish I could bring my piano up here, man. I know this is way too far, but I was telling the audience, man. I said I wish I could set up in the clouds, man. If God give you a supernatural power, a supernatural flotation, and I could just go on top of the clouds, man, on top of the world, you know what I'm saying, and just sit there and play in space, or, you know what I'm saying, play on the moon, you feel me, play on Mars, play on the clouds, like anywhere, man, you know, everywhere except the sea. I don't want to play on the sea. Anything water, I ain't trying to go over there, you hear me? But I said everything else, like I wish I could just sit there and just do my music, you know what I'm saying, that'd be beautiful, you know. I can do music up there all day, man. Certain time of day, God come get an angel, come get me, take me up to the clouds, set my stuff up, and just play out there just for hours, man. Somebody riding on a plane might hear me, you know what I'm saying? Like, that'd messed them up, man. They riding past they on the airplane and they look down, there's a small black man playing the keyboard. They're like, and passengers, if you look to your right, there's a man. It's a man. Like, come again, tower. No, Roger, there's a man. There's a black man on the clouds. Yeah, when you land, we gotta test you, make sure you ain't been smoking. Over. It's like, co-pilot, you have power to engage. We don't trust. They ain't gonna understand the supernatural power. They gonna be like, "No, I saw him as clear as day. I saw him." It's like, yeah, our senses ain't picking up nothing. He said, "You ain't gonna tell me what I saw." I saw it. The whole time he was right. He saw the power of God, but they don't, you know, it might be supernatural to where everybody else can't see. And nigga be like, he's crazy. He said, I saw him, I tell you. All right, put him in the straight jacket. I saw him. I know because I saw him. I saw what I said. Like, you can't hide the truth. What's up, Gia? What's up, LB? We trying to catch the sunset real quick. Damn, I wish I can cut through that, man. Dang. Oh, man. Dang, I probably should have left a couple of minutes earlier, man. I could have caught this sunset way better. So hopefully it's still up pretty good. I can cut through here. So, so yeah, I want to come out and take y'all to the sunset, man. I want to, cause now it feels good outside. It's starting to feel not warm and cooler, you know. So I want to start taking y'all out more and, you know, taking you to show y'all some stuff. You feel me? Like, it's a great city, man. That's why I said I want to start getting around the city more. But it just, you know, it's been so hot, man. That's the only time during this time of year. It's scorching outside, man. So, like, nobody wants to really, you know what I'm saying? It's really hard to get anywhere, man. Like, walking up the block. I walk up the block all the time just to go to the store. And so even walking to the store, man, that's like, it's beautiful. It's like, it's brutal hot, you know what I'm saying? Like, some days it's cool, and then some days it's like, it's really, really, like, and that sun be strong. And so that's why I said, like, you got to wear the proper attire. Like, what I'm wearing right now, I said, I'm this during the daytime. Like, yeah, it's shoot, boy, you a toast out here, man. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I'm wearing all black now. So I said, sometimes I get dark like this, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, if I was to walk outside when I'm like this color, people gonna think I'm walking down the street naked. It's like, nah, man, this is me. It's like, I ain't Sudanese, daggone it, I'm just me, cause I ain't Zimbabwean. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's just the sun out here crisp, man, to burn you. So you try to really stop you know, you don't really want to go outside a lot of the times. So a lot of people stay indoors, and then they kind of wait for like during this time of day for it to cool down. But even at nighttime, it's hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now that it's starting to get to September on up, those are kind of like our cool months, like September, October, all the way to uh, like April of next year. You know what I'm saying? Which is great because, you know, this summer, man, it's terrible. You know. So we don't get no snow. I'm glad about that. We'll get a little cold front, but we don't really get no snow. We get like more rain than anything. So, you know, the rainy days is not bad. It's nice, you know. But this heat, man, is brutal. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, that's a great day, beautiful day. You know, that's why I want to take y'all to see the sunset. I know I'm a little late, but I don't know. I was just debating on because I'm not trying to be out here burning up. You know. Man, please. I have an excuse not to have a shirt on when I'm out here, man. Shoot. Luckily for live stream, I don't even wear one of these, bro. I told you, I'll be in my crib most of the time. So I'm like, bro, I'm walking around shirtless because I can. You know what I'm saying? Men can do that. So I'm like, I just put one on for the live stream. I mean, I can walk around on live stream when I want if I want to. I just don't because I'm like, you know, I try to be modest, you know. But, you know, some of y'all can't handle that. Some of y'all looking at you now like, y'all can't handle a sexy Three Musketeers bar walking. So, yeah, I have to clothe thyself. I said, but, you know, well, y'all see what I look like. You know, like I said, with just a tank top on. Nobody want to see a Hebrew Israelite with a tank top on. Nobody want to see an incel white boy with a tank top on either. Yeah. So, yeah, dang. Hopefully the sun don't go down too much. It'd be like 75,000 degrees. Them little niggas is out there still in robes, daggone it, boy. Boys smell like jars of mayonnaise out there. They rotting in the sun. I was thinking smell like Subway foot-long sandwiches. It's like, boy, you better give it up. I ain't been downtown in a minute. That's usually where they be at. But they be on that one corner, man. I consider it they Figueroa Street because that's where they go to prostitute themselves out there. It's like they be out there just hollering at people. And again, I did walk past two of them one time. They never bothered me. They was out there doing a little video. They saw me about to go jogging because I go jogging, you know what I'm saying? And so they be like, hey, what's up, man? It was a Mexican and it's a black dude. And they was like, what's up, man? And I was like, what's good, bro? You know what I'm saying? Then that's it, you know? I go on by my business. They be like, what's going on, dude? All right, cool. What's up, bro? You know? And then they don't bother me like that, you know what I'm saying? And then they'll be across the corner. They'll be over across the street. They'll be the niggas in the purple. Them is the ones I'm like, I know if I go over there, they probably know who I is. I'm like, I don't go over there because I'm like, I'm gonna have to fight them. Fight them. Yes, I keep on, but as a store right across the street, I'll go over and get a thing of bananas and throw it at y'all. But there y'all go. You ain't your street for the day, boy. But nah, like I said, if they cool, they cool. I ain't gonna knock them. They be cool. You know what I'm saying? As long as they don't bother me, they straight. That's all I care about. What is it? Oh, that's the moon. I was like, I didn't know what that was. That little speck in the sky right there. Thought that was a spaceship. I said, oh, dang, man. That Planet X thing came on a great day. I said, dang on it. Can't never have nothing to myself. I see you, little white girl. Get on my stream. Anyway. Tell you, I be trying to be in my stream. Get your own stream. Gosh. Don't you understand? I like dark women now. Don't you know that the power of the melanin makes you gelatin? No, I don't want to. No, sorry. I don't like vanilla Snickers anymore, I think. Say, daggone it, man. I'm going to sound just like one of them out there on the corner, man. I was getting my black excellence going, man. You know what I'm saying? I was loving that. I mean, I love the melanin, but I was starting to love it a little bit more. I was starting to see it more often. And then I was starting to say some talking points, and I said, daggone it, boy, I done turned to Hebrew, man. Like, dang. I said, dang, the very thing I hated, I'm turning into the... I said, dang, I don't want to be like them. I don't want to be like you. I said, no. I want to be me. I want to be me. And I said, I had to kind of refresh my mind and go back to how I once was. So now bamboozled me. Dang, we might miss most of the sunset, y'all, but it's cool. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna go up there. We still got daylight. Dang, I really should have left a little earlier. I know I should have did that, man. Daggone, I'm clumsy sometimes, man. But yeah. What was we saying, bro? I always forget my talking point, man. When I gotta say something else, I forget what I was saying. But yeah. Yeah, I had like 3 Musketeers. I had 3 of them things before I left the house. I said, I got a big old fun size bag. Since y'all want to talk, I said, yeah, give me that fun size bag y'all got. Yep, $5 fun size bag. And now when I'm making my beats, I'm gonna eat them in front of y'all. Since LB always gonna clown on me for Three Musketeers. I said, well, guess what? I got a Three Musketeers bag now. Shoot. Hold on. I mean, how's this that track? The track never stops. It never stops. This track will go for miles and miles. I think this track will go all the way like Houston, man. This track never stops. I looked at the map, dude. The track just keeps going. I thought it was like one of them big old roundabouts. Like, bro, the track just keeps going up. The more you go. So this is usually when I go up a little more. This is usually kind of where I lose my signal. So if I lose my signal, I restart it. But um, dang man, I was trying to catch the sunset, man. It was perfect too. I should have left a lot earlier, bro, because that would have been way better. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, ouch. But yeah, while we on the way, man, what y'all want to talk about, bro? We can talk about whatever. Talk about life, questions. I'm asking y'all. Are y'all asking me anything? Talk about anything? You know what I'm saying? I like to kind of occupy my time till I get to the main event. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to start being verbal and ask. Let me know what's good, what y'all want. I'll give you what you want, but you got to tell me. I don't know what you want till y'all tell me. So, and y'all say, well, you don't do this. The only when y'all don't ask. And then when y'all ask, it's already when I'm doing something else. Like, y'all can't just do what y'all want on my time, and bro. Y'all got to make sure y'all consider it on my time, too. Oh, man. Dang, man, I really wish I would have left earlier, man. That sunset would have been hitting a lot better, too. Way better. But, what you been up to before today, before the live? Just working, man, taking care of some business. I was able to upload the album. So I got a new album coming out, man, on the A Steve. And it's called Joy. You know what I'm saying? I got 16 tracks. 16 tracks on there, you know what I'm saying? And I finally got this one out the way. Now I get to work on the Sunbird. I got time to work on that one. So now I got this one out the way. I uploaded some singles 2 days ago. They should be out Friday, if I'm not mistaken. If they don't, they reviewing it. They always got to review it before you can just post it on the sites and stuff. The Apple Music and Spotify. So usually it takes me about 3 or 4 days. You know what I'm saying? So these two I did I was on the HD. So these are more like alternative, contemporary, like the ambient, but they got like a little rhythm to it. You know what I'm saying? What's that one, man? I can't remember the name of that. What's two? I forgot. What did I upload today? I don't remember the other one I uploaded. But yeah, they more like chill, like relaxing, ambient guitar. You know what I'm saying? Like guitar. I play them all the time. I think on my stuff. Um, but this gonna be on the other. It's gonna be an album that's coming up. This album though is the one that got beats though. It's got like the ambient mixed in with like the hip hop beats. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? Like it's got like that soul mixed in with the ambient. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I'm kind of excited about that, man. I've been trying to get that one done for a long time, and I kept prolonging it, and that's why I'm not prolonging nothing no more. That's why I said I'm in a season now to get things done. I'm a conqueror, you know what I'm saying? It feels great, and I'm like, I just want to get stuff finished, man, and get accomplished. You know what I mean? So this music been sitting here for too long, man. You know what I'm saying? And that song that I just did as a single that I put out, I've been having that one for like going on about a year. I won't say 2 years. I say probably like a year and a half or so now. I've been having that one for a minute, but I just never. Most of the music I got is old. I just never do nothing with it. And I said, nah, it's time to start putting that stuff out, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm tired of it sitting there and then it rots, and then you know what I'm saying? It's like collecting dust. You know what I mean? And somebody could be listening to this or buying this or something like that. So, yeah, it's kind of like a mixture of that. Yeah, it's like I don't know how to explain this. Yeah, it's like it's got that melody. I play the piano and I might put a beat to it, you know what I'm saying? And then it's got like that kind of like soul sound to it, but it's got ambient in it. It's like, I don't know, it's a mixture of like, this one's got more on beat rhythm than like the other ambient albums I got. That's just more like sound free, like I'm flying in the clouds type. This album is not really like it. It's just more like the ones with the kind of like the beats. It's got like a little beat to it, a little rhythm, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. You'll just have to see when it drops. When I get back to the crib, I'll play one for y'all. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel like I could have, I just feel like I could have been doing so much more, man, with this music. Um, I've been kind of prolonging a lot. That's why I said I don't want to prolong no more. Dang, man, I wish I would have came out here earlier, but that sunset would have been perfect. Oh, we got time. What up, Chris? Though? Oh man, yeah. So I'm coming out here probably getting some music ideas now, man. You know, I told you nature always makes me think. It always makes me brainstorm. You feel me? And like just start thinking about stuff. You know what I'm saying? So so yeah, man. I wish I had a field of beautiful flowers, man. Flowers always give me like song ideas. You know what I'm saying? Something about a flower, boy. I tell you, man. Like it's different types. You know what I'm saying? So usually when I see like bees and stuff, like when I see bees doing their job, you know what I'm saying? Like I always get songs, man. I always get inspiration and stuff. So when I see a beautiful rose, man, I definitely get inspired by that. You know what I'm saying? So I can make 10 songs for rose, cause you know. So yeah, man. Yeah. Again, the sun is going down, man. It's going down a little faster than I thought. I thought I was gonna have time to get out here, but I forgot to text like 20 about minutes to get in the wall and get up here. So we kind of semi almost there. Like it's not really too far away. We just gotta go up the hill. But I mean, it's still a beautiful nature walk. So like I said, we out here. You know what I'm saying? We get to just enjoy some time and you know what I'm saying, nature and all of that. But every time I get to this part right here, this gives me Italy vibes. I don't know why. It might be like vineyards and stuff over here. You feel what I'm saying? Like hold on. Like see, I'm trying to get over and beat the sunset, man, before it goes down like it. Like it's probably once I get. I think the hill is up there. It's like all the way up there. But yes, beautiful, man. Like, dang, I wish I would have came out here earlier. But hold on. Hang on, 1 second, y'all. 1 second. No, it really is. That's why I said like, I mean, this scenery is cool and all, but I said I really wanted something. There's other places better than this one. I just don't get off. I just don't go there. Get off of me, man. Dang. Um, there's a lot of places here in San Antonio you can go to. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of beautiful nature walks and stuff like that. I've been thinking about going hiking. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, I don't do a lot of the stuff I used to do no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not a party anymore no more. I don't really party like I used to. I don't go a lot of places and hang with everybody like that. You know what I'm saying? I only hang with people that's on my level or further than me. So like now I like stuff that's more peace. You know what I'm saying? I remember when I was in my stage of kind of doing my own thing and experiencing for myself. You know what I'm saying? When Pops was like, "Hey man, go see for yourself." You know what I'm saying? And so I was always gonna see for myself anyways. And so I remember doing some of that stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's cool. But I was like, you know, it does get to a point where, man, that stuff get dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, especially in Louisville, everybody violent. You know what I'm saying? It's always a shooting or somebody dying. Or, you know, it's always something dumb, man. Every week somebody get killed or, you know what I'm saying? They get locked up or, you know what I'm saying? You hang around a bunch of people, man, that's drunk. So I'm hanging around people that don't want to do nothing better with their life. And I don't want that, man. You know what I'm saying? I said, you done turned up enough. Like, I don't want to turn up like that no more. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of, yeah, like, that's why I kind of just get out here now and just, like, this is what we've been missing. Everybody did that in Louisville because ain't nothing to do in Louisville. So all everybody got to do was clubbing or going partying or messing around. The same old stuff we all did that. It's like, I don't want to live like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, I didn't really know about nature walks and traveling and stuff like that because all we did was the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wanted nothing. Nobody was pushing you for better. So I kind of had to wake up myself and know that I wanted better because the people I was around didn't. You know what I'm saying? And some of the people was good people, but they were stuck there. And so that's all they knew was Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? Even though Kentucky is a very beautiful, it's one of the best beautiful landscapes I've seen. Like y'all heard that term bluegrass? It literally comes from Kentucky because Kentucky has bluegrass. It's beautiful. But I said, you know, it's just not, it's not the only place in the world. You know what I'm saying? Compared to a lot of other places, this ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely make sure that you know, that's why I said I brought them on Horizon. Now, yes, I want to go to Italy so bad. Oh my gosh. You ever thought about getting a song to your parents? I did. I actually did. That was a song, man, I was gonna make. I was gonna name it after Daddy, man. It's gonna be called Steven. I remember that. Um, it's a guy I follow, man, that does music. And so he dedicated one to his mama. I think his mama died like back in the early, I don't know if it was the 90s or like the 2000 or so, but you know, his mama, she had cancer and whatever. And so he had named, it's called Ariana. I remember that's the name of the song, Ariana. And a beautiful tone, man. It's by Tony Anderson, man. I love Tony Anderson. A lot of his music I listen to. But that song, Ariana by Tony Anderson, man, it's a beautiful like guitar piece. And then he's got somebody in the background. Oh, no, oh. And it gives you like a nice travel vibe, a nice like ambient vibe. And it's a doo 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 doo. I said, yeah, that's nice, man. So I was gonna make a song kind of like it, man, called Steven. I'm still thinking about if I want to do it. And then there was another one I was gonna make, man, where this is one of the coldest things I've seen. Um, so there's people that'll rap. They'll kind of like there's piano playing in the background, and they'll kind of like rap to it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I like. They kind of like auto tune singing and rapping with it. I heard a guy do that, man. I said, bro, that is fire, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. That song I heard, he got me. I said, dang, man, that song kind of fire right there. And so he ain't had no beat on it. He just had a piano, and he's in the background, just like singing and rapping and stuff like that. And he's talking about like how he's chosen and stuff like that. He was talking about like his life. He was like, yeah, he's out in Costa Rica. He said nobody was there. I was trying to fend for myself. I almost got the chair. I said, oh, it was cold, man. I said, dang, man, that dude was spitting that song, man. I said, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. He said, why would I let a little girl raise my kids? Is you kidding me? I said, ooh. I said, ooh, man, he killed that. I said, dang, cuz. I went to the comments. Everybody said, hey, man, that was a 5 line right there. I said, dang. I said, that's a smart brother. That's a smart brother. And he said something in the lines, man. He said, I done been homeless. I done been hopeless. He said, I was controllers. I had demons on me. Oh, he was rapping. I was like, oh, man, that boy killed that song, man. I said, dang. So I want to do something like that, man. So I thought about doing something like that, but I ain't got around to it. I'm like, I play piano, so I'm like, that'd be easy. But I'm like, I ain't really got around to it. And I'm terrible at writing lyrics. So I don't know. I can't write songs like I used to. You know what I'm saying? I can just make the song. I can't really write it. But I don't know. Maybe I get into it when I get the time. Like I said, I got some more albums coming out, so I want to focus on that. And then, like I said, I'm what do you call it? Producing for other people too. So, you know, I definitely make sure I got time for everything now. But that's definitely something that I want to start doing, man. Is recording and writing my own lyrics again. But just right now, my field is just making the music, not really, you know what I'm saying, writing the music. Hold on. But yeah, that's good. I'm glad you asked that one. That's a good one. So yeah, eventually, like I said, I'll get back into, you know what I'm saying, doing that. I used to have a joy in writing songs, man. You know what I'm saying? I used to be good at poetry. So I was the young Tupac, cuz I was, man. I remember, you know what I'm saying? My stuff was so good. I remember somebody said that. They was like, you stole it from Tupac. I said, no, I didn't even listen to Tupac or music. I said, no, I don't know what it is. And they was like, no, you stole it. I said, bro, I really didn't. I mean, I was good at what I did. Everything I did, I was good, you know? So before I was a musician, man, I was a poet. You know what I'm saying? And so I ain't did it in so many years. So of course, I'm pretty sure it's still there, but I lost the art of doing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like to write or type. You know what I'm saying? I like to kind of, I flow through the music. Like I'm a musician, so like I said, I flow through the music when I play. So I'm better at that. You know what I'm saying? Like I can sing a little bit, but I don't really prefer singing. I prefer just to play because I'm a musician. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I do a little bit of everything, but I want to kind of get back to that. That's why I said now that it's starting to cool off, I want to go to the botanical gardens because I want to start painting again. My friend got me a whole bunch of art supplies, man. I remember she said, last year when I was doing the channel, this is when I first started doing the channel, she was going through a very hard time too. And so she was watching my channel, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? People, you know, everybody has the occasional, they got laid off, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, something went on. It was just a lot of stuff going wrong in life. And so she said, man, your vlogs have really been helping me. And I've been there for it. She's like, yeah, you really been helping me a lot. She was like, so, you know, I really appreciate that. So she ended up giving me some gifts and she got me a whole bunch of art supplies. And I said, bro, I ain't been drawing and painting in like years. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't drew and painted nothing in years, you know what I mean? And it's still there. I haven't really used it yet because I mean, I ain't really had time to. That's when I was working that little crappy job, that job that took away from everything, bro. I had no time to do nothing, you feel me? And so I was, I'm trying to get back into doing the art like I used to, because I used to be real good at art, man. I was so good at art. I remember the daddy he thought I stole people's drawings, you know what I'm saying? I was like in kindergarten, I think it was kindergarten or first grade. And the art teacher was showing us how to draw a man and draw like a face of a man. And so we just followed his steps and I drew it. And so I remember I brought it home. And I showed him, I said, I drew it. He said, no, you didn't. I said, yeah, I did. I said, he said, no, you traced it. You stole it from somebody. I said, no, I really didn't. I said, bro, I really drew that. You know what I'm saying? I used to be good at art, man. Me and Joe used to be good at that, but I stopped doing it. I was more of a sketcher. Like I could sketch. I didn't really like draw or paint. I just sketched a lot, you know what I'm saying? And so I was really good at that. And so I kind of want to get back into just therapeutically going out and painting pictures, you know what I'm saying? Like go to the botanical gardens, paint what I see. You know what I'm saying? Just make masterpieces in my head. Just get off me. Just do a little bit of everything. There's a freaking mosquito in here. But yeah. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Come on. So I love when you Sang to your music first time I watched you. I felt your worship. I don't know what I was singing at that time. You are. Yeah, I used to be good at art. I just don't. I stopped doing it after a while because my calling is not art. You know what I'm saying? Like you can do a little bit of everything. There's nothing wrong with it. But I said, but my calling is not art, man. It's music. You know. So that's why I want to get into it now because I feel like I don't feel like I master music, but I'm just good at it. So I'm like I want to be good at something else. So I want to start doing art in my free time, man. You know what I'm saying? Just going out painting pictures. You know what I'm saying? Especially when fall time comes, that'd be perfect. And so just go find a quiet place, man, a big old canvas I can just draw on, I paint, you know what I'm saying, and just have my music in the background playing, you know what I'm saying? So I just want to start doing more therapeutic type stuff, man. I told you we did the partying, man. I did the clubbing. We did all of that. You know what I'm saying? That stuff's garbage, especially in Louisville, it's garbage, man. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, you do it so much like this sucks. You know what I'm saying? This ain't cool. But it's, you know, I miss, get off of me. Dang. But I used to draw, man. I used to draw pretty good. I used to make my own little comics, and then I would draw pictures of people. You know what I'm saying? And I remember I used to draw. I drew, man. I ain't gonna lie. I was like in fourth grade, and I was good at art. There was a dude that went to our church at the time. He had two sons, two little sons, and there was a picture he had. So I remember drawing a picture. I sketched out a picture of his son and the baby. It looked just like, dude, bruh. I was that good. He said, bruh. He said, this looked just like my son. Bro, I was good at it too. And I don't know why I stopped. I don't know why I did. Maybe it just wasn't something I was supposed to do. But I was good at it. I was only like 6 or 7. You know what I'm saying? I was good at it. And because I did it so much, man, I had so much discarded paper from I started, I don't like it. You know, you make something, I don't want that one. You know what I'm saying? And so I was drawing pictures of people, you know what I'm saying? I think I drew a picture of Daddy and them. I drew a picture of everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was good at it. Again, I was more of a sketcher than a drawer, you know, but it looked just like, I mean, it's crazy, man. That's why I said I missed them days where I was, you know what I'm saying? I was good at that, bro. So, hold on, we almost here, y'all. The hill is, yeah, we right here. Just gotta go up this hill. So, sunlight kind of went there. It's kind of giving me like New Mexico vibes almost. Or Arizona vibes. Shout out LB. Or is it LG? No, it's LG's in Arizona. LB's in Florida. Sorry. That's why I said change y'all names, man. Y'all listen, LB's here first. B comes before G. So you're the original. You can tell that other one changed their name. Hold up. No, I didn't master music, bro. I'm not even nowhere near that, man. I just do what I do. You know, so here we go, yo. Hold on. 1 second. Here we go. Hold up. Check it out. Set this thing up. Check out the sunset. How we looking? Y'all see that? Ooh. See, that's why I said I wish I would have got here earlier, man, because it would have been up. You would have been able to see the sun, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can still kind of see it, but it ain't the same. Raise that up, son. Face it more like this way. Yeah. You hear how quiet it is? Okay. Hold up. Let me, should I put it? Maybe I should come over this side. I think I came on this side last time. Let's come over here. Oh, man. Yeah. Look at that. That's beautiful, man. Quiet. That's why I wish I would have came early. It would have been higher up, you know what I'm saying? I feel like the sunsets be going down fast sometimes, man. They be going down a little too fast. No, momento, poquito, mojitos. Hold on. Ooh. I said, is it true they say artists are messy? Sometimes. I think it's more like painters, man. You know what I'm saying? Like painters, of course, because, you know, paint everywhere. But, you know, art, when it comes to like drawing and like penciling and stuff, like not really. I mean, you get a whole bunch of lead. You might get your, you know what I'm saying? You might get your fingers like leady. Cause sometimes they'll like kind of smear on the not chalk but lead to kind of like give it to what you call it, and then what is it? Yeah, and then sometimes if you draw on too much, like you holding the pencil or something, like sometimes you will get that little crease in your hand. You know what I'm saying? If you like got too much pressure on it or whatever. But oh, looky! You showed up just on time too. She would have been the last one came in with the sunset. When the sun said, "Hey, what y'all doing?" Like, girl, the stream called sunset. She would have been like, "Hey, where the sunset?" Like, girl, you like 3 hours late. The sun went to bed 3 hours ago. You like 3 hours late. You technically on time, but you're still technically late. Don't let it happen again. Well, I can tell you, sure got an attitude going to your job. Like, Ariana, you're 2 minutes late again. Like, I thought we were going to work on that. It's like, I'm here, ain't I? They be like, yeah, just, we don't want food. Just, yeah, just go on. Hold up. Un momento. So I got the notification today. It said you've been on 30 minutes, 34 minutes. Has it been 34 minutes already? Get off me. Well, you're supposed to know when I go live. This is your fault. Nah, but you know, sometimes the party don't start until certain persons show up. Mm. Now you know what's powerful though. I went to church Sunday, man, and the pastor I was preaching. He said he was like he said, you know what? Because his father was a pastor, you know what I'm saying? So he grew up in the church and stuff. So he was like, yeah, he said one time my father had his woman get up and minister. He said she's old. He said the whole time she was in church, never said nothing, never preached. He said, but that one time he had to get up and minister. And he said she got up and she said from the beginning of time, God spoke one time. And he told the son that I formed you in the image and likeness of me, or the image and likeness. He said every day you're gonna get up and rise at this time, and then you go to bed at this time. He told the moon every day you get up at this time and shine bright in the night sky, and then during the day you go away. He said, and since the beginning of time, those cycles have been going by that one word because God spoke once. And he said, she told him, she said, so how many times does God got to speak to you? I said, oh, that was cold, bro. I said, dang, it was cold, bro. I said, whoo, revelation. I said, dang, bro. I was like, yeah, he hit the hammer on the nail, man. I said, dang, bro, that was powerful. He said, how many times he got to speak to you? And I said, yeah, that is true. That's why I try to tell everybody. I said, listen, just because you watch a Darby message, man, doesn't mean that like there's other people, man, that also understand the word too. They might not deliver it the way he did, but I said, but they also have a lot of revelation too when they speak. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like this guy because again, he's not daddy, but he has the same spirit that he has. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I can respect that. I can be under that. You know, of course, do he deliver it like it? No, but he don't need to deliver it. It's not always about antics and theatrics. It's about the word. He delivers it. You know what I'm saying? And so I said, that sound like Son Daddy would have said, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, it's all under the spirit, you know what I'm saying? And so since the beginning of time, whether the earth is 10,000 years old or whether it's 10 million years old, like it's always been like that, bro. Always, every single night. Most beautiful thing. Go to Florida. When I went to Panama City and I seen the sun was set, the sun was red, cuz. Like, I ain't never seen that. The sun was red. And the sky was like a pinkish red color almost. It was beautiful, man. And I said, man, you can't tell me there's a God, man. You can't tell me there's not a God, cuz, like, how do you not know? It's perfect. The sun is a perfect circle. The earth is a perfect circle. That's why you flat freaking earthers out there. Like, it's perfect. You know what I'm saying? The waves literally are perfect. You know what I'm saying? And the way that the sun just goes down. It's like, how does it do that? Like, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, at a certain time, the earth knows rotate at this time. So things, the law of existence functions. You know what I'm saying? The word of God functions. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said it's crazy how things work like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it said on the seventh day, God rested. Like God just sat back with his arms up, just relaxing, feet kicked back and everything, just watching this, just all that every day. Because it does say that in the book of Genesis, it didn't say God kept having to speak to the sun and God had to recreate the sun. It's like the only thing God had to redo was man. That's why the angel said, who is man that you are mindful of him? Like, I would have been like, look, man, flood these niggas. I'm going to say one time. That's why the daddy was the person that said something one time. I'm going to say something one time to you, too. I said, you better be glad I ain't God, boy. 90% of the earth would be fossils. So I would flood the earth full of you. Be on fire. The water gonna be hot. It's gonna be fire and water. The water's hot and the fire's cold. It's gonna be backwards, man. Like, you know. Uh, but yeah, that's beautiful, man. That's why I said I come out here and get my song ideas, man. Cause hold on, let me show you. Turn around. See, this is a peaceful little trail, man. You can keep going. I went up this trail, went all the way around. It just never stops. There's a park over there. It just keeps going, man. Like it just never stops. And then you go on the other side. You keep going down that way on that trail, and it never stops either. You know what I'm saying? So, look at that, man. It's beautiful, man. You hear how quiet it is? See, look at that. You see that? Look like that little line right there. Like it's just like That look like the glory of God or something. That's beautiful, man. It's quiet. Look at that, man. It's beautiful, man. Somebody screenshot that for me. Screenshot that. Whew, man. So you rotate it all the way around. You get the face of a nigger on your camera, like, like you just messed up my camera shot. It's got that that little scratch. Like, man, you don't get out the camera. That is beautiful. Hold on, y'all. Let me check something real quick. 1 second. So yeah, man. When I come out here, man, I don't really It's the first time I did this in a minute, man. You know, that's why I said I kind of miss going on my little nature walks and stuff like that. That's why I bring y'all to the beach with me. Like every time I go somewhere, I want to start bringing y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I go to Spain, you get to see this all day, man. Beautiful. That's why I said, man, life is too short, man. It's just too beautiful, man, to be fighting with people, man. That's why I said I don't care about who right or who wrong no more. I just let it go. Like, I just want to go see stuff like this, bro. Like, take me to where that is. You know what I'm saying? If it looks as beautiful in Texas, man, think about what it looks like in another country in the world like Monte Carlo or something, man. What this look like in Rome? Like, oh man, imagine Rome, cuz like, dude, that would be beautiful, man. Like, imagine DR, man, Dominican Republic or Cuba. Well, I don't know if you can go to Cuba, but like, Puerto Rico or somewhere like that. Like, think about somewhere beautiful like that, man. Like, I wanted to see like the Tibetan mountains. You know what I'm saying? You see over in like China and stuff, they have like those big old high mountains and stuff, and you can see this. That'd be, man, that'd be beautiful, dude. Like, it is super quiet out here. Now, I don't know how many days that the Earth has been running. Again, we don't know how old the Earth is, so I don't know technically how many days that would be. Could be 100 million. Could be like, I don't know, a couple of billion days. I don't know. All I know is that every day this is what's been out here, man. It's never changed. Sometimes I think about it too. I said, man, I don't. Again, we don't know how the end of the book is all the way. We don't know exactly what's gonna happen when chaos reigns on Earth. We don't know exactly what the world is gonna turn out like in the next couple of years. So I don't know what's gonna happen. So I said, I just want to soak this in. If we ever get to a point where there's a nuclear winter, if it's another Chernobyl, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I want to soak this in now. Because if they ever did, let's hypothetically say they blew the sun up or they made it to where it didn't sunshine forever. I said, we're going to miss out on this, man. I want to make sure that I take this in, man. This is beautiful. That's why I said, man, there's more places than the hood, man. Get out the hood, bro. Like, real talk. Get out of Mississippi, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, go somewhere, bro. Like, go do something. Like, they don't care. They don't care about sunsets, man. They don't care about that stuff, man. That's why in Louisville, they don't care about that either, man. It's a beautiful place to watch the sunset on the walking bridge, or where I'll be taking y'all, where you can walk over to Indiana. Beautiful, very beautiful. But a lot of people don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? They care about other stuff that don't got nothing to do with life or nothing, for that matter. Hold up. So yeah. Yeah, y'all let me know who's in here, y'all. So some of y'all be in here, but y'all don't say nothing. Y'all be sitting here and watching the whole time and don't say Jack. It's getting dark. I should head back though, man. It's getting a little dark. Damn, I just got comfortable, man. Like, man, it's starting to blend in with nature now. I'm talking about nature. Like a black charcoal. Oh, let's get going. Let's bend this thing again. Yeah, I wish if I would have came out here about 2 hours earlier, man. Like it was starting to kind of sunset a little better, so I would have time to kind of sit out here now. But like I said, now look, it is. Now it's the moon's job. Now the moon's about to come in and do what God told it to do. Like, yep, sun going to bed, the moon is coming to stay. So. Oh yeah, this is for all you dumb Hebrew Israelites out here. You dumb atheists too. Let me show you something. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's doing its job right on time. What God told it to do. Yep, God told it to go bed. Buddy going to bed over there. Here come him. For all you dumb atheists and flat earthers out here. Yeah. And for you dumb Hebrew Israelites standing on the corner, you sure don't understand the laws of nature. If you're getting ready to drive, well, don't watch me and drive now. You have to be careful. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, the sun got two jobs, and now the sun's job is to make this shine bright. Hold on, make it shine bright like a diamond. Yeah. Tell you who ain't shining bright like a diamond, flat earthers. That's who. Tell you who also ain't shining bright like a diamond, the ones on the corner, the four corner hustlers, and not the gang. Them is the four corner hustlers out there. So yeah, they go. I said, yeah, they go to Chicago. You know the four corner hustlers up in Chicago. They go there. I'm like, yeah. I say, hey, cuz, they try to take y'all set. They on y'all corner, cuz. Like, man, we four corner hustlers. I'm like, yeah, you tell them, bro. They trying to hustle y'all if y'all corner. That'd be a whole war I done started. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Four Corner Hustlers, man. Shout out if I got any in there watching me. Shout out to y'all. Like in the back of me, boy, like a spaceship. It was like Tinkerbell. I thought that was Tinkerbell going out the sky. I said, okay, my first wish is for 3 more wishes, and then my third wish is for 3 more wishes. No. Get off of me, man. Dang. Look. See, this is why I hate going this trail at night, man. Daggone spider webs, mosquito. See, look, you can't even tell me, but I look like a daggone. Look like one of them little Nicholas statues in somebody's house, boy. Just a silhouette. I ain't even no color, man. It's just daggone silhouette, cuz. I look dark. You can't even see me. Like, that's crazy. I might have to turn on my watch light. Dang, it's dark. You know what? I don't want y'all looking at me like this. It makes me feel inferior that I'm this black. Let me turn y'all around. Look at this black stuff. Look at the sky. Yeah, I ain't the only nigga out here. Look, look at all these niggas. Yeah, that's a 10-foot one right there. Yep, that's a 30-foot one. Yep, I ain't the only one. Shoot. The only thing white out here is the road. mm, 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 mm. Dang, boy, it's dark. Can't even see me. I got jokes. You know, it's funny. Don't forget, I'm the power of the ultimate moderator. I can throw any of y'all. Talk about sensitive people. Ain't nobody more sensitive than me. Well, I'll block any of y'all. Y'all know I'm sensitive about my color. Y'all know I always thought I was a white man on the inside. You talk about my blackness, I'm gonna have to do something to you. Let's turn on. So we got the watch. Gonna try to turn on some light, bro. Hold on. Where the light at? Where is the light? Okay. Oh, dang, it's bright. Dang, it's bright. There we go. All right, can we see? Can we see me? That's like a scary goosebump story. And they were never seen of again. Oh, shoot. So I'm gonna tell you a scary story. It's called the Anonymous Horror Hookup. Like one day there was a guy that hooked up with a woman, and when he woke up, he was supposed to only have a one-night stand, but she was still there. Oh my gosh, oh, it's scary. And then he woke up and said, oh, I gotta get going. And she said, it's okay, I'll take you to work. I'm on the same way. Oh my gosh. And then she said, "Oh, it's okay. We can stop and get breakfast." Oh my God, it's scary. And then he said, "No, it's okay. I'm really in a rush." She said, "Well, it's okay. My kid's preschool is on the way." And then she hit him with, "I think I really like you." Commitment. It's my biggest fear. Oh man. Nah, your worst nightmare would be you thought when you was drunk, you hooked up with a 10. You wake up, boy, that's a low two and a quarter. Oh boy, that couldn't be me. No, I don't drink, so like I said, I ain't never had that issue. Y'all niggas. Hold up, wait a minute, wait a minute. It is. Well, I tell you, it is so dark in here. Damn, I should have got going a lot earlier. Shoot, I have to use this watch light. Hope nobody in these bushes run up on me, boy. I got the blicky. You gonna see a hole. It's gonna turn yellow as day, daggone. There's gonna be a whole bunch of bright yellow sparks. I don't play that, boy. My nigga senses kick in. I'm like, what's up, dude? I need directions. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, buddy never did get them directions. Yeah, he got directions to heaven. Man, this thing bright. What the lights these guys? Let's see. Got, oh, dang. What thing? Blinking? That's like Morse code. Dang, we can't do that in the dark. It hurts. Dang. We got bright and red light. This ain't gonna do nothing. Man, you can't even see nothing. It's like a daggone Decepticon. You don't know what this is. You can't even light up nothing. Switch this. Go back to my white. Go back to the trusty white. Got about another 15 minutes probably to walk, man. Daggone it. Yes, dark chocolate would always be top tier, boy. Ain't nobody better than a dark chocolate man like me. If I had old buddy trying to move, the one trying to move in, he was like, "Yeah, bro, you sure was right, boy. Ain't nobody better than a dark chocolate." And, bet they ain't, yo. And, so just thinking that you went to bed with a woman. No. Hey, y'all remember that story? Daddy had preached that, man. He talked about the homie that told them. That's why I said, brother, you should have kept that to yourself. Your homies don't even know that. He said, "Yeah, man, I took this woman home, man. I thought it was a woman. Turned out to be a dude." He said, "Man, I ain't know." I said, "Bro, how you ain't know? You knew. I don't care how drunk you are, you knew." But he's already in the act, daggone. He's like, "Well, my pants is already off, so." He's like, "Yep, it's late." So, he looking around. He just regrets what he did. That's probably why he's telling it. Again, they tell you because they want you to be like, "Oh man," they want to see how you feel about it. So that's why they tell you to try to figure out like what you think about it. You know what I'm saying? And then that's why they'll try to use hypotheticals like, "Well, yeah, man, one of my friends, or I know somebody that did that," to see what you think. And then when you be like, "Nah, man, it's gay," they be like, "Oh, yeah, you right, man. Yeah, they gay, man." And he turning around, scratching his head like, "Yeah, he's the one." And then he be like, "Who your friend?" He's like, He's like, "What's his name? Beg pardon?" Yeah, he ain't got no friend that did it. He is the one. Dang, bro. So I said, people always try to get your insight to see what you think on it. That's why I told people, if you want to do what you want to do, don't get my insight. You want to do it anyways. That's why I want to get your insight about, like, "Hey, man, what you think about smoking?" Like, bro, do you want to smoke? Okay, go smoke. Why you asking me? I don't care what you do. I told you, man, people arguing, they was trying to argue me with weed. Again, I don't argue with people over stuff like that. I don't argue with your religion, Christianity, weed. I don't care. Like, and they was just, "Nah, see, hey, no." I'm like, "Bro, I never said nothing was wrong with it. I just don't do it." This one girl, man, she was hurt. She was like, "It makes me feel like it's wrong because you won't smoke it." I said, "Well, then there's your answer then. If it makes you feel bad, maybe you shouldn't do it." And like, I didn't say it. I just said I just didn't do it. No Bible scriptures. No, it's against God's law. I just said I don't do it. No, I just don't feel right. It just makes me feel like it's wrong. I said, "Well, then maybe that's your conscience telling you that it's wrong." I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's her sign, man. Man, one girl did that, man. She wanted to have she wanted to have an abortion. And so I told her, I said, "Well, listen, I know where I stand on that." And again, they come to you. And I'm like, "I would have never known if you would have just shut up." I said, "Well, when you tell me, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You want to tell me for a reason, right?" So I told her, I said, why would you do that? She was like, well, me and dude ain't gonna work out. And I said, well, maybe that's not for you to decide. I said, bro, like you still laid down and y'all both did it, right? She was like, yeah. And she said, we're not gonna be a thing. I said, okay, well, I ain't telling you what to do, but I said, but that's life, man. I said, I believe in life. I said, I didn't say don't do it. I just said, just think before you do stuff. And I said, it's a life, bro. She's like, what? She's the girl that mad, cuz. She got, but now see, she was like, well, why? She's like, nah, because, just give me the rundown. Didn't tell her that she can't do it. I never said I was gonna force her from not doing it. I just said you probably shouldn't do that. I said think before you do something. If you're gonna do it, think before you do it. She's like, well, we ain't a thing no more. I said, well, I didn't care. Why you come tell me? And then she just kept talking about it. I dropped the subject. She brought it back up. Well, you know what? Don't tell me that stuff no more. I was like, I said, that's that devil talking. That devil was talking to that nigga. I said, bro, I let it go and everything, bro. I was about to leave, go out the door. And then she said, and then she was like, yeah, don't bring it up no more. I was like, excuse me? I remember I turned around and looked at it. I was like, all right, Satan, get thee behind me. I was like, Satan's mad now, nigga. Because I'm like, I could have been an aborted baby. You feel me? And I was like, of course, that's one thing that I do speak on. It's like, there's certain things that God said he does hate. And so I'm like, look, you live your life however. I'm not going to force you. I tell you what to do. But if you tell me, I'm going to tell you what I think about it. I can't control you. So I'm not going to stop you from physically going to the clinic and doing it. But I'm going to tell you, I said, I'm not going to agree with it. But if that's what you want to do, do it. But I said, but you think about it. I said, you're going to have to pay a price for that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, but it's your life. You do whatever you want to do with it. You know what I'm saying? And the nigga, boy, she just got all types of just like, no. And I said, well, then maybe don't come to me with your foolish stories, then, you idiot. Like, keep it to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody want to come to you with their garbage and their dirt. And I said, so why you telling me, idiot? Like, dang. They be like, well, I thought you was, I'm like, just because we friends, I mean, I got to agree with you, you idiot. Like, come on, sucker. Like, I ain't got to like everything you say. She was like, well, I don't like what you said. I'm like, well, then why do you tell me your life story then, dude? Yeah, that's why I said, like, bro, it's your soul, it's your life, do you? I said, I'm not the one that said you can't do it. God said it. That's why I told you I never argue with people over the word of God. Like, I'm not the one that said it, cuz he did. As I said, if God told me to go tell somebody, hey, man, tell them tie their shoes up, and then I go tell them, I'm not going to be mad because they don't listen to me. I'm not the one that told you. I could care less if you tie your shoes. Maybe God told you to tie your shoes so you don't fall and bust your head. Like, that ain't for me to decide. I don't got time to argue with you over stuff like that, bro. Like, I got a life. You know what I'm saying? People be all types of funny, man. They want to tell you their story. I told you about one girl. She wanted to tell me how she got over on niggas. You know what I'm saying? Because she wanted to, again, that's why I said a lot of these women ain't innocent either. Some of these women are just as bad as the dudes. That's why I'm like, I don't be feeling sorry for them. They be crying about these men. Like, no, some of them is just as bad. Y'all finessers, man. Be trying to finesse dudes out of free drinks and free meals and free stuff because you a user. And then they wonder why I never want to hang with them. I said, girl, you ain't get nothing free from me. You ain't even that cute on top of any of yours, girl. You ain't getting jack from me, nigga. I like my money. I like my money more than your life. I'll save $20 for I save your existence and your whole family line, nigga. I mean that. And I said, because I'm like, if this is what you're gonna do with your life, you worthless. $20 got more value to it than you. She called me because again, they want to come to you and tell you about their dirt. And they think that you're gonna agree with them because they think because you're black or they think because you're cool. I'm like, I don't gotta agree with that. And she wanted to come and talk about how she didn't like his dude, didn't want to go on a date with him, but she seen the opportunity to get free stuff. And she knew he offered to pay for everything. And she even admitted it before she told the story. She said, I don't like this dude, had no interest in him, but he did offer to pay for everything. So I went with him. I said, okay, that's red flag number one. So if the date turns out sucky, that's on you because you still went. Yeah, she a bum. I said, bruh, you just said you didn't want him. She said, well, I don't, but he offered to pay. I said, so then why are you complaining about something he paid for? So now everything was a problem. The dude didn't hold the door open for her, so that's a red flag. He didn't leave the waiter the best tip. So she was mad about that. I said, well, you can leave the waiter a tip, you old bum. So she was like, yeah, he said that I live pretty nice and that my food tastes like money, meaning that she eats well. And so she said, that was a turn off and I don't like that. I said, oh my God, you just can't be dumber than dumb. And so she said, then he had me walking by the street, which that's a sign that means I'm open for business. I'm like, you know why? Because you are open for business, nigga. And if I ain't mistaken, that nigga was probably an exotic dancer. Now I think about it. Nigga had a whole bunch of money, a whole bunch of ones and everything. She was talking about she told me how she got her money. And I said, well, yeah, you are open for business. Oh, namby-pamby. She's like, well, he just had me standing by the street and that means I'm open for business and that made me feel unsafe. And I said, so you just admitted you didn't want to go on a date with this dude. You just said you only wanted him because he was paying for everything. And then when he pays for everything, you complain. And you come to another man like me and tell me that. Why would you tell me that? And then she won't, and again, they won't pull that old victim stuff. Now they a victim with, remember I told you about victims? Now they a victim with you. Well, I feel, bro, that nigga said it. Well, I feel threatened, and I feel threatened because you don't understand my point of view. I said, oh, don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it. You won't have to feel threatened no more. I blocked that nigga. And then they get mad when you block. Like, seriously? Yeah, seriously. That's why I said, never talk to me again. I never talk to her again. I said, you a bum. I said, bro, you a bum. I said, I can't stand people that do that type of stuff. I said, bro, ain't even no reason to be like that, bro. Literally no reason to, get off me. No reason to be like that. And I said, no, you just a bum. And I said, you thought I was going to be on your side. That's why I told you I don't play with the women either. Women be just as bad as the dudes. Everybody's bad nowadays because nobody knows what they want to do. They all bums. They all freaking users. You know what I'm saying? And that's why she kept, again, everybody does that with her. I didn't do that with her. So she kept wondering why I didn't want to take her on a date, why I didn't want to come over. Because I'm like, nigga, you ain't even my type anyways. Like, man, this nigga had a bowling ball head. This girl head was circle. I said, what do niggas see with you? Niggas is all up on your DMs. Girl, that weave is cheaper than Christmas in July. And she's sitting here talking. Last year's looked like daggone broomsticks. I'm like, girl, you ain't fooling nobody. Again, you talk to a nigga in Louisville, yeah, they'll do anything. Again, I told you, they'll do anything. I said, I'm not one of them. I said, that was during the time I had that white girl anyway. That girl, in this case, she is better than you, nigga. Sitting there talking, I'm like, man, look at this talking vegetable. Like, this nigga look like the tomato from Veggie Tales, man. Whatever his name was, Bob or Larry or whatever his name was. I said, girl, you ain't fooling no nigga. She bragged how she was a bartender, and when Drake came to Louisville for Derby, she was talking about, yeah, I bartended drinks for him. Good for you. Good for you. I said, so you got money coming from Drake. You getting all this money from bartending, but you bumming off a nigga for a free date. I'm like, you must not have that much money then. That don't make no sense. She's like, yeah, I met Travis Scott. I got to see Travis Scott backstage when he came to Louisville back in 2017. That's when he came with Bryson Tiller. And she said, yeah, I was backstage with him. And she was like, yeah, I got close with him. And I bartended for them and made all this money. But you begging a nigga for $20 on a free date. What a cheap idiot, boy. It's dark. I'm almost out the stray, y'all. Almost. Yeah, Bob the tomato, whatever his name was. Oh, Peachy King, Lima Beans, Peachy King's VeggieTales looking character. I said, girl, you look easy to draw. You look like an easy to draw character. I know you ain't trying to talk like, I'm like, I don't see nothing in you. I said, you ain't even my type. You know, that was during the time it was white woman season. I said, girl, you definitely ain't. I said, you definitely ain't my type. What is this? I said, yeah, somebody done made that up. Somebody done lied to you. That's why people, when they ask me, do I like black women? I said, yes. It's just those were the type of black women I always got hit with. Like, I'm like, they be the ugliest of the ugliest. I'm like, girl, ain't nobody looking at this piece of trash. Like, no, nigga. I told you, you look like the corner of the brownies in the corner brownie that nobody wants, the old hard piece in the pan that nobody wants. I said, that's what you look like. A corner brownie. That's the triangular piece nobody wants. Like, hey, girl, oh, Phineas and Ferb, oh, Phineas shaped head, girl. You might want that. They be users, and that's why I say, I'm like, nah, I ain't for no user woman. I ain't for no user man. That's weird. I said, because y'all don't call them out, man. Y'all just let them daggone do whatever. And I said, well, I ain't. She said, well, if I ever go on a date with a dude and he offers for the date, she said, he's paying. I said, and then she wondered why I never took on a date. I said, first off, you ain't even cute. I don't like you. And then second of all, I'm just like, you already showed your type of character. So I'm like, what am I going to waste my money and my time for? That's why, but again, she was all up on me because I was the only one that didn't do that. I'm not thirsty. I ain't desperate. I said, girl, you all up on me. I ain't have to do nothing. I don't know what these niggas seen in you. I don't see it. I definitely don't see it. That's why when Negroes told me, they said they got girls, I was like, bro, show me the girls you get. Because you look at them, I'm like, anybody can get these little Louisville girls. Yeah, of course. Anybody get these West End chicks. That's why they in the West End. They'll go with anybody, dude. They need somewhere to sleep. They need money for bread, dude. Like, come on, dude. Like, you need to get, I'm like, show me who your type is. You know what I'm saying? And then you look, they type was the girls that went to Destin Ministries. I said, yeah, that's this. Yeah, that explains a lot. I'll tell you a horror story. The horror stories of the women in Destin Ministries. Yep. In a world where there's scary doors. Yep, I'll tell you the scary doors. Wasn't nobody more horrific than their mom. What's up, Jose? What up, LG or LB? I'm so sorry. I know you hate me by now. But yeah, anybody trying to get with that, man? Jose, would you believe it, man? They try to hook your boy up with some ugly bowling balls, man. I don't want that. I said, man, I go to Humble Park, give me a Loca D, huh? You hear me? I said, yeah, I love black women. I just don't like the black women that went to our city. They just was the worst. I told you one girl was my cousin and didn't know who was cousins, man. She was trying to hit on me. I said, see, this is why. I'm like, no, man. Yeah, man, keep on playing. They being that use the spirit. That's why I told you, stop doing that. And then when people get around me and I call them out and then they realize they don't like it, it's like, well, bro, you can't go using people, man. You know what I mean? And that's why I said there's some women bumps too. We talk about the men, but I said, nah, women just don't really get called out, you know? But I said, nah, there's some women bums out here too. They do that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told women, you got to stop thinking that a man's supposed to know what you're thinking all the time, man. We don't know that. I said, women be bad at the game, and then they blame you for them being bad at the game. It's like, bro, you need to know how to talk too. You need to know how to shoot your shot. You need to know how to get out there and push yourself out there. I seen some girl posted that. She said, this is how I shoot my shot when I look at you like it's walking past you and look at you like, yeah, that's a girl can mean anything. That's not just necessarily an invitation to like come and talk to you. That could be looking at you like, look at his shoe. Like, girl, look at his shirt. I might be wearing a shirt that got words on it. I don't know if you're reading my shirt. You know what I'm saying? I said, that don't necessarily mean that you shoot your shot. When you open your mouth verbally and be like, hey, and then you look at me, I'm like, okay, then I know. I'm like, you can't just give. I'm like, see, women, y'all think y'all ain't got to do nothing, man. y'all think y'all just so special. And then when the Negro do come and talk to him, they be the ones that want to joke on him and put him down in front of everybody. I said, well, this is why dudes don't approach y'all no more, man. Like, nobody wants to deal with users no more, man, of any color, bro. Everybody tired of that. Hold up. What? So yeah, we almost back. We about to get off this trail now, y'all. It is dark, man. Dang. Look, the moon done came out. Boy, I'm so black out here, boy. I'm black in the ace of spades. You can't even see me. Yeah, old girl thought I was gonna be okay with that that usury. I said, nah, honey, that's the wrong one. That's why I told you I block people. I don't got time to talk to you. I said, girl, please, I block fools, man. You know what I'm saying? They be sitting there in their feelings and then you gonna hear that. I said, girl, listen, I blocked that white girl I liked. I said, what makes you think I won't block your black behind? like that they all. I said, girl, you do know who you talking to, right? I said, I had to block a girl I actually did love, man. I was in love with this girl, bro. We was both in love with each other, but we realized it couldn't work. We had to separate each other. We tried to be friends, but I ain't friends with you. I'm like, nah, you pissed me off. I'm done talking to you. So I'm like, I'm done. You want to act strange to me? And I said, I blocked her and I liked her. It wasn't even like no bad blood like that. It wasn't gonna work. I said, what makes you think I won't block you in a heartbeat, fool? I was wondering where you were. Oh, okay. Okay, hey, okay, LB, you got jokes. Oh, LB got jokes. Oh, okay, you know what, LB? You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let it slide. Again, that's the three musketeers. I'm gonna give you three strikes. Your first one was the musketeers. Now it's the blackness. You got two. You get one more. The next time you do it, I'm gonna find out your picture profile, see what you look like. Like yeah, she been talking all that smack. Yeah, let me go ahead and just yeah. You know I do picture comparisons. Don't try me now. I got the rose, LB. You pressing your luck. You getting awfully bold. Don't think I won't roast you too. This is a Ready E channel for everyone. The men get the rose and the women get the rose. Here we are. Now we off the trail now. So we got light. We got light. Said no, I was serious. No jokes. Oh, so she trying to be passive aggressive. You trying to be passive aggressive. Okay, you know, that's 2.5. You get one more half. Yeah, there you go. Nah, I'm gonna let it slide. Anyways, What do it do? Well, I really wanted to do the stream to take y'all to the sunset, man. Dang, I wanted to show y'all the sunset, but fortunately, the sun went to bed. I should have really came out here early. I don't know what I was thinking, man. I should have came out here early. But... Hold up. I'm not mad at y'all. I'm mad at society. I'm mad because I'm in the skin I'm in. I said, man. I said, of all the ethnicities I can make. Nah. Yeah, it's funny. You said you was back a minute ago. You was quiet until then. You said you was back for like 15 minutes. I've been walking. And you said, oh, I was wondering where you was. I'm like, you been watching me for 15 minutes? You said, yes, yeah, a code. I'm gonna throw this code joke. I said, okay, I'll let it slide. Passive aggressive. Listen, you see how I did that other sister that came here? the one her name got brought up. You see how I did it? Hey, listen, don't think you ain't immune to this too. You know? Well, I know black is gorgeous. You got that right. All Stevie look at is the black now. All Stevie look at is the darkness. I said, I want my woman to be midnight sky, daggone it. Shoot. Oh, maybe I didn't see that. Okay, my bad. Maybe I didn't see that. I'm gonna let it slide. Okay. Maybe there's something. Well, you know, it's my channel. I ain't wrong. That's my channel. I'm that type of channel. I be wrong, but I'm still right. Like, now, you know, it's my channel. I'm right. Get your act together. Nah, I would never have Mike kick you out. I wouldn't. No, I like you, LB. You cool. Like, unlike some people. Some people. You cooler than that old 42-year-old wannabe MILF woman. Like, anybody want that? That ain't a MILF. That's a G's. That's, ugh. Yeah. That's why I said I thank the heavens sometimes so much that there are some people that I just don't got to put it with no more. That's why I told you I was going to church with an old girl, and she was pissing me off. We was both pissing each other off because we was petty. And so one day she just ain't coming back. I said, oh, thank the Lord. I heard the word that day. I said, oh, man, God is in this place because she ain't here. That's why. And after that day, after I said I went off on her, we went off on each other, and that was it. That was it. And I said, I ain't have to see you no more and talk to you ever again. And I said, we went on about our life and did our own thing. And I said, I like stuff like that, bro. Just, you got people in this chat that came here, man. I threw them out, and I ain't had to hear from them bums no more. I said, that feels great, dude. That old girl somewhere probably now. She's probably in here watching. They be in here watching. They never go way too long. You know how many people leave Destin Ministries and they still be watching? They got banned or they just got walked away and they still be in there watching, man, because they don't understand you ain't wanted, man. Nobody wants you. Everybody tired of you. So just simple math. I would say simple math. They don't understand, bro. It's too hard. So I was about to say, Jose, I don't think she even know I got this channel, bro. I started doing YouTube after we and her stopped talking. But we were still around. We were still cool. Oh, like, I don't say we was kicking it. We did go. It was crazy. Like a couple of weeks after that, I think I started YouTube. I think I was doing my YouTube, but then I was doing the YouTube, and then a couple of weeks later, she had hit me up because it was kind of fresh after we got out of something. So she was like, "Hey," she did. I would say, like, you know, she did check up on me. She was like, "Hey, are you okay?" You know, because I talked to her that Sunday after church, and so she hit me up, and she was like, "Are you okay for real? Like, be honest." And I told her, I was like, yeah. I said, I'm learning to just get on with my life. She said, I am too. You know, she said, listen, I don't mean it like that. And, you know, and so she was like, you know, she said, I just don't know what to think right now with everything. And so I told her, I said, okay, on a friendly note, I said, hey, you want to go get some ice cream? You know what I'm saying? Like, we still cool. Let me get some ice cream. And so she was like, yeah, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? And so I think the next week we went and got some ice cream, whatever. And so I didn't want it to be weird, man, but it was kind of weird, man, because again, she was being weird, you know what I'm saying? And so, then she was starting to piss me off. I almost took that rocky road and smashed it in her face. So let me tell you something here, nigga. My girl's ice cream was $10 a pint. Like, nigga, I would look, have brain freeze forever. And then after that, that's when I was like, yeah, I'm done with this nigga. I'm done with you. Yeah, that was the conversation we had because she was trying to figure out some stuff and I was trying to figure out some stuff, And so I said, why are you not telling me the truth? Like, what's going on? And so then she wanted to, they always want to throw like a little insult or like kind of like, but they, like it don't matter. And so she was trying to make like, she was just rude about some stuff. And I said, well, if you're going to be like it, I can be like it too. And then that's when I told her, I said, well, you ain't no J-Lo. And I said, believe me when I tell you, I said, I was the type of dude I used to be, I could be that type of dude that got 4 different women. And I said, when you start acting up, I just go get somebody to replace you. I said, girl, you ain't no J-Lo. I said, girl, I was just with you because you was a rebound from old girl. She was hurt. Oh, niggas hurt. So she wanted to insult people. I said, well, I told you whatever you could do, I could do the same thing. Then that's when she wanted to, well, the stuff you said the other day was just rude. It was just not in poor taste. There's just things I'm not okay with. And I said, but did you just try to insult me and tell me that you don't want to talk to me? And I said, okay, so what do you want to do now? Like, I just can't, I don't know. I was like, okay, you just a weirdo. And so, yeah. And then that's when I did the video. I think that's when I did the video about Daddy. And that one blew up, and that's when I started doing YouTube. And because that was right around that time I started doing the YouTube. And so that one actually got big. And then I started focusing more on that. And I stopped talking to her, you feel me? Like we would kind of hit each other every now and then. I stopped texting her. I stopped talking to her for real like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think I hit her a little bit after that because we was kind of like just talking a little bit. And then we was cool. We seemed to be cool. And then that's when I came back the next week and her cousin them had told me, they was like, yeah, she did this to us too. They was like, yeah, she just, because they good, nice Christian people. They was just like, it's okay. They was like, she kind of told us off a little bit, and then cause she was living with them, and she was like, yeah, she just moved out and just disrespectful. And I was like, word? I was like, yeah, they was like, we know what you feel because she did it to us. And so I said, oh yeah, I got the green light now. I was biting my tongue for the longest. I was praying. I said, oh, I was praying, nigga. I said, boy, when I got a hold of that phone, I said, look here, nigga. Bro, I talked to her like one of my homies. I said, nigga. She said, what are you talking about? I said, nigga, you know what I'm talking about. I said, yeah. I said, I wanted to make sure I told you out so I can ruin it so we ain't cool no more. Cause I don't want to be cool with you. So I purposely sabotage it so we ain't cool no more. Because I'm like, you ain't going to be knowing in between. Again, that old witchcraft stuff, in between the lines, and I don't do that. I don't like people like that. So I told her off. She said, I'm so disappointed that you said that. I don't appreciate it. I said, nigga, I don't care what you appreciate. I don't appreciate you. Like, that's supposed to hurt my feelings. And I was like, yeah, I was going to say a whole bunch of other stuff. I couldn't say it. So I let it go. Maybe the Holy Spirit told me don't say that, Steve. Because I was about to say it. I didn't say it. So I let it go. And that was the last. And like I said, it's old news. I don't care. But old little homeless Negro that want to keep coming over, he want to sleep on my couch all the time. He's the one that's like, well, he keep running every time. Hey, man, what would you do if you seen her again? What would you do if you ran into her? Like, bro, that's over a year ago. Why you keep bringing that up? She moved on, I moved on. Why you keep bringing it up? I said, I know why. Because you can't get over the single mom that you keep messing with. That's why. You can't get over yours, so that's why you want to know what I would do with mine. Freaks of natures. Nobody need to be with someone that always bring out the worst in them. That's when you know that person isn't the one. Yeah, true. But you know how we do. It's easier said than done, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll say we can't stand this person, you know what I'm saying? But we think about all the good times. And that's what I do. I think about all the good times. I'm just like, dang, we was there for each other in some deep stuff. Like, it wasn't just like, no, hooking up or nothing. Like, we was actually there for somebody in some good times, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I wanted that to mean something. I even told her, I said, listen, I wanted that to mean something. She said it does mean something. I said, well, then why is it so hard to talk? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why is it so hard to you know what I'm saying? And so, but like I said, and that's when I started going on the journey of thinking for yourself and telling people to think for yourself, because this dumb nigga couldn't think for herself. They easily influenced by everybody, man. Somebody's in her ear, and I even told her people that. I said, you think somebody's in her ear talking? They was like, shit, it's gotta be. I said, shoot, we trying to figure out, like, she won't talk to us. She said, I asked my other peoples, you know what I'm saying? Because they all family. She said, I asked my other family. They was like, she ain't saying nothing to us. And so she was like, yeah, she just got isolated. She said she would be at home most of the time. She didn't say nothing to us, stayed in her room all day. You know what I'm saying? And so they was like, yeah, she's definitely listening to somebody. And I said, well, that's a turn off for me. I don't like women that can't think for themselves. That's why I said, once a woman will talk to their friends and their homies and stuff before they talk to you, I'm done with you. I'm like, you trash to me. I'm like, because I don't like your stuff. Got to tell grown 30-some-year-old women this stuff, man, because they like dumb or something. Like, they just be dumb. And like, my sister said, I'm like, well, nigga, to who is your sister? And like, my sister, I'm like, man, that's why didn't your sister do cocaine? Like you did cocaine? I don't think she is the best spokesperson for what's going on right now. I would say I'm the best spokesperson. I ain't never did cocaine. So I'm like, I think I would know what I'm talking about, right? Go to the worst of the worst people for advice. Then went to her friend who can't even keep this nigga. This nigga messing around with every other girl. This girl crazy. And I'm like, you gonna listen to her own relationship advice? Everybody but the one they supposed to be listening to. And I said, well, that ain't my problem. And guess who ends up crying, them? I said, you know, you can say whatever you want to about me. Guess who's on their face crying about it? You. And then I hit them with the tell me one thing I've ever did wrong. Tell me one thing I've ever did wrong to you. They can't name it. Then they sit there, whatever. No, ain't no whatever. No. You know what it is. Ouch, man, bug bit me. Hey, Lisa, there's another Lisa. Yes, don't worry, I'm careful out here. Listen, Lisa, we packing today. We got the Blickaroo. I shouldn't say it out loud. There are white people out here. White people with police connections. We shouldn't say that. Nah, we cool. Hold on. Eventually, you are not careful. It will change you for the worse. It doesn't feel good to always be upset and mad all the time. True. Which is why I stopped talking to people, man. After that, again, I started the channel after that because I was tired of people, bro. Whoops. Sorry about that. But yeah, what I was saying before this phone interrupted me is all the time the service didn't mess up till I get right here. It's so stupid. But yeah, like I was saying was, what was I saying, man? Daggone it, freaking service. But yeah, when I'm mad, I do something about my life. That's how this channel came about, because I was pissed off. I was mad, so I didn't like how I was feeling, didn't like the way I was living. And so I'm one of them type of people, I'm just like, well, I'm gonna show you, or I'm gonna show myself, you know what I'm saying? And then I go do stuff to make things happen. So I'm like, I go get to work, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting on my tail crying, man. I'm not sitting on my tail with my feelings. I'm actually at work and doing something about it, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I was active with this channel, you know what I mean? So I kept saying, I didn't really want to be with or around a lot of people, you know what I mean? And it's like every time you don't want to do that, that's when people come. Then everybody and their mama come over and bother me, you know what I'm saying? That's when the homies won't come now out of the blue. They never really would hit you up. That's why I said it's always like that. They never come, they never talk, and now everybody want to talk now. Everybody want to blow my phone up. It's the same thing with Daddy. I remember Daddy said it. He said the day after he got saved, when he was in the club and God called him from being drunk, and he said he walked outside of being sober, he said the next day one of his partners that never had cigarettes that day. Came over and said, hey man, I got cigarettes. He said, nah man, I don't smoke no more. And they ain't looking at you crazy because I'm like, you was just in the club last night, you know what I'm saying? And I said, so every time you try to do something right, man, it's always an idiot, man, don't come bother you. And so that's why I said everybody was on my phone, man. They kept bothering me, they kept hitting me up. Everybody's making a ruckus. Everybody's poking me. That's why I said, old boy, he was always bad, but old boy was never bad like that. He was just the worst. Like, now he's the worst because I don't know, maybe it's the fact that I am changing, I am growing up, I ain't doing a lot of stupid stuff no more. Now he comes and he's poking you, you know what I'm saying? He never really did that. And it's always when you trying to be the best in life and do better, that's when you get them type of niggas, man, that don't know how to leave you alone. This channel is full of Negroes, man, that just did that all day. So I'm like, you do get exhausted with just people, you know what I'm saying? And so now I'm looking back, I'm like, I don't even know how I used to like crowds, man. I don't like stuff more than 12 people, that's too much, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like crowds, man. I don't like events. I don't like lines. I don't like any of that, man. That is so just obnoxious, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and when you're in a relationship dealing with a person, man, that person is like equal to like 6 people. And so I'm like, you just tired of just dealing with that, you know? It's not hard, man. People just don't want to deal with their life. They don't want to, you know what I'm saying, deal with whatever is going on. So I just kind of cut out the middleman and say, well, you know what, I don't want to do either. So again, I realized I don't have to be on my phone and I don't have to give anybody a response or a message or nothing. I can just do what I want to. I can just turn this off, you know what I'm saying? Again, nobody's owed anything, you know, but that's why I've been so much on a topic with old boy, because I'm just like, this is the result of when you don't do nothing with your life, man. You don't live your life. You feel me? So yeah, I do think it is kind of, I don't know, just get tired of dealing with that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to deal with that stuff anymore. Hold on. Yeah, hear me? I feel it. Definitely feel the weather's changing. But yeah, I definitely don't like to, We'll do biscuits and gravy tonight, y'all. I am kind of in the biscuits and gravy mood. But if y'all keep the conversation coming, man, I'll be here as long as y'all want. It's just, let's talk about something. I'm in the mood to just talk. But that's why I was saying, like, I feel like I really don't like to be angry, man. You know, I really don't, you know, want that stuff, man, because you live your life doing that, you know what I'm saying? And so when I'm with somebody, I tell people the simplest rules. I'm like, hey, man, just don't start nothing, man. Just don't come with that old nonsense. And what do people do? They come with that nonsense. It's like, just don't know how to stop, man. Like, people just can't control themselves, or they just don't care, you know? And I'm like, I'm saying that for a reason. It's not that I don't care about you or how you feel. It's just I don't want to start problems, you know what I'm saying? And not everybody is bad. That's why I said not everything with everybody's bad. It's just some people that's known for doing that. So that's why I choose not to be around a lot of people like that no more. I choose not to entertain people and talk to people no more because they won't change, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just I told you I'm at a changing point in my life to where I don't have to worry about that no more. That's why I'm like, I don't care if I got to cut off friendships or connections. I'm okay with that because I'm like, I'm going to be provided with better friends and connections, man. Like, come on, man. I can meet anybody in the world I want to meet. So I'm like, meeting somebody who ain't about nothing, like, why am I caring? Like, I don't want people in my life that ain't productive no more. So I'm like, if you ain't gonna be one of them type people, then what do I care about you leaving and walking away? I don't care. Like, you obviously ain't gonna do nothing. So I agree. All relationships have bad challenges, but it shouldn't be bad all the time. No, of course not. That's why I was saying, like, you're gonna have conversations you don't want to have. Conversations you're gonna have that you probably don't want to have. But most of the time, it's like, if this is every day, like, I can understand every once in a while, but if it's like every day, like, nobody wants to fight and whoop somebody every single day, dude. Like, I don't want to fight you at all, let alone every day. So if I gotta keep talking to you every other day, then it's just like, you just an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And you just a nasty specimen. And I'm like, you deserve to be alone. Like, nobody wants to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said people get surprised when they do try to talk to me and they realize that I'm extremely sarcastic. Like, I just don't really care. Like, if it ain't about nothing and you gonna fight, I just don't got nothing to say. You know? Like, a lot of times, like, I try to care, but when you don't care about me, then I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your tears or nothing. If you come wrong, I'm gonna let you know you're wrong. Like, it ain't gonna change nothing just because you cry about it, just because you know, trying to make me feel bad. You can't make me feel bad at something I didn't do. You can't make me feel bad because you're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't work like that. So that's why I said, like, old girl was like that, you know what I'm saying? They can't fix their life, so they try to make you feel bad about something that you said or you did. And I said, if we be honest right now, I said, who's the one that's confused about what they doing in life? Who's the one that don't know if they want to stay in San Antonio? You don't even know what you want to do. Old girl couldn't decide she was going to move back to Chicago. She was going to move to Florida, back to Florida. She wanted to stay here. She didn't know what she going to do. And because they confused, they want to be mad. I said, no, you can't take it out on me. It don't work like it. Like, no, I'm not the cause of your issues. You just want to do with your life. And I said, well, it's just you, only nine of you. It ain't me. It's you. It's your problem. So I'm like, I'm not going to fight people, man. I don't like, that's why I didn't like relationships for the longest, man, because people won't change. Oh, yeah, it don't work on me. That's why I said women come to me crying. They used to come to me crying all the time. That don't work on me. I told you, I'll make you cry and laugh at you crying. I don't care. Like, I know it might sound kind of like, you know, psycho-ish, but it's like, nah, because I know people ain't serious. I'm like, no, you only, again, we only in this conflict because you started. I don't start conflict, people. I don't start fights. So when you come wrong and then I say something you don't like, you sitting there crying, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for nothing. You know how many times my ex tried to use her tears and weaponize it against me? And then when I sat right there and laughed in her face, I said, girl, that don't work on me. Because again, you're not sympathetic. You're not doing it because you're really upset. You're doing it because your games don't work. So then when your witchcraft don't work, what do? More witchcraft. I'm going to cry and make you feel bad. And I said, well, you crying to the wrong nigga. I don't care. I said, cry to your mama. She in the other room. Don't cry to me. Like, I don't care about none of that. And I said, see how that feels when you, she's like, I'm crying because I'm frustrated. I said, well, see how that feels when you frustrated, how somebody comes and messes up your day. You see how that feels? You do the same thing. I said, so it don't feel good when somebody is doing that to you. You know what I'm saying? So what about the times I was like it? What about the times I was upset? I was mad. You didn't care. So I'm like, I don't care when it's you now. The shoe's on the other foot. It don't work that way. I mean, one time it did. One time she got so tired of it, she did apologize. She said, well, look, I'm sorry, okay? Because again, I could be terrible just like you can. And that's why I said people ain't ready for you. They be bragging about how you can't deal with them. They be bragging about how you ain't strong, you ain't man enough, and then they realize like, nigga, you ain't woman enough then to deal with me. I said, no, remember, I'm a man that can do the same thing. I got on her so much, bro. She did apologize. That's why I said, bro, quit trying to mess with a nigga, man. Like, just quit doing that. This ain't no weapon, cuz. Like, bro, stop doing that. Nobody care because of your nationality. I care because you a man or woman or whatever. Like, anybody can do that back to you. And it ain't funny when they do it. And then when I don't care, I told you, when I didn't care, that's when she was mad the most. Like, being sarcastic sucked. But when I just didn't care, well, legitimately just didn't care. Like, that's when she, because they witchcraft don't work on you no more. It doesn't work. They can't make you feel that way. They can't start an argument. Because I used to get mad and I would be, you know what I'm saying? Then I would try to prove my point. I said, nah, see, I'm like, I ain't got to prove nothing to a nigga. I said, girl, you dumber than a pack of dum-dums. Like, you don't know anything. I'm like, I'm not going to prove nothing to you. You don't even know what day it is. Like, and then when they realize that you don't care about the interiors, and then, like I said, I would be so nonchalant. I was like, bro, I don't even care. I would tell them, like, yeah, you're right. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Can I go play PlayStation? I'll be trying to play the game, man. They mess with me. They be on FaceTime, and then they be like, you know, okay, fine, whatever, bye. And I was like, okay, bye. They hang up on you. All right, whatever. And I would go right back to watching TV. They call me back. Oh, so you ain't gonna call me back? It's like, bro, what do you want to do here? They're like, so that's all I am to you? You ain't gonna care no more? I'm like, did you just hang up? I said, yeah, you can't do reverse, I'm about to say reverse racism. You can't do reverse psychology on me. That don't work. I don't care about none of that. I don't care who right or who wrong. If I don't like you, I don't like you, so it don't matter to me. And I said, well, that's what you get for playing witchcraft. Don't play witchcraft on me. You don't have to. You know what I'm saying? You know why you're doing that? Because you just don't know how to talk. You can't just be natural. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's why I said with old Tubby boy, you weird. Like, we all know what's wrong with old Pillsbury Doughboy, old Tubby, so. But they only do that stuff because they a loser. That's why I said, I'm like, that stuff don't work on me, man. Tears do not work on me like that. Like I said, I do got compassion. I do feel for people. Because I'm like, well, maybe they just going through a hard time right now. I said, but if you trying to use that as a weapon, like, your tears do not use that as a weapon. You should know by now with me, I said, I'm not fazed by that one bit. Because I said, women are crying to you looking like they are just the biggest victim and be the biggest liars, bro. I'm telling you. That's why a lot of dudes know not to take her back when she start crying. Because they know they only crying because they got caught or because they trying to sob it up. Let you be in the same shoes that they do as a man. Let you start crying to see if they like it. They don't like it. They might like the fact they can make you get like it because they like to have control, but they don't respect you. You know what I'm saying? That's why like a lot of women, they like to control niggas, but they don't respect niggas like that. You know what I'm saying? When you put your foot down, they respect you. And when I put my foot down, that's when she started respecting me. The arguments came a lot less. I noticed that the arguments started coming a lot less. The accusations came a lot less. Starting stuff today, going to bed mad. I said it came a lot less. All that comes a lot less when they realize that it's not going to affect you that way no more. I told him, I said, look, you can go to bed mad if you want to. I'm not. Because I said I cared about my peace and my soul. I said, I don't care, bro, what you do. I don't care what you think. I mean, the nigga was just one of them type, man. She told me he didn't want to be with me. We broke up for 2 months. I thought that was official because that was the longest we went without talking. Out of the years we was with each other, that was the longest we went without like really talking. So I thought we was really done. And so, like I said, I was doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? I was moving on. And I was good for them 2-3 months. And guess who come back? Now they come back. She's talking about, look, I was stressed out. I was so stressed. All because I said, but it was something that you said go do. You wanted me to go do it, right? You wanted me to go move on. So I said I moved on. This nigga was so stressed, bro. She said, bro, I started smoking. Hey, bro. Hey, man. She was like, yeah, she said, because she usually don't, I mean, I think she used to smoke like that. She stopped. She never did with me, but she used to smoke like that. She stopped. She came back, man. She was like, she said, listen, I had to smoke a couple of times because I was stressed out. I said, you know why you had to smoke? Because you did it. See, you dealing with your own actions. See, that's what happens. If you would have listened to me, there would be no need for weed, bro. Listen to me, no weed. That's it. And I said, yeah, did that weed work? Nope, you're still stressed. The only thing that settled it was when he came to talk to me. I said, well, you know what? Some days I wish I could just light up a doobie and smoke my problems away. I wish I could drink a 40 and everything be gone. I can't do that. That's why I never did it in my life. I never resorted to doing it because I knew it's not gonna solve your problems, man. If it did, you don't think I probably would have took one? Like, dang, bro. I know it's not gonna solve nothing. We probably wasn't compatible. We was at first. But with us dealing with trauma, we were trauma bound. I told you, man. Daddy died around that time. Her cousin died a couple of months before that. So we was close with each other. So we wanted that to mean something. So I guess out of the sake of that, we wanted, because I didn't want to go be open with somebody else about this very thing. I'm like, that's why I was with her. You know what I'm saying? I'm very picky with who I'm with. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, again, that should show you how loyal I am. I'm willing to ride with you till the wheels fall off. No cheating, no messing around. Like, I'm willing to work it out. You know, Negroes, the minute they see a flaw of yours, he done talking to you. I said, I'm not like it. Because I'm like, I don't want to be bounced around from woman to woman, man. I don't like doing that stuff. Like, when I say I love you, I mean I love you. I'm not loving everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we tried to make it work a little bit. Maybe we did try to make it work a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was meant for a season and, we kept going more seasons, So that's why I said, like, it was exhausting. So I told her, I said, you know what? I wish I could smoke my problems away. I can't do that. Because that ain't what grown-ups do. Can't just run to the weed, man, whenever you get an issue or the drink. It's going to still be there. You know what I'm saying? And I said I had to deal with my problems head on like a man, like an adult, not just a man, an adult. And I said that's why I'm further in life, because I dealt with my stuff early. I took the L early on, so I don't take the L later on in life. And that's why you see them 30, 40-year-olds, man, they all alcoholics. I ain't knocking people, but I said, but that's why. That's why you got that 40-year-old woman on the internet hollering mad because she ain't got no accomplishments in life. Because that's all you do throughout your life, man. I said, if you was doing what I was doing, you probably would. Most people realize it's the tipping point when they want to change their life, man. I knew people that smoke weed, and I said, when was the tipping point for you? They said, when I had my kid. They said, they said I was a heavy smoker. They said, I did not want my kid being influenced by that. And they said, I gave up smoking for my child. And they said, I'm glad I did. They said, some days I kind of get the urge, but they said, but I remember my kid, you know what I'm saying? And I said, that's powerful. You got something that's got you going, something that's keeping you going, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Oh, word. I mean, it's whatever, man. Hold on. What I got to your dad got out of here. And looking back, my son. And that's right, man. That's why I said that's a powerful thing you can do, bro, for your son, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I thought ahead for my son when I had one. I said, I don't want to raise my son in that hellish city, man. Like, I don't want my son to know what it's like to get shot at, you know what I'm saying, like duck bullets or get shot himself. Like, I don't want my son to know that, man. I don't want them to know violence, you know what I'm saying? That's all we known growing up. And so that's why I was like, I'm doing the best thing now for my kids that I ain't even got yet, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want them to experience, that same thing we did. Again, we were broke growing up because, mom and daddy did what they could. We understand. But I said, but I don't want my kids to experience that because that's not a fun feeling. Like, it's not a good feeling. Because I'm like, I want to change for them. I want to change for my wife when I get one. Like, you know what I'm saying? People keep saying, like, well, you ain't supposed to let nobody change you. I said, no, sometimes you are supposed to change. You are supposed to change for that person. You change for the better. And I said, there's habits that I don't want to do around the person I'm with. That's why I said, like, okay, you hang with the homies now. I said, but when you get married, I'm like, you can't be around the homies all the time. Who would want to be? I'm with my wife, man. My wife is everything I need. I don't need everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You still say what's up to the homies. Go play the cards or dominoes. You know what I'm saying? Go do something. I said, but we ain't trying to do something every day. Tell this old fruitcake of a man trying to live in people's house all day. I said, bro, you definitely ain't going to be around me. I said, well, you might not even be around me next month. Let alone during that time. Like, I said, that's just some things that you do, man. You change so you don't be the same way, bro. That's why I said, that's right, man. It's a blessing to have a family. I can't wait to have a family one day, man. I feel like that should be everybody. Some people, they different. Again, they might not want that, but that's my goal. That's always been a goal of mine. I said, man, I can't wait to have a wife, man. Because I'm like, when you're in the dating field, you get tired of talking around and messing around. You get tired of that, dude. That's exhausting. I said, I want to be with one woman for the rest of my life, man. That same woman. Every day I wake up, every day I go to bed, she there. When I'm 33 until I'm 73, she there. Like, I want that one person, man. Like, I don't want multiple people, man. I don't do that stuff, man. I don't know how people do that. It's messy, man. So that's my goal, man, to have a wife and have kids, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to raise my kids like Daddy raised us, you know what I'm saying? Being a kid myself, man, and looking at me raising my baby, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was just a kid myself. Like, you don't want to be immature and childish for the rest of your life, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I try to tell this old idiot, man. Like, but we ain't trying to parkour no more. I don't want to parkour for stuff. I did that when I was daggone 16 years old, man. We flipped off of stuff, man. We skateboarded. We jumped off of rocks. Like, we did all that stupid stuff, man. Like, I ain't trying to do it no more. I said, buddy, you ain't got no life, man. That's why you do this stuff, because you ain't got no life. You were born individual. You don't want nothing. And I said, even if you was a father, you'd be a terrible father because you couldn't even take care of your kid, dude. You can't even take care of your own self. Stuff is very tiresome, man. That's why I said there's just certain things I don't want to do no more. Because I said on some of my first vlogs, man, I remember that I said I'm working hard for my son that I don't even get yet, because I want my son to know that I worked for you, man. Like, I worked for y'all. Because I don't want them to know what it's like to want for something I struggle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want them to know that. I hated that feeling, man, when it was us, you know what I'm saying? I hated that. That's why I said living in that little value place, again, when we was homeless, man, living in that value place was the worst feeling in the world, man. We had just came back from Richmond, Indiana, man. Because Daddy had put all his money up into the church up there. It was a beautiful building. Sucky city, but beautiful. It was like 30 minutes away from Indianapolis. Hated that place. Hated it. 2008, one of the worst years on record. He put 15 grand of his money up there to get a church going. Negroes didn't want to show up and do it. And it failed miserably. It only lasted for like 3 to 4 weeks. So it didn't last a long time. And we came back and had to get a little value place. We got a house over in Indiana. We got a little value place, man. 1 bedroom. It's one big room. Ain't no front rooms on like a hotel. You get this room over. No. 1 big room. 2 beds. Mama, Stisha, and Hannah split 1 bed over there. Daddy had a whole bed to himself. Me and Joe slept on the floor. And it was like that for a good 2 months. That was one of the worst eras in our life, man. One of the worst eras in our life. Literally. Come home from church, guess where you going? Back to that place. 1 room. And we stayed there. And I remember that was a bad feeling. So I don't want my child to know what that's like. Pops always said, son, be better than me, man. He kept saying, y'all got your whole life ahead of you, man. That's why he didn't want to take our kidney, because he said, y'all got your whole life ahead of y'all, man. Do better. And now I know what he means. And I said, I'm going to make sure I do better to know that, you know, and I'm not saying that him and mama did nothing wrong. I'm just saying now with what I know, I think his daddy was raised in that city. Daddy was raised in that city. We was raised in that putrid city. I am not raising my son in that god-awful, forsaken, putrid city. I don't even want my son to step foot there. I want my son to know what life is. I do not want my son ducking bullets. I don't want my son living in the trenches like we did. I don't want my son to have to fight every day going to school, on the bus. I don't want my son to have to experience that, man. And he ain't gonna be soft. I'm gonna make sure he's toughened up. But I said I don't want my son to experience a lot of stuff we had to, man. Got to tell my son, like, yeah, I said, son, I caught a bullet at 25. I said, your granddaddy got stabbed up at 16. He almost lost his life several times. Said, your uncle done caught 2 bullets on 2 different occasions. I said, I don't want my son to see that. Like, I know Daddy did everything in his power, man, to make sure that we didn't experience that. But I said, you can only do so much, man. When you live in that freaking city, you can't expect us not to experience it. We live in the West End. Don't matter how intelligent you are, don't matter if you keep your kids indoors all day, your kids got to go outside. They got to go to school. And that's where it's at. Knowing what I know now, how about we leave that putrid environment? How about let's not go back to that? I don't want my son seeing death every day, man. That's what my homie here dealing with his baby mama. Like, I know he kind of slow sometimes, but I said, but the reason he's staying and he's doing it, I said, he literally is doing it because he said he was a Crip, man. He was a Crip from New York. He said, man, it was hard growing up in New York. He's from where he from? He's from the Bronx. He said, bro, I had to get jumped into the Crips at an early age. He said, because, bro, I got jumped on my way home from school. He said, bro, I woke up in the alley, man. He said, them dudes beat me so bad, took my shoes and everything, man, just for no reason, just because he was in the neighborhood. And he said, after that, I got put onto the Crips. And he said, I started banging, doing what I got to do. And with his son, he was like, man, he said, that's why I'm working so hard for my son. He said, because I don't want my son to have to do the same thing that I went through, man. He said, that's the only reason I endured this woman. He said, because I don't want my son to have to deal with the same thing. He said, my daddy walked out on me. He said, I don't want to walk out on my son, man. He said, I don't know what else to do. He said, but I don't want to walk out on my son like my father walked out on me. So I give him his props. I said, at least he's trying, son, as a man. You hear me? He just didn't know how to kind of get up off of a girl. But the reason he was on a girl like that was because he didn't want his family. He didn't want to break his family apart. I said, I understand it. There ain't nothing you wouldn't do for your kid. And he said, I don't want my son to come from a broken home, man. He said, I'm trying to keep my family together. And I said, well, bro, sometimes you might have to do what you got to do. But I said, I understand your fire, man, your fight you got. Because you don't want your son to deal with what you did. That's the same way I am. I don't want my son to have to feel what I feel, man. I told you, me and Joe had to grow up fighting, man. We always had to fight, man, because we was there. I'm sure he don't want his son to have to fight every day. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my kid to experience that, man. Being woken up by violence outside and fighting, man, and just chaos in the house and outside the house and just all type of stuff, man. I don't want my son to experience that, man. You hear that? Yeah. Yeah, for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody wants to have a better life, man. Everybody wants to, but I'm sure, like, if you could change some stuff, like, would I change it? No. I said, but I maybe some things I wish I would have did better, and I wish I would have been a little bit more smarter in the world then. I said, but I wouldn't change nothing in my life, man. Maybe some of the decisions I made, I said, but I don't really necessarily regret a lot of the stuff that I did because I'm like, it made me who I am today. So I can make sure that my son doesn't do that. So I can make sure others that want to listen and hear somebody's story knows that. That's why I say you don't necessarily have to be involved in the hood, man, to come from the hood. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the stuff we had to do to survive, I don't want my son to know that, man. I don't want my son to feel that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them to have to fight, bro. You shouldn't have to fight. You know what I'm saying? You young, man. You should go to school and learn. Figure out stuff about your life, man. What's your calling at an early age, man? I don't want my son getting distracted by having to fight everybody. Fighting every little dumb little Negro because they don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I can't stand niggas, man. All they do is mess with people all day. It's like, bro, we had to fight because they mess with us all day. It's like, bro, what do you want? They was mad just because you had a good family. Just because you on the block, they don't know you. Or they want to size you up. And that's why I said I'm done with the niggas sizing me up. I can't have niggas come to me. Everywhere you go, they want to size you up, man. What's that you claim, man? Who you know? Where you at? I said, this is how y'all get shot. And I said, I don't feel sorry. I said, if I shot you, because I wouldn't feel sorry for you. Because I'm like, the fact that you do stuff like this, the fact that you act like that, I said, bro, that's mad annoying. Like, I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about no block. I got a life I want to live, man. I ain't got time for a nigga trying to size me up. I said, niggas talking about you got to check in to come to LA. I said, you wouldn't have to worry about it. I wouldn't check in and come to LA because I wouldn't go there. As much as I used to love Los Angeles, that's one of my least favorite spots now. I'm trying to go over there. I'm trying to go somewhere where you niggas ain't. I ain't got to check in over there. I got to check in for my flight to get to that place. I ain't got to check in with no local hood. Like, nigga, please. And that's why I said I couldn't be rich or famous because I'll buy the block and I would evict everybody out that block, including the good ones. I'll evict them all out. I said, now you know what? Y'all paying for them niggas. Y'all paying because they run their mouth. Get them. Handle the issue here. I'll buy up all that territory. It won't be no blood, nothing. I said, I'll buy it. It'll be mine. That's my snack area. I've turned the whole area into a snack room, food trucks, everything. And that's how you deal with niggas, man. They talk too much, so you just go buy up everything. And when you buy up everything, you ain't got no power, you ain't got no money, so I'm like, you ain't gonna do nothing about it. You just sit there running that mouth. I said, they really need to stop talking, because one day somebody gonna come and buy that block. They're gonna come and buy your place. You don't own it. And if I had the money, I'd buy it, man. I'm tired of this, man. I'm tired of trenches all day, man. That's all we do is talk about the trenches. Los Angeles. Nobody trying to be influenced by that no more, man. That's why I said I don't want to be around that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll never forget where I come from. I'm still a Louis villain at heart, man. I'm always going to be a Louis villain. You know what I'm saying? And Louis villain, like a villain. That's what we call ourselves, Louis villain. But I said, but that don't mean that I got to associate with that place all the time and live there. And I said, dude, I don't want my son or my kids or my wife. Man, I don't want them to step no foot in that city, man. The only time they come here is to visit grandma. Come visit mama, the church, that's it. Got nothing else to say to nobody else here. I don't know how you raise a family in that future city, man. I don't know how you do it, bro. Hang on, 1 second. I can take y'all to that movie theater over there, boy. That thing's huge, man. I would take y'all into the movies and watch a movie, but that's copyright. Bro, they might take my channel down for that. They'll stream the whole movie with the homies, man. Daggone it, more the Sony Pictures and Paramount coming after me. I would choose not. Y'all like this channel, don't ever want me to do something like that. So yeah, man, what was I talking about? Something, I don't know how I even got on the future son thing, but yeah, I was just talking about like just changing a lot of your ways in your life, man. A lot of people do change that. They don't want to do the same stuff like it no more. You know what I'm saying? And usually what humbles them is their kid, man. When they have a kid, it does humble you. So thank God I ain't got a kid right now. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a possibility now. It's like, yeah, she been moody this month, y'all. And but if I did, I definitely would. I would do everything for my child, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's a joy to be a parent, man. I don't know how people don't, you know what I'm saying? I got a friend like that now, man. Like, again, most of the mothers I see are top tier. She's the one that ain't. And so they just be bums. That's why I said they don't want to do nothing, you know what I'm saying? She don't want to work. She don't get no job. You know what I'm saying? She living off her mama. And she talking about niggas all day. I'm like, but you a bum, though. You know what I'm saying? She's like, oh, my baby daddy this and a nigga locked up. She all up on a nigga that's locked up. You know what I'm saying? And then again, they want to try to hit you every day. I said, no, don't hit me every day. That's why I said, bro, I have to tell everybody this. I'm like, bro, because they want to get cool with you like that. I said, look, I don't want to talk to people who ain't doing nothing. Like, she was trying to hit me every day and talk. Oh, no, I don't want to talk. I don't talk. I ain't got nothing to say. It was good seeing y'all the other day. I said, but I don't want to talk to you every day. Because guess what they get on there doing? Talking about a whole bunch of nothing. Want to have you on the phone about nothing. Let me tell you about my baby daddy. I said, no, I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about that. And then you look, I've been gone for 2 years. I moved from Louisville 2 years ago. And then you look, and they still have not changed. Most of the people went on with their life. It was like, she has not changed one bit. I said, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you not change, bro. You got a kid and you ain't even doing what you got to take care of. I said, your mama take care of your kid. You have failed as a mother. Oh my God. I couldn't imagine. You said these are my pants? Nah, man. This is I don't know what this is. What is this? I'm wearing all black. All black. You hear me? You looking at this marble? Hold on. What y'all want to talk about, y'all? We'll talk about whatever y'all want. I be want to start conversations with y'all. Y'all be too scared to talk. Y'all be like y'all shy or something. Don't be scared to ask questions, man. I do this for questions too. I like doing Q. I was gonna do a whole stream just based off Q&As. I was gonna do a go live together where I can let some of y'all go live with me. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all can't talk, man, I'm like, bro, I ain't gonna be going live with niggas. Can't say nothing to me. Like, y'all can't say nothing. Nah, I'm in Texas, not Cali. Nah, I definitely wouldn't be in Cali. Nah, Texas. That's why I like it here, man, because people are different. You know what I'm saying? Most people here know what they want. You know what I'm saying? So it feels good. You know what I'm saying? I keep seeing the only people that don't know what they want is the Negroes I know. Like, bro, the old buddy don't want to know. He don't know what he want, man. You know, slow nigga. I said, bro, I came to Texas by myself to live by myself. I don't want to live with no man, man. I'm like, bro, like y'all been doing everything that I've been doing. Like, bro, why would I undo everything that I worked hard to do? Can you hear me? Like, can you hear me? Yeah, I said I'm going in and out. Is that a snake you laying on? No, I don't know what this is. What is this? It's just like one of those decorative, like, I don't know. Stuff is made out of like, hold on, look. It's like out of this like marble material. I don't know what that is. So no, it ain't no snake. I don't even know what this is, bro. This is just like designs, decorations. Don't be over here. I mean, superstitious. Like, you laying on the back of a sea serpent. Like, if I was, I wouldn't know. I don't pay attention to these things. I walk past these all the time. I don't know what this is. I just wanted to switch up the scenery where I do my lives at, because I'm always over there, sitting over there talking to y'all. Yeah. What else y'all want to know, man? Oh, do they have food trucks? I don't think not near me, no. That's probably more that way. I'm a little, they got it mainly downtown, man. That's where some of the best food is. I took, when I first came here, I talked to this woman, man, and our second date was downtown. And she knows, she from here, so she knew everywhere. She took me to this place where it's like food truck central. They got a big old like projector outside where you can sit around. Big old, it's like got that like golf grass out there. Beautiful place. It's like 3-4 different food trucks of like Italian food, Mexican food, pizza, all type of stuff. Like a mini bar over there too. And this is outdoors now. And so we got the tacos, man. It was a little pricey, but those were some of the best I've had in my life. Bro, it was so good. And I told her, I said, I ain't never heard of this spot over here. She's like, yeah. She said, I come here all the time. I said, bro, this is one of the best places I've ever been at. So they be doing their thing with these trucks, man. These food trucks for real. You know, I was thinking, I said, I kind of miss the old times, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I like to get flashbacks. I miss the old days, some days, you know what I'm saying? Like, those was good times, you know? Not that you reminisce on people you was with, I know, but you remember, like, it was good times, man, when at that time that happened in my life, when I was with old such and such, or when I was around that person, you know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of do miss them times, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I first came here, it was stressful. But towards the end of the year, it was getting better, man. The beginning of the year, it was stressful, but around, like, the September or October, that's when it started getting a whole lot better, man. Like, I think October or November when it started getting a whole lot better. because I didn't really know a lot of people like it here at first. And then when I started working, of course I got acquainted with the homies. That's how I know the homies now, because we all work with each other. You know what I'm saying? And I got acquainted with them. And then I wasn't really looking to, get back with somebody yet, because again, I just broke up with that white girl. So I was like, it was some months after that. And I said, I didn't want to do the same thing in San Antonio I did in Louisville. I said, I don't want to do that. Like, let me figure out what I'm doing here. And then I was like, well, just go, man. Just like go figure out, go see, And so, I put myself on the app, you know what I'm saying? And I met somebody, you know what I'm saying? You met people. And then, it was good. Like, people was cool. They was nice, you know what I'm saying? And then, we had a little time. We was cool. You feel me? And then they're like, what's up, Ben Bill? I said, I knew you was missing. I said, somebody missing in here right now. But, yeah, they was cool, man. You know what I'm saying? For a period of time until they get weird. I'm like, I don't like weird people. But that's why I was saying, like, being around people that are smart, man, that actually know what they want, they know what they doing, you know what I'm saying? And so we found out we was a little compatible, you know what I'm saying? And so she was taking me to, like, a lot of the spots here to go eat and, like, go do stuff, you feel me? And so that's how I know some of these places here, man, because of her. I still ain't even been all over the city yet, you know what I'm saying? So I had my moments, man. Like, when I was in Louisville, I was always on the go, man, for somebody. I'll say, I'm going to get with somebody this, I'm going to get with somebody after that. Like, I'm reserved here now. I don't care like I used to no more. But yeah, sometimes you throw yourself out there. Like, it's cool. It's a great place to do it, man, because the options are way better. But I said I just didn't want to get with a lot of people. I just didn't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't. I'm more focused on life, man. Like, I ain't satisfied till I get my Porsche, man. You feel me? Get a Lambo. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't satisfied till I put put my first down payment on a house. That's what I want to do. I don't care about no. You know what I'm saying? Everybody care about. I don't care about that stuff. I care about, like, I mean, I do, but I'm like, I want something that means something in life too. You know what I mean? That's why you come here. Everybody owns houses, man. I said, you go to Louisville, don't no nigga own a house, man. Nobody know they don't own that. Because everybody talking about who with who slept with who, you know what I'm saying? Who like who is who, you know what I mean? Like, they don't care about that stuff. That's why I didn't think it was possible to do business, because everybody there don't do business, man. Everybody there broke, so they don't do nothing. So, I definitely had to change my mindset while being out here, because being out here, it's a whole different ball game, you know what I'm saying? Like, the mindset is so different here, you know what I mean? Everybody here knows what they want. They're a little bit more straightforward and chill, you know what I'm saying? And so, it's good to get around people here like that, man. They more mature, man. They make you grow up fast. Instead of being in Louisville, man, you don't grow up here with niggas. Like, niggas don't know nothing. That's why they live in Louisville. That's why I said I would take people's advice here if I take somebody that live in Mississippi advice. Like, boy, you live in Mississippi. I ain't listening to Jack. You got to say. So that's why I said, I'm like, it really does. It does matter where you surround yourself. I know people say it don't. It does. It really does. Because you're going to end up like them. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's why I said that was the fun part. That was the challenging part. Because, like I said, I didn't know nobody here, so it was up to me to find people and meet people. And so everybody I know here now is because of me, you know? All the connections I got here now is because of me, because I did the work, you know what I'm saying? Like, you look at yourself 2 years later, it's like I'm not exactly where I want to be, but I am a whole lot further than where I was, you know what I mean? And so, and I said, with the homies. I hung with the homies for a period of time, you know what I'm saying? But I said, I ain't on that type of time like that no more. I said, bro, like, I'm grown, doing my own thing, you know what I mean? And a lot of them understand that. I said, it's only this one fruitcake nigga that don't seem to understand because he's too stupid to know anything. So he keeps bothering people, you know what I'm saying? And so I said, I'm sorry, man, but you're going to have to go on red, bro. You're just going to have to just start leaving people on red and seen. I ain't got nothing to say to you. Hold on. Hear your new creation. What new creation? I should take y'all downtown, man. See the food trucks and stuff. I should, man. I want today, not today, man. No. It ain't just downtown. I think it's somewhere around here in this area. I just never go to them. Again, I don't really go to a lot of places all the time, man. I'm content with just chilling. Oh, I like to just chill a lot. We should go in. I'm gonna go in and talk to y'all. I need something to drink. So. But yeah, keep the questions coming, y'all. If y'all want to know something, still got questions for you. If y'all got questions for me. Said, I'm going to make that man run down on you. He ain't run down, but I have to walk you down. Don't do that. Don't run up on me. That's why I tell niggas, don't do that. It's cool like that. That's why I tell niggas, I'm like, dude, it don't matter it don't matter how you feel. I said, bro, people ain't gotta be around you. They ain't gotta like you, hang with you, put up with you, none of that junk, man. Like I said, people can say no. You know what I'm saying? And again, his problem is not understanding no. He's not used to being told that. So when I tell him that, and then when old girl tell him that, you know what I'm saying? Like he don't know how to take it. And so the two people that he thought was cool with him is not really cool with him no more. And that's why I said, like, well, see, when you a jerk, like, you ruin your connections, man. You ruin your friends and your people. So I said, buddy, that's on you. So I'm like, I told him, I said, bro, you can move back here. It don't mean you go. I said, bro, I don't care if you was next door neighbors. You would not be over my crib. I don't like people in my crib. I keep trying to tell this nigga that. That's why I said, what is it with these suspect gay niggas? Like, bro, I told you I don't like people around me like that. I don't like niggas in my crib. I said, buddy, I don't even have women in my crib like that, dude. I've been in this place for like, how long? About a year now? Almost a year. And I still ain't had no woman over my house, man. I don't like people over my crib, nigga. And if I ain't letting them over, why am I gonna let you over for a fruitcake? Like, man, please. Why? So you can sit on my couch and tell me about your problems with your toes curled up? Boy, you ain't going somewhere with all that fruitcake. Everybody trying to talk to you. And that's why I said I just don't even associate with people like that, man. It's weird to see a man even think that he's entitled to another man talking on his couch. Like, I said, yeah, we're not hanging like you think, but you're going to be very upset when you realize that the game doesn't go the way that you think it goes. Nigga trying to run game on you. That's so weird. You seen one woman in your crib. Did y'all? Like, what woman was that? If you talking about the woman that I was with last year, yeah, like, well, y'all wasn't even ever that. I ain't even had this channel yet. So maybe it's the one y'all talking about I'm talking about, but other than that, I'm like, yeah, ain't nobody been in my crib since, bro. And I like it like that. What is it with everybody trying to move in all the time? Moving with you, fool? Like, no, it's not moving with you. Yeah, I tell little girl that, man. She was on that type of timing, man. She's like, well, what if we? I'm like, nigga, I ain't moving in with nobody. They ain't my freaking wife. I'm like, girl, please. But no, I'm good. I'm good. So you over here enough. I said, if this is what marriage life is like, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like it, cause like people all up in my crib. Hold on, y'all. Let me open this door. Hold on. You got it? All right, y'all. Go up these steps real quick. I said, he said, wait, listen, she was curious. She was lost, okay? I had to redirect her. But I said, come back anytime. I was about to go make some coffee. I said, oh, you want some? I was just, making coffee. Bro, I told you, I would have felt bad, man, if I had shot her on accident or purpose. I would have felt bad. I told you, I would have looked, I was like, oh my God, what have I done? I said, these hands shall never touch white flesh again. Oh. I would have felt so bad. I'm like, oh, y'all. Like. I said, if it was the common Negro woman, I would have been like, you shouldn't have been over here. I said, the white one. I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? Call the FBI, somebody. Get back. Get back. Move. Get back, man. Get back. Hold up. Let's get some lights and some music going. Ooh. Actually, should we go back outside? I want to go outside. I don't want to be in the house, man. I got my charger with me, so we got all night. And not only do we got all night, we got all Musketeers. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Yeah, take that, LB. You talking crazy. Listen, I got plenty of musketeers for everybody. You get a treat. You get a treat. You get a treat. Yeah. Hold up. Nah, don't oh Lord me. Nah, y'all knew what it was. You knew what it was. Come on now. Y'all think you didn't. You knew what it was. Hold on. Let me mute this TV because it's YouTube, so YouTube will copyright me for this whatever going on TV. Hold on, 1 second. You know, maybe we'll stay inside for a little bit, y'all, so I can cool off. Hold on. Y'all be quiet and give me 1 second. You're talking too much. You guys are like the worst. You know that, right? You guys are no better than people that live in Mississippi. Let me get some music going. Y'all be quiet and be quiet. Okay? Be quiet, shut up, and then be quiet again. Then shut up after you be quiet. What's wrong with this thing? Slow? Ooh, yeah. It's called Blue Bonita. Yeah, that's perfect. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. You know what I forgot? I forgot I still even got this flower. This thing's been through a lot. I just threw this thing in my drawer. I love this flower, man. I don't know why I like this flower so much. I told you I love a rose, man. I call this song Blue Flower. I know this is red. If I could turn it blue, I would. Man, I love that flower. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it pretty? Beautiful. Birdie. But yeah. Shout out to all the flowers out there, you hear me? It's my signature move. Hold on. Anyway, what y'all said? Because y'all be running your mouth. What y'all said? What song? What song did I tell you about earlier? It's a way. But yeah, I feel like my birthday was just here, man. It's crazy. I spent my birthday, man. I had a real good day, man. I went by kind of fast, don't you think? Y'all were in the first, like my birthday was just here, man. That was a great day. I ain't gonna lie, my birthday was one of the best days of the year. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. So definitely shout out to my birthday, man. I was out all day. That's why I said I was up for almost 24 hours, man. I was out all day and night, bro, for real. Cause I spent the first half of it, man. Like, somebody wanted to do something nice for me for my birthday, the first half. You know what I'm saying? And so they really made my birthday, man. That was special. They really made my birthday special. You know what I'm saying? So, and then when I got back to the city, man, you know, I had the people sit me up. I wanted to go do something, so we went to do something, man. But the first half of my birthday, man, was really special. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to that person, man. They definitely came through. You know what I'm saying? Because the last two birthdays was not really that good, or at least they wasn't bad, but I guess I didn't really care that much. But this is perfect, man. It's perfect. So yeah. And now I'm going to eat my Three Musketeers to make it perfect. Ah yeah. Look at this delicious chocolatey goodness. Look at the inside. It's so great. But yeah, I really did enjoy my birthday, man. So I noticed a lot of things this year are just better. You know what I'm saying? Especially around this time. So I wasn't expecting my birthday to actually go that good. It actually did, man. So yeah. You know, I had a good time, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was well needed, because I've been stressing, man. The last couple of months I was stressing. So that day was special. Everything been getting better in my life lately, so that's been good. You know. So when that person did come around and they made my day, that was nice, man. That was really nice. Shout out to you. Now, it's time for our science experiment. It's called chemistry. I know these don't look like they go together. One is black, the other one's blue. But when you mix them together, they make beautiful music. A secrecy shout out to that person. What? What? Day parting? What? Man, y'all better be tripping. I never do. Nah. Shout out to that person. You know who you are. Mix a little bit with a lot of it. So we always pour about 1/4 in first. You always pour more Coke than you do that. All you do is mix it in. This is what I was doing when I first did my live stream. My first live streams, I would get a Red Bull because I would stay up. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to stay up late. You know what I'm saying? And I would mix it with Coca-Cola or whatever for like a nice little sweet taste. You know what I'm saying? It's good, man. Help see? Hold up. Anyways, y'all, what y'all want to know? Y'all secret. What y'all want to know my secrets? You know everything about me, man. Dang, let me know something about y'all. Talk to me. While I eat my lovely Three Musketeers. Why y'all so quiet, man? Y'all can talk. Dang. Who's new in here? Let me know who's in here, man. If I got some newbies in there, if I got some people in here, even if I got people that want to start a fight, let me know. I've been roasting people, so I'll see how the jokes. I don't know nothing about St. Dunes. I ain't never been to them. That's what happiness look like right here, y'all. That's what peace look like. And again, you tell them old freaks that be talking all the fake, the wannabe men of God, them little fake Negroes that be trying to give people word. They not called to give people word. Yeah, they word never came to pass on me. Because you ain't a real man of God, boy. Shut up. It's like, I go do something, you don't go preach. I said, well, I ain't preached yet, and God ain't did nothing but bless me. Idiot. I know a fake man of God when I see one. Standing right in front of me. You, buddy. Boy, this Three Musketeers is richer than his word. That old buddy's word. You can't have Three Musketeers. Go away. Nah, he still eats them. I still give him one anyway. Well, I give him half of it. Here, dog. Come here, Stu. Oh. All right, shoot. Watch this. So, dude, well, I look like somebody ghetto baby mama that just walked in, like she found out you was cheating when you came home. Got the bonnet on. Joel! Snap! She hit you so hard she spun around. Whoa! I see you outside there. Help you down. Get in the house. Hey, man. You have any ideas sometimes mama will be in her scarf and she'll come outside? She's like, get in the house now! Like I said, mama cool now. Mama used to be ghetto. Yeah, mama still got that ghetto reserve if she need to. Yo. Like somebody's angry black mother. Show up to the school like this. Like, yeah, you better do good at school. I don't know. Oh, I think I have to beat you when you come home. It's one of those, Mom, can we talk? Can I ask you something? You turn around with your glasses. Get back. Hey, bro. We never hit Mom and Daddy with the can we talk. We talk about what? Nothing. One time, Cesha told me, she said, I said, man, I hate the way Daddy always whoops us, man. She said, well, maybe go tell Daddy that, hey, I think you being a little too hard on me. Now, I was young. I was like 6 years old, but I knew he wasn't white. I knew that only works with white families. I looked at Cesha, I said, you trying to get me whooped? Because I thought about it. I was trying to imagine a scenario where I tell Daddy, hey, I think you being a little too hard on me. Even I looked at you, and Daddy always looked with his mouth open, too. Like, he was so shocked by everything, man. Because when he would hear stuff, he would look at them, and he'd be like, and he would look at you like he always had his mouth open, bro. So like, I don't know why that's the universal like black family sign. Now imagine me telling him, yeah, I think you too hard on me, man. He probably would have just said that look like, boy, my son white. Anyways, let's talk about stuff, people. Ooh. Got these three musketeers. What y'all know about that, man? Y'all want one? Cause y'all be snobby, man. Y'all like salads, but y'all don't like Three Musketeers, boy. Don't let me get on my case, man. No, please, man. But you know what? I didn't ask you. I didn't ask none of y'all. Anyways, y'all ain't talking, man. Come on, say something. Say something to me. mm. Y'all want to know everything that happened on my birthday? I'll tell you. So I almost got arrested. I didn't tell y'all that part. I almost got arrested, but I didn't. So that's all that matters. So dang, that'd be crazy, man. Spending your birthday in jail, that'd be crazy. Wait, what should be banned? Y'all talking about my Three Musketeers? Cause I know you ain't trying. Hold on, bro. You know what? You niggas talk too much. Y'all talk too much. I'm making it rain, baby. Make it rain. Make it rain. Ah. Y'all tripping, man. See, look, now they land. Look, I didn't even mean to do that. I opened up the cabinet, and then they all landed in the cabinet. Now I can open this up when I'm cooking. But yeah, I can make me a Three Musketeers shrimp ball. Sure can. Y'all haters, man. Dang, I ain't never seen nobody hate on me like this. Maybe your own people, man. Dang. Just when I'm trying to stand with the black and brown movement, look what y'all did. I can't trust y'all for nothing. Nah, man. I like it already made. That's the way I want it. I'm gonna take this thing off, bro. This thing can't get hot. It's gonna be dreading, you know what I'm saying? Y'all lame, man. Leave my look, man. Have a I said musketeers. A musketeers and shut up. If you eat hey, LV, I'm about to throw you for 24 hours. You keep on playing. I'm talking about that's like eating beets. How does a beet taste like a musketeer? That is two different categories. And ain't y'all don't want to eat salads and fruit? I'm like, bro, that's the closest thing to a beet than a musketeer is. I keep on playing, boy. All my beets is gonna be called musketeers. Keep on playing, daggone it. Y'all got jokes, man. That's why I see LVS. You on your 2.75th strike. You about to be on 3-4. Keep on playing. Well, y'all got jokes, man. I'm supposed to be telling y'all what I did on my birthday. Y'all want to know what I did on my birthday? I'm gonna change the subject before I have to ban LB for 24 hours. Yeah. So you must know, Nosy and Snoop Dogg, what I did on my birthday was I woke up at 5 a.m., man. And I had to get a bright and early start. Because I wanted to spend my birthday, man, for like, I wanted to be a full day for real. You know what I'm saying? I hate to wake up at like 9 or 10 o'clock, like, miss out on 3-4 hours. So, what I did was I woke up early and this up because I don't want this thing free. A lot of people hit me up, man. They was trying to figure out what I was gonna do for the day, and I was like, I don't want to hang with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody want to make plans. I said I can't make plans with everybody, man. I can only give it to certain people. So somebody was available in the morning. So like I said, I had plenty of time to do stuff in the morning. And what I do in the midday? I don't know. I had a lot of people that was trying to do stuff later that day, man, that night. But neither here or there. I told you about the person that I was with earlier, but later that night, that's when Jones that came through. You know what I'm saying? Jones was one of my friends that came through, and they wanted to take me out for my birthday, so we went out and had a nice little time. You know what I'm saying? That's when we was riding the mechanical bull, and I was like, I ain't getting on that thing, you know. A birthday breakfast? Are you talking about breakfast this morning? Because I don't even remember. What? Listen, Lisa, you can never have too much sugar. There's no such thing. If the good Lord didn't want us to eat sugar, he wouldn't have made it that sweet. So, like I said, he made it. That's the same as the nigga talking about, if weed wasn't supposed bad, the Lord wouldn't have put it out in the fields. I'm like, well, this ain't weed, this is sugar. So. I got a musketeer to end up in the sink. The forbidden fruit. Did I have a birthday breakfast? No, I don't think I did. Like, I don't know. I don't know. What did I don't remember what I ate around my birthday. You know, I was thinking, man, hopefully with them messing up my flight twice, I should be able to get a trip compensated on them, man. So I was thinking about using that trip, man, and just start traveling again. So never mind me, y'all. Never mind me. I'm just talking right now. So. You know how there's that person that you can't stand, but you can stand them, but you can't stand them, but you can't stand them, but you can't stand them at the same time? It's like, I like you, but I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be around you, but I don't want to be around you. That person you can't stand, but you can't stand that you don't stand. Like, I don't know. You just you know. Y'all know some people like that. Maybe it is a sugar high. So what? Sue me. I like sugars. I really need to stop getting these, y'all. I'm trying to stop. These are worse. I'm trying to stop with this, but I don't know. It's good. You know, there's just some people I just can't stand. Plus, I'm about to have a block list from here to Cancun, man. Starting with old buddy. He gonna be the poster child of people I start blocking. Like, yeah, don't be like him. Like, don't be like this. Buddy is all over this field. He's like, you blocked me? Is that how we're doing now? Is that what we're doing? Y'all ain't so much I want to talk about, man. Y'all be wanting me to just talk. Come on, man. They gotta start talking too. You You know what I do like about dreads, man? You can do so much with it. You can style it all type of ways, you know what I'm saying? Just wear it straight down. So you can take it and do ponytail with it. You can just do all type of stuff, man. So, ooh, ooh. It's something. It probably is the sugar, y'all. The sugar's coming in. Whew, man. Sugar rush is in effect, y'all. You ever have a person, man, that's like one of your favorite people to talk to? Like you might ignore everybody else all day, but that one person is just like that's your favorite person to talk to. Or you like a certain person that's like they cool, man. You know what I'm saying? Like they can always hit my phone, they can always talk to me, whatever. Cause I'm gonna tell you now, I don't like talking to a lot of people, especially no more. I got messages I ain't even responded to yet. I just really don't like talking to everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? But now when I look at it, I'm just like, that's just some people that, you know, it's always usually that one person, you know what I'm saying? What are we cooking? Oh, that's a good question, LB. What are we cooking? Shoot, what we got? Hold on. I'll tell you what we cooking. It's called McStrugglets. Yep, I'm gonna make the biggest cuisine. Get over. I'm gonna make the best cuisine you've ever seen, and after I'm done, you're gonna give it a section 8 out of 10. Yes, sir. You got these two, you can't go wrong. This is called government cheese. Oh no, I got some jam. I actually like this too. I'm gonna eat some of this too. I got some salsa. Oh, salsa. Yeah, salsa. Oh. Oh, shoot. Hey, we got some. Hey, you know what? I should cook in front of y'all. Is that what y'all want? Because I need to stop eating this junk. So we should make some tortillas. Yeah, let's make tortillas. Nerds. Y'all keep talking about me. Hold on. Hey, dude, get over sit. Get over sit. Sit. Tap dancing, boy. Every time I'm trying to do these streams. Oh my gosh. Well, it's another cooking with Stevie moment. I know. I think. Listen, this is called the meal of a nigga. This is all you need. Tortillas. I ain't got no cheese. All right, well, well, you know what? I'm a little low on cheese, so I forgot I used my cheese for my pizzas. I got to go get some more from the store. So we got this mozzarella and parmesan. We're gonna make a mozzarella, pepper jack, and Three Musketeers quesadilla. That's what we're gonna make. Oh, it's gonna be fire. Ooh. You just put that on top and let it melt. Yeah, that's gonna be fire. All right, is y'all ready? Okay, so I forgot how to even turn the stove on. How do we do this? How we cooking yet? Hold on. I don't know. Should we cook? I don't know, y'all. I do want some quesadillas though, but they give me a good time to talk to y'all. So. With this fire beat in the background. Yeah, I'm gonna get a retwist again, man. I didn't get a retwist. How was it growing up with the big sister? The worst. That's like the same way asked me how was it growing up with Joe. The worst. It was all the worst. How was it growing up with Hannah? The worst. How was it growing up with you, Steve? The worst. It was all the worst. You gotta understand, man, they all was snobs. That's why I said, like, Stisha was a snob growing up, you know what I'm saying? Because she was the oldest daughter. And so that's daddy's girl, you know what I'm saying? Stisha had a way to daddy's heart more than mama did. Like, that was just his daughter, you know what I'm saying? So she always kind of got her way, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, versus me, I was the last one out of anybody to get my way, man. Like, daddy, he didn't care. Daddy was just straight, straight knock you. But I said, you know, growing up with them, man, it was the worst because that's all we did. We fought, man. Like, that's all we did was fight. We fought over the remote, man. We fought over the TV shows we was gonna watch. We fought over the food. Like, we fought over who's taking a shower first. Like, I mean, we fought over everything, man. It was always fighting. And so Stisha would use her trump card. That's what she did. She couldn't win, so what would she do? Go to daddy. We be in there playing the game, you know what I'm saying? Playing our video games. I want to watch TV. Like, well, you gonna have to wait till we done. So Stisha also had big manipulation tactics. She would do it. Daddy, can I watch TV? And he was like, yeah, of course you can. He's like, get off that game. I was like, well, we just got on. And she knew what she would. That was one time it didn't work. That was one time it didn't work. We was trying to watch the NBA Finals one time. And she wanted to watch her little crappy shows, you know what I'm saying? She tried to come and take the TV out. She was so used to doing that, though. And so she thought she was going to go to daddy. It was going to work. And so she said, Daddy, I'm trying to watch my shows. They won't let me watch it. And I said, Daddy, we trying to watch the NBA playoffs. And so he told me, he said, Stisha, you can't just hog the TV. He said, that's all y'all TV. He said, let them watch their thing. I said, yeah, let's watch our game. I said, oh, yeah, that feels good to have a little privilege. I said, that was the first time it didn't work. Me and Joe messed with her. I said, yeah, how does it feel to be told no? Yeah, how does it feel? Every other time she got told yeah. Daddy always told her yeah, man. That's why I said I understand daddy's girls, but I said I also didn't like daddy's girls, man, because they be entitled, man. They think they snobs. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't want my daughter to end up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she gonna be spoiled, but I'm like, she also gonna be told no. I'm gonna train her how to like take understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop thinking that you owe everything just because you a girl. You know what I'm saying? I said that's their problem. They snobs. You know? Yeah, she was, dude. She was like LaTanya. That's her name, Tanya. Every time she get away, Daddy. And so Daddy would always, I don't know, he always like just. That's why I said I'm like, man, I agree, but I'm just like, man, sometimes you gotta be on your daughters too, man, because they be the worst. Like, Stisha was just as bad. That's why I said Stisha wasn't soft either, but I mean, she was just snobby. You know what I'm saying? Like. And they always got that way, man, when it came to the TV, when it came to anything, man. It's just like they just fight over anything. And they try to flex their muscle, you know what I'm saying? And I told her, I said, you a manipulator, bro. I said, it's your problem, you a manipulator. And so I told her one, I said, nah, don't try to manipulate daddy. I said it right in front of him. I said, nah, don't try to manipulate daddy. I said, you know what you was doing. First W. But Stisha did get in trouble a lot when something happened. She was the oldest, so daddy would hold her responsible, you know what I'm saying? And then I was the second oldest, so I was responsible for everything. It doesn't matter what happened, man. Joe do something dumb, I get a whooping. Hannah do something dumb, we all got whooping. You feel me? Like, and so I was the child. I was like the child that had to sacrifice my stuff for theirs. Like, we used to go to the store all the time, get them quarter cakes when there was a quarter. And so, I mean, we was getting some groceries. See, she went with us. She got some groceries. I think we was a little short. She was like, well, we might not have enough to get everything because we left the rest of the money at home. And she said, well, we don't, she said, She was like, if we got to put our quarter cakes back, she said, you're going to have to be the one to put yours back. She said, Steve, she said, Hannah and Joe get to keep theirs, and I get to keep mine. She said, you put yours back. I said, why me? I said, bro, why you always trying to single me out? Just because I'm the oldest son, I mean, I got to sacrifice nothing. I said, bro, you the oldest daughter. Shit, let me use your sacrifice stuff. And I said, that's why I turned out stronger than all of them, man, because I had to deal with it. I had to deal with it, you know? So did. That's why I said, they joked with me a lot, man. They joked with me a lot growing up because I was working out, getting muscle. When I was young, they was like, oh, he's trying to be super sexy. And I don't know how muscles are a joke. It's not really a joke, you know what I'm saying? But they used to find jokes about that. But then guess what happened a couple of years later? Guess who came to me? Joe. Now Joe wants to know how you get muscle. Joe came to me asking for muscle advice. Stisha came to me asking for muscle advice. And then Mama came to me asking for muscle. I was like, oh, yeah. See how that, yeah. What funny when y'all was doing jokes. Yeah, and then y'all come to me when y'all want, yeah, okay. I said, yeah. You gotta get it how you live it how you get it. Yeah, I couldn't stand growing. I love them all now, but I said I couldn't stand growing up with my siblings, man. They was the worst, man. Like, ugh. Wasn't nobody a bigger daddy girl than Hannah, man. Like, Hannah always, she was the only way to get herself out of whooping. Don't know how she did it. Ain't never worked for none of us, man. Hannah always got herself out of whooping, man. Every time she was about to get corrected, I got pee real bad. So daddy tell her, go pee. He told her one time, he said, go pee and come back up here when you're done. She never came back. And he forgot. I ain't never worked with me. I said, hey, cuz. I said, but that ain't never worked with me, man. Daddy remember my whooping from days later. How you forget, man? I said, nah, he just chose to forget what he wanted to. That's when it was. Daddy always remember when he wanted to. Well, I couldn't stand that, man. That's why I was like, bro, what do you got against us? My family too. Sure did. That's why I said, bro, they did. $5. Oh, Jesus, it's terrible. Yeah. It's like I asked the homie here in my church. They got like 4 daughters, I think 3 or 4 daughters. And he said, yeah, we got all girls, no boys. I said, you got all girls? He said, yeah. I said, how you do it, man? He said, I said, dang. I asked Mike one time, I said, Mike, how you doing, man? He said, Holy Spirit. I said, oh, I'm sure you do, bro. I'm sure you do. I said, man, that's rough, man. I couldn't imagine, man. All girls, that's a challenge, boy. I said, y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all ain't wearing no jeans. Y'all ain't wearing no skirts. You ain't wearing no short shorts. You ain't wearing no... Cover your hands up with these mittens on. Everybody looking at your hands like, nah. Like... Because girls be fighting all the time. That's how mama and them said they, because mama had a lot of sisters. She got a lot of sisters. Only one brother, all sisters. And so I think mama's like, she's the oldest out of like 5 or 6. And so she was like, all we did growing up was, that's why they didn't want us fighting. Because she said, all we did was grow up fighting. She said, we fought over everything, man. She said, we fist fight each other. You know what I'm saying? She said, man, one time I put $20 in my shoe. Because, you know, family steal from you, right? She said, one time I put $20 in my shoe. She said, I came back. And then they was playing cards. She said, she came back. The 20 was gone. She said, somebody didn't find out where she put her money. So she said, who done stole money? You know, family, not me, no, I ain't do that. So she said she thought they start fighting. They all start fighting now. That's why they didn't want us growing up fighting, man, because they grew up fighting all the time, you know what I'm saying? I said, listen, siblings gonna fight. I think I just come with it. Because, I mean, we all fought, man. We just, that's what we did. Nah, that's true, man. It's true. I mean, one time we was younger, me and Joe did get in a fight in our room. And so our room was right next to Mom and Daddy's. I don't know why we thought that this was late at night. Everybody was asleep. But something happened, man, because we used to have to share a room, and I hated that. So something happened when we got into it. And so I think I mugged him, my son. I mugged him. And so he had pushed me back. I think I tripped over something. I don't remember what happened, man. All I remember was he had pushed me. No, I pushed him back. I think I pushed him to the wall. That's how all that noise came. And so Joe used to get mad and cry all the time. He get mad. He says, "Oh, Johnny, you just good." He's in there hitting me, just, "Oh, Johnny, you just good." And I think he had pushed me on side, and I fell back and I tripped. And so while I fell back and tripped, he's sitting there. He's sitting there. I think I was like folded like sideways. I said, because I think I fell over something. I can't remember. And so he was fast with it because I told Joe to fight, so he was fast with it. So he came and started punching me until I got up off the ground. And I remember I got up, and then Mama came out, and she said, hey, you know, when Mom and Daddy sleeping, they gotta wake up. You know, you getting it. So she said, hey. So she pulled Joe. I think she pulled me off on my son like that. And then Daddy came out there. What I tell you about fighting? He said, nah. He said, nah. He said, we ain't gonna be having strife up in this house. He dealt with it the way they dealt with it. We all still fought though. We all fought up the off chances. But it ain't like I wanted to fight, man. I really didn't. That's why I was trying to get away from it, man, because I didn't want to fight nobody. I didn't want to be around my family and start conflict, man. I don't want that. So as we got older, man, like I said, we started spreading out. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just too close on each other, man. We just fought too much. So growing up with siblings, man, my siblings was not easy, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said Stisha was bad, you know what I'm saying? She was snobby. Hannah was snobby, but Joe was the worst of them all. I got my fair share or whatever, but I said Joe was the worst, man. He was the worst of all of us. I ain't gonna lie, he was the worst. I'm talking about, man, he was arrogant. Yeah, Joe was arrogant, man. So. Yeah, we just stay fighting. So that's why I said, like, it's good that we all spread out now doing our own thing, because I'm like, nobody wants to. Hold on, let me turn this down. Whew. Oh, sit up here. I always pull the drawer out so I can rest my foot on it. But So yeah, growing up with siblings, man, it's an adventure. I know that much. Definitely an adventure. But that's what I said. I'm like, but I think we fought like that so much, man, because we was kind of. I mean, we ain't had an option but to be all up on each other, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, you know, we was just so close. We had to share everything. So we got to share everything with everybody. That's why I don't like sharing stuff no more, because we had to do it our whole life. That's why I keep trying to tell this old fruitcake, like, I'm not letting a man move in here. Like, bro, I ain't letting nobody do what my career do. I don't want to share no with you. I want my own stuff. I didn't come to San Antonio to bum off people, man. I came here to be on my own, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm not sharing my apartment. I definitely ain't sharing my apartment with another man, bro. I don't do that. No. That's why I think it's crazy. I said, bro, this is like the third nigga that came here doing that. Like, I'm like, bro, I don't want to share my place with nobody. I don't want to get a house with nobody. I don't want to, like, no, I don't want to do that. And I've had all men tell me this. I'm like, bro, I don't want to be all up on a nigga. Like, no, man. I don't think people understand, like, you work hard for your own because you want to make sure you have your own. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not saying that I don't understand where people are coming from, but I said, this ain't California, man. Like, where everybody live with each other. We don't have to, because the rent is not crazy expensive out here. I said, stuff is not crazy expensive like that. So I said, nobody's gonna, you know, I said, you only want to live off people because you cheap. They done made it easier now to pay your rent, man. That's why I said, like, now they got flex pay. Most apartments are taking, like, flex pay, which splits your payments into two. So, like I said, say here, I pay $1,200 here. I said, I could pay the full $1,200 up front. I said, or I can sit here and pay the $600 now, and then I can pay the rest of the $1,200 at the end of, or the rest of the $600 at the end of the month. Or I can pay it in the middle of the month, you know what I'm saying, the beginning of the first month. I said, I can always pay it whenever I want to, you know what I'm saying? Because it gives you a chance to stack a little bit more of your money if you want. Or I guess it makes it better, like, okay, well, I can pay half now and half later. And it does feel pretty nice. It's like, okay, well, you know. So I said, it's easier to pay your rent like that. I said, I don't want to split that with you. They're like, nah, bro. And I said, they only talk about splitting the rent because, again, they trying to give you an illusion like, oh, you'll have to pay less money You know what I'm saying? If you're like, no, I don't wanna, like, I'd just rather pay my money to live by myself. Because if I did split it, I said that 600, the first payment of 600 would be 300. And I said, it don't matter, dude. The rent is cheaper, but I said, but the space is less. Now I lose space in here because now you in here. Because some woman in here. Like, nah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said everybody's doing the flex pay now. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of newer, you know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't work with my apartment complex the last one I was there, but I was only paying like $860 for it, you know what I'm saying? And then I think the last couple of months before I moved there, they started accepting it, and so they started doing that too. So, of course, mine was only like 400, you know what I'm saying? I have to pay like a 400 payment, you know what I'm saying? But this apartment's a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? It's 1,200 a month. So, of course, it's higher. So, yeah, it's 600 now, you know what I'm saying? Which is not bad, you know what I'm saying? And then I get to use the other money for the rest of, like you said, the bills, the you know, the lights, the utilities and stuff. Everything is already included in the rent. So I'm like, and then even the internet and the cable now is included. They do that now. They make it included in the rent. Yeah, that's why I said, I'm like, bro, this, you know, that's why I got that apartment when I first moved to San Antonio, because I was like, bro, I'm trying to make sure I know, like, you know, it was somewhere pretty nice, pretty decent, and neighborhood was pretty decent. I lived over where a lot of the Afghanis. It was like a large Indian and Afghani population, which it was still a nice place, you know what I'm saying? But it was on the other side of town, you know what I'm saying? But it was cool. It's just I got tired of living over there, man. And then, like I said, it started getting kind of crappy. And then I think they were trying to raise it up. I said, man, please, I ain't raising it. Yeah, I'm living out here. That's why I said, like, this is what $1,200 a month to get you. You know what I'm saying? And it's not bad at all. That's why I said this place is not bad at all. That's why I'm like, I love to live by myself. I said, look, this apartment is one of the first places. It's like the first nice place I've ever lived in my life. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I kept saying, I said, I enjoy it over here. So I don't want a lot of niggas over here. I don't want a woman over here on my couch messing everything up like they did the last one. Like, no, I don't want that. Like, I like it here by myself right now. For at least for the time being. And I was like, homie, I ain't even had no woman come over here yet. And I've been over here for like, what, 8 months now? Almost 9 months or so. I said, bro, what do I want you here for? What do I want a fruitcake on my couch for? You know, you can't stay with me three weeks. You can't stay with me 3 days. You can't even stay over here for 3 hours. You won't even be able to be over here for 3 minutes. You can't be over here for 3 seconds. You won't even be over here for 3.3 milliseconds. Like, bro, you ain't coming over here. I said, bro, you ain't coming in my crib, dude. As you can see, the place is not that big. It's big enough for one person. Maybe 2 people, like a couple. Like, if I had a woman, like, okay, it's enough space for me and her. But I said, but it's not, like, nah. You want no nigga in there, nah. Like, why I can't have peace to myself, man? Come home and I got a grown nigga on my couch, man. All up in my kitchen, in my crib. Like, boy, this ain't Seinfeld. We don't do that. Like, no, you can't be in my crib like that. No, this ain't Martin either. You don't just walk over and come over. Nah, bro. Yeah, he ain't spending the night. That's why I said nah. You know what I'm saying? I said, like, he gonna get a better chance than a woman to come over here. Good night, Lisa. Have a good one. I know I'm about to rest in a little bit. I'm gonna rest in a little bit because I am kind of tired. Not right now. That's why I said, homie doing that stuff, man, because again, he thinks he's better than people, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, you ain't coming over here. You're like, nah, you going around. And so I said, he's just gonna skip over everybody else, all the other women that wanted to. I said, you just gonna skip over them. I said, nope. I said, I ain't having you come over here. Because me and old girl made a joke earlier this year because she was like, yeah, he's always, he keep bothering us. And so she was the only one that was going to come over. I was going to let her come over because she be in the area all the time. You feel me? And so she was like, yeah, he'll be mad if I came over. I was like, what? He's mad at anything. And I said, you will be over here before he do. I said, I don't like nobody in my place. I said, but you be over here before he do. And so, and then she was like, watch, he gonna try to come over one day. And I was like, nah, he ain't like that. Please. Now, I think that was the final straw that set me off with that. I said, nah, he's getting too comfortable. Like, no, I'm gonna let you know what's up, homie. We don't do that. You ain't coming over here. Like, he keep trying to imply himself in your life. I said, yeah, I know how to deal with that. Just don't say that to him no more. Don't even talk to him. So that's why I said I love responding to that garbage. And then watch when I post something, he gonna slide up on it. Guarantee you $15, he gonna do it. Stuff is just annoying now, man. So yeah, I don't know what it is with these dudes, man. That be like, even to do with the baby mama, man. Like I said, he's cool people. You know what I'm saying? And so I think people be having a mindset like, well, if it was you, I would let you. I said, well, bro, like, I appreciate that, but I'm not you though. That's why when they do offer it, it was like, yeah, come over all the time. I'm like, nah, because I don't like going over everybody's crib. They always say, like, hey, man, if you want, you can stay the night on the couch. You know what I'm saying? I was like, nah, because he did it when he lived with his baby mama. And he always said it. He said, yeah, man, if you want, man. He said, if you feel tired, you don't want to go all the way home, because he did live like 25 minutes out of the way. He said, well, we up late, man, and you want to stay over? He said, yeah. He said, you can stay over here if you want to, man. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I appreciate that, but I said, homie, I ain't, you know, I never did. I was like, because I don't want to stay in nobody's crib, man. I ain't like that. And so that's why I said, even he was like, hey, man, he said, I'll give you a little rent money, man, to kind of stay with you for a little bit. I was like, and I just moved in here. I was like, bro, nah, man. I said, look, respectfully, nah, man. I said, I ain't even got a chance to even enjoy this spot yet, man. I said, I got niggas trying to move in with me. I'm like, bro, what is it? Like, why do y'all want to live off people, man? Like, don't live off of me. He ain't want to live with his baby mama, man, but he was trying to live off of me. I said, bro, nah, bro. Respectfully, no. I ain't with that. Yeah, that's what I said. I like my bed, bro. I don't even like staying in hotels, bro. I like my own bed, you know what I'm saying? I said, dude, like, I don't know what's up with these niggas nowadays. I'm like, bro, I like the space of my own home, man. Like, that's weird when a dude trying to offer you that. Like, I know some people don't mean it like it, but I'm like, bro, nah, it ain't stuff you say. I don't do that. Because best believe, I'm not offering you a night to stay at my crib. Like, if we was over here watching the game or something this late, I'm not like, hey, well, yeah, bro, you can stay on the couch. I'm like, you better wake up, bro, take a Red Bull or iced coffee. You better get going, because you ain't staying over here. That's just stuff I don't do, man. Like, no, you don't get to come over here. You don't get to, you know. But ain't never been over my crib, let alone trying to move in. I said, bro, just I can't take that insertation, man. It's like you're just gonna insert yourself over somebody, man. I can't stand people like that. Like it's almost like they think they better than everybody else. Like, you don't get a say. That's why he can't talk to me like he was one of them freaking Hebrew Israelites, dude. The way he even worded it. He's like, hey, brother, I just want, like, why you calling me brother? Like, what's wrong with this nigga? Just want to say, brother. I'm like, nah. I said, nah. Maybe he is a Hebrew Israelite. And it explains why he's so obnoxious. Wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna cut that. I said, well, yeah, you about the same. You just like them, ain't got nowhere to go. It's the same. I try to tell fools, I said, bro, people work. One thing mom and daddy always taught us growing up, they said people work hard for their stuff. And daddy did not play about time, man. That's why when we didn't do stuff on time, he was mad, because he said, son, he said, a lot of these people show up to the church, man. He said, they giving their time, man. Because he understood service. He said, son, they giving you time. And he said, if you're not respecting their time, he said, it makes it look like they wasting it. He said, he said, I value and respect their time, so you make sure you do it too. And so now I understand that. I was like, I understand what that means, you know what I'm saying? So when I see people that don't value people's stuff or people's time, man, I can't stand that, man. It's just like, buddy ain't got no respect for your time, your phone, your house, you know, nothing. It's just like he just automatically thinks that, you know, we boys, so I get to sleep on the couch. No, you don't. That's why I said, when I was moving out here, I even had Joe offer. He was like, hey, man, if you want to come stay on the couch, man. He was like, yeah, if you want to come, if you want to live in Dallas, he was like, he didn't know I was going to San Antonio, but he was like, yeah, if you come to Texas, he said, yeah, man, if you want to live with me for a little bit till you find a crib out here in Dallas. I said, no, man. I said, bro, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I said, I told him, I said, Joe, I understand the gesture. I appreciate that. But I said, dude, we have been on each other for years, man. We have all been swamped on each other for years. I don't want to live with none of y'all. I don't want to be around none of y'all like that. That's the whole purpose of me moving, is to get far away from everybody like that, because I don't want to be living off of people. I don't want to stay over your crib. And there's no offense. It's like, I don't want to be doing that stuff, man. I don't do it. I said, bro, I like my time. I like my space. It was lonely coming out here to San Antonio because I didn't have no friends out here yet. I ain't know people, but I said, but I liked it because it was all me, man. I got to build that. So the only people I let over my house was the homies, and the homies weren't even over my house like that either. It was more of a woman than it was the homie. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was talking to the two people I did around that time, I said, bro, they was the only ones that came over. Because even I didn't want them over my crib. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like people all in my space like that. And I said, I don't want to lay on nobody's couch, man. I don't do that, bro. I don't. And the only one that I did was the first one when I came out here. Because like I said, she actually owned her own house. So she actually wanted me to come over there more than she came here. You know what I'm saying? She lived way out there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love San Antonio, because it's a big city. So I told you, when you don't want to see them no more, she lives on the other side of town. So I don't want to see you no more. I ain't never seen him to this day. So I'm like, great. You know, great. You ain't got never seen nobody like that no more. I said, these dudes, man, I'm like, I don't understand it, man. I mean, again, I understand, like, you know, some people, this is what they do. It's not necessarily wrong with that. But it's the fact, again, these are the dudes that be talking. This is the alpha male boy. He's talking. But he's bragging about how much of a man he is, how he can take care of himself. You know what I'm saying? He moving back here. He made it a big deal. He was moving back here. He was just telling me how much money he was making and how much money he got, but then he's asking to live with me. I'm like, he said he was looking at apartments, and then I guess he figured that an easier way to save money is if I live with you. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, you ain't saving money living with me. Go ask the homies. Like, bro, you ain't nah. So yeah, I'm not and not the baby boy. That's who homie remind me of, baby boy, man. So you get choked out by big dude. Man, boy, don't come over here doing that stuff, man. I don't rock like that. That's why I said, like, I'm serious about my life and my time, man. I don't rock like that. So when I start seeing fruit, the spirit of fruity, I'm like, yeah, I don't do that. I don't play people like that. So that's why I said there's nothing wrong with getting your own, man. You know what I'm saying? I said I used to think it was kind of, you know, I thought it would always be kind of lonely. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first moved out on my own, when I was on my own, I said I thought it would be kind of different. I said, dude, it was nice. It was only me and Tank. When you grew up in a house full of people, especially Mama, Daddy, Joe, Stisha, and Hannah, there's 6 people in the household. 6 people. Everybody is all making noise. Everybody's running in and out the house, in your room, like constantly. You know what I'm saying? Remember, I was trying to move out at 15, 16 years old because I didn't want to be around like this. So I was trying to move out early. And I said, and then look, I done moved out. Got my own crib, my own spot, and I heard quietness all day. Now, sometimes you do get lonely. It does kind of get a little lonely, but it's a good lonely. It's not like I ain't got nobody to love me type. It's just like, okay, well, I'm single right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, well, it would be nice to have somebody in here. You know what I'm saying? But I'm okay with that. And I'm enjoying my years now, man, before you do get married. Because once you get married, you don't get to get no long time like that no more. You got a wife and you got kids. Your time for you is done. You know what I'm saying? So I said, enjoy those single years, man, while you got them. You know what I'm saying? Because once you get married, it's no longer about you. It's okay to enjoy your time for yourself for a minute, you know? So, nah, you straight up right, man. You enjoy your peace. That's why I said I enjoy my life. I enjoy my time, my peace, all that. That's why I want no grown Diddy on my phone, man. Got a little Diddy Jr., P. Diddy Jr. Hey, man, let me stay on your couch. Like, boy, like, I got 2 couches. You won't stay on one, boy. You won't stay on -1. I don't know what you talking about. You own one, but you ain't gonna stay on one. Like, nigga. So why is every time they never go ask the girls they know. They never ask the homies. They always come to me. It's like, where do you think I'm gonna go? I ain't got no spare blanket. I got a spare blanket for my bed. It's called my Fitty Sheets. That's what it's called. That be the dude that they get into it with his mama. I get into it with his baby mama. He's like, I ain't gotta take his girl. I'll go live with Steve. He show up to your door with a what's some of the things they did in them shows? They had like a stick, and at the end of the stick they had like a bag, like a it'd be like one of them sticks in the bag over his shoulder. I was like, hey, what's up? He'll show up to your door. Hey, what's up, homie? Like, what you over here? He was like, she kicked me out. I said, dang, man, that's crazy. Where you gonna go? He said, well, I was hoping I'm moving. I said, oh, look, is that over at work? Slammed the door in his face. He said, hey, bro. Y'all remember that episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? When he didn't want to live with Uncle Phil no more, he got mad. He tried to run to Jazz because he thought Jazz was his homeboy. And Jazz had 2 women in there. He said, nah, bro, you can't come in here. He said, but Jazz, we homies. He said, gotta go, booty calls. He said. I said, yeah, you thought because he was your homeboy, he gonna take you in. Nah, I don't work like it. He ain't gonna take you in. You know, it's funny, that's what Daddy told us when we was younger. He said, son, you think you got friends? He said, boy, if I put you out today, he said, try to go live with them. He said, you think they gonna let you live with you? He said, they ain't gonna let you live with them. I said, yeah, you ain't lying. That's when I was in my rebellious punk phase. I said, no, Dad, it's all about the dance. I'm like, no, you don't understand the young people. He said, boy, you don't know life. He said, dude, this is life. I never forget that, man. I was in my teen years, but what was I, like 15? I was about 15. And I said some of the dumbest stuff in the world. So I remember I used to sit outside all day because I was mad. So I sat outside in front of the house. So he went to the store. He said, come on, son, go to the store with me. So I went to the store. So it was up the street. He said, man, what you be sitting outside all day about? What you be thinking about? And so, I never really wanted to tell him what I be thinking about, but I did this time. I was like, and I told him, I said, well, I said something dumb. I was like, well, how I want to have my certain type of freedom, and I want to do whatever I want, and go wherever I want, and I want to have my own money, and, it makes me feel like that I ain't grown or something. He said, son, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard about. He said, see, man, I remember he said, see, man, he said, you know what your problem is? He said, he was like, he was breaking it down what life was. And then we had picked up the groceries. And then he said, see, man, you see what I'm doing? He said, I'm providing for my family. He said, because I'm a man, dude. He said, I'm a man, boy. This is what men do. He said, son, you can't be in your feelings, be no man. He said, what you talking about is that little boy stuff, man. He said, you need to grow up, dude, because you're going to have a family one day and take care of them. He said, I can't act like I want to whenever I want to. He said, I got a responsibility as a man to take care of my family. He said, boy, don't you ever say nothing dumb like that? Yeah, I remember Theo said that. He said, if you can't accept me for getting bad grades, you can't accept me. The crowd started clapping. He said, Theo, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard about life. He said, you are afraid to try. He said, I brought you in this world and I can take you out. That's what Mom and Daddy said all the time. He said, well, I brought you in this world, we'll take you out. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he meant like, we'll scold you. He said, nah, we will bury you. I remember he said, son, you don't know life. He said, you don't even know life. But then he can start getting mad, and then he'll be driving when he's talking. And he always, again, like he would preach, he would do his hand like that. And so sometimes he'd be hitting the steering wheel. He said, see, man, you don't know about life, dude. He said, this is why I be talking to you the way I talk to you, because you don't know what you be talking about. He said, see, you said some more stupid stuff like that. He said, boy, this ain't Disney Channel. He's talking about, he said, yeah, man. He said, well, we ain't white. He said, don't ever say nothing like that again. Oh my gosh, bro. But I understood him being hard on me, man. It was like, that was real. It's like, he showed you how to be a man, man. Stop being a little coon. You feel me? But, hold Yeah, I think it was a setup, man. He had a cold way of setting you up, and then he would ask the question like, so, he said, what you be thinking about? Or he'd be like, cause he would always ask me why I sat outside, and I'm like, I would sit outside a lot, cause I was like, I didn't want to be in the house with them, you know what I'm saying? And so he kept saying, he was like, what you sit out there for? And I told him, he said, what you be thinking about? And then of course I didn't want to tell him, cause I knew it was gonna be that right there, that type of conflict. I was like, I don't want to talk. You know what I'm saying? And so then when I started working, when I got older, I started working. I was never home, man. I was never home. I was always out, just wherever, you know what I'm saying? But at that time, we owned our own little duplex, you know what I'm saying? So him and mama lived in the downstairs. Stisha she already moved to Costa Rica, you know what I'm saying? And I was always at work. So me, Joe, and Hannah lived in the upstairs. It was like it was its own apartment. It was two different apartments. The only way you can get to it was you had to walk outside and walk up the steps. We bought this building for a good price. So, you know, it wasn't that bad. It actually wasn't that bad. So I had the upstairs. Technically, like it was just, you know, just us three. So it was an apartment for us three selves. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, it was different. But I was like, nah, this ain't it. I said, I need to move out. Like, move out from y'all. Like, I ain't gonna be around y'all. Like, yeah, look. But yeah, man. But yeah, living on your own, man. You know, that's what I said. Like, and I moved out on my, like I said, I was living alone. You know what I'm saying? I had my own spot. You know what I'm saying? And then especially after Daddy had died, you know what I'm saying? Like it was different. You know what I'm saying? Cause we still had that the upstairs duplex. You know what I'm saying? And so. You know, I was already looking for another place of mine. I was gonna move somewhere else. Again, I was trying to move to Chicago. I was trying to move out of Louisville. I was gonna move to Chicago, and I didn't really look into it too much after that. I was just kind of like, I was just trying to move out that house. I didn't mind staying in Louisville, but I was just trying to move out the house. Or like, you know, out of my old apartment. And so, you know, I went back to well after he had died. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was different, you know what I'm saying? It was definitely different. So, you know, Mama still lived in the downstairs duplex, but she wanted to move somewhere else. She moved in a nicer part of the, like downtown part of the city, with the nicer apartments and stuff. And so, you know what I'm saying? Since it was ours, it's in our name, we was like, we want to keep it. Like, I was like, I'm not gonna move out of it because it's ours, you know what I'm saying? And so I took the upstairs apartment, and then Hannah moved with Mama, so. I took the upstairs apartment. Joe took the downstairs apartment. You know what I'm saying? So we had our own crib. It was pretty neat. You know what I'm saying? We had our own little spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, first time in a while we ain't had to share nothing like it. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really have to. We just chose to. You know what I'm saying? But during that, it was crazy because it was quiet. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't used to quiet. You know, no noise, no nothing. And so it was, you know, yeah. I mean, I kind of was wishing I did move to Chicago, man. I really wanted to move to Chicago. Or I really wanted to move down south. I was trying to go to Texas first because I love Texas, but I didn't do it at the time, you know. I was like, well, Chicago's close enough, and it's a good city, so I was like, I don't mind going there, but, you know. But after that, man, after he died, I was like, no, I'm going to stay in Louisville for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I stayed as long as I could. I was like, I'm done with this city, man. This city sucks, man. But yeah, definitely after that, man, it was different, you know what I'm saying? Korea. They got a little Korean town up there. So yeah, I've always been a very independent person, man. I like my own stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'm a person, I don't like to ask nobody for nothing. I don't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, because I'm just like, I like to get my own, man. I like to work hard for my own, you know what I mean? I like to work hard for my own name, my own money, everything. So when I came to San Antonio, man, I came here with my own money, my own hard-earned, hard-worked money. So when dude is trying to move off of me, you know what I'm saying? I told you I've had 3 dudes that came in doing this, you know what I'm saying? Well, technically 4, but 3 dudes kept doing it. I'm like, I don't think people understand, like, you was not trying to live with no man, man. I don't want to live with nobody, you know what I'm saying? And they all coming like, hey man, you know, hey, we should get a place together. Or, hey man, you know, it saves on the rent. I said, nah, I'm good. I'll pay my rent. I'm good with that. You know what I'm saying? So they keep saying, so what, they was like, well, just think about it, man. Let me know when your lease is up. We can get a crib together. No, I won't. Like, I don't do that stuff, man. I like my own spot. You know what I'm saying? I'm very independent on that. I said, bro, I wouldn't even do this with a woman, let alone a man. I would not do this with nobody. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's, I don't know. So yeah, I work hard for my stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't want people in my crib all day. You know what I'm saying? I got stuff in here. You know what I'm saying? I said your bedroom is one of your most private spots, man. That's where people be having money and jewelry and all type of stuff. Like, you don't want no random nigga in your crib. Like, this nigga's already weird. He like feet. The nigga might like your feet. Might go through your closet sniffing your shoes. Like, you know, you let people over and they be sneaking in your closet and looking at what you got in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't, nah, I don't want this nigga there. You know what I'm saying? Like, probably ain't even confidential. Be telling people where he at, got his location on, come over here and, you know what I'm saying? Like, bringing hoes over here, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you know, he's a dude that ain't got no limits. I'm like, nah, bro. Like, yeah, he is. He try to take advantage of that. But I'm like, they realize you ain't that nice. I ain't that cool. We don't do that. Good night, Krista. I'm good. I'm gonna do one more round about walk with y'all, then I'm gonna call it a night because I don't really want to be here too long. So I'm gonna go outside with y'all real quick. I like to take my night walk before I wind down, so I'll take y'all with me. Loving this light. It's movie night. All right, I'm gonna usually I walk around and you know what I'm saying. Before I wind down. Sometimes when I get off live stream, I'll walk around and just wind down for the day. That's something I started doing now because I never really did it in my other neighborhood. I did it in Louisville a little bit, even though it was the hood, man. It still had like kind of like it's nice. It was nice at night sometimes, so I would kind of do that. But you know, I had to worry about you might have to shoot a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't know where you is, you know. But now I'm like being in an area where it's nice, you don't really got to worry about too much of that. It's peaceful, it's quiet, nobody's harassing you, messing with you. You know what I'm saying? So I like to take my time and just enjoy my life. Oh boy. Take my time and enjoy my life. You feel me? Hold on. Ooh, that's me. Oh, yeah, we can take a spare time and talk about whatever y'all want, man. Like I said, I'm all ears. If y'all got something y'all want to say, if y'all want to know information or y'all want to, well, not information like I'm telling y'all everything, but if you want to talk, man, you want to know something, let me know, man. Like I said, I'm all ears. It feels good to kind of do these streams now, man, because like I said, I don't have to fight people as much as I used to. So I ain't got to worry about no weirdos or no sickos or, you know what I'm saying, somebody that watch my daddy all day to be just obnoxious. Like, they be just obnoxious with it, you know what I'm saying? So, Texas is one of the best states in the United States, if not the best state in the United States, man. Like, it's got the best economy. From what I remember, it's got the best economy. The cost of living here is really good. Again, it depends if you work these jobs here. They're not the best. The wages are definitely not the best down here. They're a little bit lower, but that's only because the cost of living is good. But I do think that, besides that, the extreme heat is a great place. I'm here with business on some money. You'll be all right. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, Texas is just really that state, man. You know what I'm saying? There's not many really states in the United States I like anyway. The United States sucks. So, I kind of want to, like I said, if I ever did leave Texas, Florida would be the next state I would go to, And then if I ever did move up north, Chicago would have been the greatest place up north. Like, I would never live in New York City. I think it's a great city. I've never been yet, but I would never live there. And I don't even know if I would live in Chicago, but I would live there before I live in New York, man. I don't like anywhere up north. I don't like up north, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't like cold weather. I don't like that scenery, and the people just like different, you know what I'm saying? But Chicago, I've always liked that place, you know what I'm saying? So that'll be the only place up north I would live, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere else, nah. So, yeah, besides Texas and Florida, man, those are the only two states I love. I said they the only two places I like that I would live at. And besides that, I'm like, I would just move out the United States. Like, if I go anywhere else, move out the United States, man. You know what I'm saying? Which is really on my to-do list anyways, man. I said, boy, I can go anywhere, man. The cost of living is good. It really is, man. That's why I said it's great. Um, it's Floridian here. Cost of living is a little too high. Yeah, I know that's the thing with Florida. Like, Miami is kind of expensive. You know what I'm saying? All of Florida, even Panama City, they was telling me, they was like, yeah, it's kind of expensive out here. But, you know, I just don't, I mean, I don't like the fact that it is expensive. And then they houses out there, like, you know what I'm saying? You be seeing their houses, man, be like a Cracker Jack box, you know what I'm saying? And they be like 200,000, 500,000. Like, bro, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, it is a little different, but I'm like, if you have the money, yeah. But I'm like, if I'm gonna move out of state or out of the country. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really trying to. I don't really like the United States as much as I used to. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only a few good places here. Like, don't nobody want to live in Nebraska. You know what I'm saying? Anybody trying to live in Des Moines, Iowa? Like, this is places nobody even knows. Like, man, please. So that's why I said there's only certain cities you want to go here anyway. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, that's why I say you come to Texas, everybody drive one of these. Woo, Corvettes. It's like, yeah, you come here, man, people, they luxury living, man, you know what I'm saying? And they love and enjoy life. Hold on. So, yeah, my bad. Cost is high everywhere, I feel like. I mean, it depends. It definitely depends. But that's why I said the cost is high, because look where you live at. Like, you live somewhere where it's worth living there. Like, at least you get entertainment, man. Like, who wouldn't want to go to Florida, man? Florida got everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants to live in Kentucky. That's why I'm like, I was paying, bro, the same payment I'm paying to live here, to live in the apartment I live at, a nice luxury one, is the same one they want you to pay in Kentucky. Nobody want to live in, like, bro, and I told myself, if I'm going to pay the freaking money, I'm going to live somewhere where the money's worth it. You know what I'm saying? I said, bro, Kentucky ain't got jack, dude. Everybody one block away from each other. Everybody go to the same club, the same stuff. Nobody has nothing to do out there, man. That's why it's so crazy out there, because people bored. You become a career criminal living out there because you ain't got nothing better to do, man. You know how to hit licks better. You feel me? All your ops is up the street. Everybody running to each other. There's so much violence and shooting because you right there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said everybody see their ex every other day, man, because it's a small place. Like, everybody's just, they too well acquainted. You know what I'm saying? I told you, since I've been in Texas, I talked to 2 people, and I ain't seen them niggas since. And I like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you don't see these, you don't see them in Kentucky. You don't see that. You see them in Florida, and you definitely see them in Texas. You don't see these in Kentucky. And that's sad to think that I thought I was never gonna get one, man. I thought I was never gonna, like, live anywhere like that. I thought I would never see a palm tree in real life, bro. That's how low you feel living in that city, man. I thought I was never gonna see or experience any of this stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was only good for seeing off TV because I didn't know it was possible to travel. Because I thought it was for white people. I kept thinking this stuff was for white folk, man, because we around niggas all day. You don't know nothing. That's why y'all hear when I talk, I despise niggas, man. I loathe niggas, man, because they make you feel low. They always kill your dreams and potentials, man. You think you're going to be good just for being a West End, man. All you got is that bummy corner store owned by the Arabs, dude. That's the best thing you got in your community. So that's why I said I loathe niggas, man, because I'm like, I never thought it was going to be possible to be underneath these, man. I get to be under these every day. I didn't even know these things existed, man. I told you, I thought it was for white people. I thought starting businesses and stuff was for white people, man, because we been around niggas all day. Make you feel low, man. So that's why I talk so hard about them on my channel, because the same niggas that do that come over here trying to still do it again. You already living life, living nice, and now niggas are telling me to move back to Kentucky and go be a pastor. Like, you niggas are losers. Like, bro, niggas is losers. Finally out here, I prayed on this for a long time. God done brought me out here to San Antonio, and the Negro telling me that the San Antonio is in the book of Revelation, and the moon, the star, and the mothership is going to destroy half of the eastern coast of the United States. I said, boy, what in the world is you talking? What are you smoking? You fitting off, Fanny? Like, this so stupid broad. I'm like, I can't stand you stupid niggas, man. Y'all so dumb. She said, I urge you to move back to Kentucky. I'm like, boy, I urge you to stop Man, I urge you to just shut up. That's what I urge you to do. Hold on, y'all. It was a wild night, man. It was a wild night, man. Kept coming in, bro. They kept coming in trying to be deep. I said, man, please. The only white person I seen, I ain't gonna lie to you, the only white person I seen doing this was a dude when I did my live music streams last year or earlier this year, and I put like the 24-hour piano and ambient music. And some white dude got on there, man, and he was bragging about it. I think he was like, I ain't never watched it. He said, I think I'm the one that watch your father more than anybody else. Man, I know all his messages, and he kept coming and spamming the chat, all these Bible verses trying to be deep. I said, dang, dude, I didn't know white people did this. And that was the only one. I said, bro, the only people that come over, and again, all the white people that come over here are supportive, man. I would say about 75 to 80% of the black people of the black folk that come over here are supportive, man. Them is your people. I said, but you got that like 10, 15% of niggas, man. They think they know everything. And they ruin everything, bro. They ruin the streams. They ruin the channel. That's why I don't like this channel, because it's nigga infested. You trying to live life and like I said, God came and brought us out here. God keep blessing me every day, man. You know what I'm saying? I prayed on this journey. I'm on a journey he want me to be on. And some idiot nigga come over here like, I think you should be preaching. Why? It's because you think dumb. You stupid. That's why you live in Mississippi, you dumb idiot. Like, because you stupid. Always a nigga think what they think. I'm like, well, boy, that's why you dumb and your mama dumb and your family dumb and your kids are dumb. Y'all dumb because you live in Mississippi and Alabama. Shut up. Quit trying to make somebody into a pastor, dude. You ain't no pastor. And I ain't preaching to you even if I was. I promise you I wouldn't, boy. I promise you, I'll be in the hills in Montana preaching to white people before I preach to you. Believe me. We got done preaching to niggas. Well, you niggas is a lost cause. Y'all done. You finished. That's the stuff that make me mad. That's why I felt like that you could never do nothing, man. I always felt like you could never do nothing, man, because you were around people who always made you feel like that. They the ones that taught you this in society. They the ones that taught you that you can't get nowhere because of white people. And some of it is true. But I said, but then some of it is not true. And we grew up believing in that, man. That's why I said I've been handicapped for 15 years dealing with niggas. They handicap you on your thinking and the ways of life because they always scare you. The world's a big place. The world's a big, dark, scary place. It's like, well, yeah. So and so is the hood where we live at. Dope stroll on every corner, man. I'm tired of seeing crackheads and crack houses, dude. Like, that's a scary place. Why are we scared to try to get out of here? And I said, no, you just scared to try, man. And they kill your dreams and potentials. And they like, well, that's because people, like, that's always an excuse. Well, it's because they, no, it's because you dumb. If you still doing this in 2020 daggone 5, you just dumb. We ain't in the 1970s, man. This is 40 years of this same complaint we get. I'm done with that. But that pisses me off, man. I'm so tired of hearing that stuff. That's why I thought it was for white people, man. Because again, every Negro you see talk and think like this. Like, I get it, man. Everybody struggles, but I'm like, bro, we ain't supposed to make struggling a lifestyle, man. That's why people don't understand. Like, bro, poverty also is a sin too. They don't understand that fear is a sin. And when you run around here in fear and run around here in poverty all day, I said, bro, that is a sin, cuz. People got the fear of trying, man, because I'm like, bro, they don't know nothing. That's why I'm like, I'm done listening to people. It makes you feel bad, man. That's why I said they always made you feel bad, bro. Like you was thinking too high. Like you was thinking too hard. I've been wanting to do music for years, man. I told you, what in the world? Oh, that was a stop sign. Boy, you see the stop sign? Boy, from far back, it looked like the moon. I thought the moon was like right there, bro. I got scared. I was like, oh, I got scared. My nigga was about to come out. I was about to start taking off running, but I thought that was a big old blood moon. I got megalophobia, y'all. Like, megalophobia, crazy. I was like, bro, what the? I said the moon was just up there. I was like, it's the moon right there. So I thought that was the moon. I said, what the heck? It scared me. I was about to start busting caps at the moon. Like, that's going to do something. Buy me enough time to get away. But now that's why I said, like, I've been wanting to do music full time for a long time, man. But I said, but people always put you down. You know what I'm saying? I kept saying it's possible to make money off of your music, man. And the first thing they was like, it ain't realistic. It's like, well, what is realistic, man? What is realistic? Man, they always make you feel bad over everything, man. Like, dang, man. That's why I don't want to hear nobody talk about white people coming out their mouth. It's like, bro, ain't no white people did this yet. Stuff makes you feel really low. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I thought it was impossible to move out of your hometown and, you know what I'm saying, get around people that was, you know what I'm saying, serious about the same thing you was. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said it was weird getting around people that, you know, they believe in your craft, that people believe in your craft more than you. And the only reason I didn't believe in my craft more than me was because I was around people who only thought it was good for a certain reason. Like you only good, like your music is only good to reach people at church. Like not, it's not good to reach people in the Netherlands or anywhere else. It's just good to be like, nah, we need you to do this on church. And even Daddy told me, he said, son, he said, your sound could be all over the world. And he's sitting here understanding worldwide. And then you get around these niggas, they local because they in freaking Kentucky. That's what I'm saying, boy. Well, cause again, they slow-minded, man. That's why I said, I understand some people are stuck here, but I said, bro, I said this same thing since 2012. And then before 2012, I said this thing since 2007. You do understand this is almost 20 years of talking. I said, no, I realized within 20 years, Negroes don't want to pick up a book. They don't want to take a look. They don't want to do anything with Reading Rainbow. They don't want to try or learn anything. They want to sit there and make complaints and say, it's just the white people. And see, you know, and then when you got black people doing this stuff now it's just, oh, you know, you think you white and you think you better than us. And I'm like, bro, I ain't got time for this. I said, bro, you know what? If you want to be like that, whatever. That pissed me off, man, because I kept thinking this stuff was for white folk, man. And then I thought it was black folk that had to take 50, 60, about 60, 70 years to finally get something. And now you seeing the youngest black folk of all time get stuff. 20 and 30. I say these is like 19 and 20-year-olds that are understanding this game, man. And I'm like, they making it work for them. And I said, dang, bro, I thought this stuff was for white people. I thought the only time you would see somebody that was a wealthy young person was a young white boy. I thought that. I didn't think, that's why I said when you see black folk get stuff, you like, how they get that? That's the first thing we think in our head is like, how you get that money? How you get that car? How you get the keys to the system? Like, nah, man, you probably copied off somebody. We don't even believe in our own self. I killed that mindset. I said, I'm done with that, bro. You know why we got that mindset? Because the Negroes we be around. That's why I told people, stop listening to your mama. Your mama's slow. She don't know nothing. Told you about the dude that was like, yeah, his mama, his sister put him down when he was trying to get some money. He's trying to get out the hood, trying to get they little dirty behinds out the hood. They put him straight down. He said, that crushed my dreams for a little bit. So I ain't gonna lie. He said, but I just didn't let it get to me. And I know they wasn't thinking. I said, nah, bro, no. That couldn't have been me. I would have left y'all in the hood. That couldn't have been me. That's the first thing that come out your mouth. I said, guess what? He did move him out the hood since they want to talk. I'd have left you there. I ain't playing. I would have left you there. Every time your child says something, it's like, bro, you supposed to be inspirational. You know your child ain't gonna grow up and be no president, but you don't know, maybe they will. So I said, I don't put people down on nothing no more, man, because I know what that's like. Everybody just puts you down on everything because they have an issue with it. They don't believe it's possible. Hold on. So no, that's why I said everybody just find people, man, that believe in them. So that's why I tell everybody, I said, man, go wherever people believe in you. Go wherever people believe in you. Get away from people, man, that run their mouth. You know what I'm saying? It's too much potential out here, man. And that's why, y'all see why I go live, man. I've been going live almost every day for a minute. And I do it on purpose. I told you, it's not just because I'm bored or because I'm just doing the music, but I do it on purpose, man. Because I'm like, I want people to come over here and get inspired. And the same people come over here every day. And that's why I said the same people that come over every day also get inspired. I want y'all to be inspired, man. That was the whole reason I started this channel, man, because I wanted people to be inspired like I was. Because it took somebody to talk in the camera like they was talking to me and tell me this. And now I can talk in the camera like I'm talking to one of y'all and tell y'all this. It's not because I'm trying to be no alpha male leader or nothing. Like, I just want people to be inspired the same way I am. I know what that's like, man, for people to talk down on you, man, and not have no faith in you. You know what I'm saying? Like, people didn't have no faith in my music. They didn't have no faith in my channel or nothing that I did. I was trying to do YouTube for years. This ain't new. I've been trying to do YouTube for years. I just didn't really do a lot of it because, again, I couldn't stay consistent. Part of it was on me, and then part of it was because you around people that don't believe in your craft, man. You trying to do that, and they was like, well, you know, it ain't realistic. Well, nah, it ain't no job. I'm like, well, nigga, what is a job? Working at some crap company for 40 years, dude, for nothing. That's the way Negroes think. Can't start your own company, cuz. Now all they do is just put you down. Then we talk with just, that's just the way they used to thinking because the white man. I'm like, no. We've been free from the white man for over 50 years, man. Like, no, that's just an envious, jealous nigga that just can't be happy for somebody else that do something. You can't get over on them. You can't have more money than them. They put a curse on you, man. Niggas ready to kill you. You telling me the white man did that? No, it's just an envious nigga. Can't let you have nothing, man. Can't let you have nothing. And then when somebody like me decides to get fed up and pack it up and move to San Antonio, people look at, that's why I didn't tell people when I was quiet till like the last 3 months. If even 3 months, I think it was like the last 2 months I told people. Because I know if you tell Negroes, guess who's going to be the main ones in your face, in your DM? Them. See, nah, man, you got to stay in Louisville, man. See, your Collins in Louisville. Nah, see, man, your family's here. It's like, why is it just because my family there, I got to stay there? And that's why people can't get out and live their freaking life, man, because I always let family hold them back. Man, please. That's what we got FaceTime and Snapchat for. Like, I don't need to be on my family all day. Why I gotta let that stop me from living my life? If you like it, go marry them niggas. Go be with them all day. Gotta spread your wings and fly. And again, they told us we was rebellious if we want to go do something else. We want to go somewhere else. Like, see, nah, you don't know how life works. I'm like you do. That's why you live in Alabama now, because you don't know nothing about life, dude. You ain't got good credit to move out of that freaking city. You don't know life either, dude. That's why you talk. Young ones just knowing more about life than you. That's why I said I ain't no fool. I don't let people talk because they got gray hair like they know. So, man, the gray hair ones be the dumbest ones. Whoever said it, man, somebody got age like they know. So, man, please, all them Negroes from the 70s is just as stupid, too. They don't know nothing either. And them same Negroes from the 70s and the 80s still can't cross that bridge today. That bridge been there for 40 years, still can't cross it. Just giving us all type of stereotypes. Like, well, just all type of niggas. Still ain't been on the airplane. Still ain't even been to the airport because you ain't going nowhere because you ain't doing nothing with your life. Notice it's only a Negro that do that, boy. I told you. The only people that ever told Darby how to run his ministry was Negroes. The only person that ever tried to tell him to stay in Louisville, that he can't preach nowhere else because God told him to stay in Louisville, was a Negro. I'm telling y'all, boy, y'all better be glad he ain't no sucker. He didn't listen to that person that told him that because y'all would have never found him. Now imagine if he listened to some idiot who don't know nothing. You would never found him. And he would have wasted his life and potential. Listen to a Negro. Man, please. That's why I said I listen to a Negro, not. Got a life, man. Please, what do I look like? And that's why I said I just go enjoy the finer things in life. And so, again, I told you I'm just an example of people that just don't care what nobody says. You know, you can come over here talking crazy on the channel all you want to. All you got is your words. You wouldn't say it to me in real life. I'll sock you out. Like, you wouldn't say nothing. I would sock you dry, boy. So I'm like, until you come and do something about it in real life, I ain't got nothing to say to you. And then you see, the God ain't on his side. He don't use these old talking monkeys. He don't use them. And then he just bless you. He makes everything better and makes everything abundant. I got an abundance of music. Because some dumb idiot told me I was supposed to be preaching more than music. And now I got more of an abundance of music than I got abundance of word of preaching. Because I ain't supposed to be preaching, you idiot. All right, people, well, you got to defend your family because people's talking. I'm like, well, all they going to do is talk. I don't care. If you come over here, I'm just going to sock you out. I'm just going to straight up sock you, and that's going to be it. I ain't got no words for you, cuz. You ain't going to do nothing about it. You ain't did nothing about it yet. Darby been dead for 8 years, and the nigga still ain't did nothing about it because you ain't about it, boy. We will sock you out. I don't care about you. And yeah, I said sock you out. If you don't like what I said, I will really sock you out. I don't care about your feelings, man or woman. I don't like none of y'all. So, again, if you come over here, I'm just going to sock you straight up. That's why I said people ain't that dumb. They dumb, but they ain't that dumb. You ain't going to come over here like that. That word of God you think you have is not going to save you from getting socked by me if you come over here wrong. If you approach my mama wrong, it's not going to save you from me socking you. So I'm just going to tell you that now. I'm like, I don't know who people think I am. They must think I'm real dumb if I'm gonna listen to that. Boy, I ain't listening to nothing you just said. Please. Negroes want you to be miserable like them. That's why I said they couldn't find their calling, so they want to tell you your calling. So you can be messed up just like them. Like, nah, I'm good. I said, man, look at all these lovely white people out here. Look at all these lovely Hispanics, lovely black folk, lovely everybody of all cultures, man. They love what you do. They seem to just love what you do. They love me here in San Antonio. I said they would have never knew about me if I would have stayed in freaking Kentucky all day doing nothing. I just got tired of that mindset, man. That's why I was big on the Change Your Mind series. I thought about, I was like, man, I said I didn't want to do no more vlogs, but I said I kind of want to do another one, man, because I do like to kind of touch on that stuff, because I know what that's like. I know people going through tough times right now, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I put out vlogs out there, you know what I'm saying? But I like to keep them relevant, too, because I'm like, I want people to know, like, hey, I'm speaking to you, man. I want you to know that I'm a living witness to this. I want you to know you can make it, man. You can get better. Because I do like to just talk to the people, man. I just like to be real. Everybody don't always catch my live streams, but they might catch the little video that I do. I was like, maybe soon I'll put out another one. I don't know. I'm starting to get more of the audience that I want anyways. I'm getting rid of these all little weird fools. I'm like, so it's starting to become better, but I said I'm just doing one thing at a time. But I don't want everybody to be bamboozled, man, by what I'm doing. Again, I don't want them to think it's me preaching. It's just me talking. You know what I'm saying? So I said I just get tired of everybody, man. Just like, come on, man. That's why I say, man, leave us alone, fool. I've been influenced by Negroes enough my whole life, man. Like, you understand, my whole life, that's all I heard. We had a church full of silly niggas, man. All they did was talk. The most hard-headed of the hard-headed, man. Gave Darby one of the hardest problems of his life, man, because they couldn't just listen to the man. You know what I'm saying? And I kept saying when I grew up, I said, bro, I do not want to be like them. Some of these people's losers, man. I'm like, bro, you spend your whole life doing this? They a usher, man, because he didn't upgrade them to a deacon. Like, that's gonna do any. You don't get no money off your check. You don't even get no check for this, cuz this is free service. They was mad because they couldn't get an extra title. Like, this is like you getting mad because you can't get an extra topping on your pizza. You know what I'm saying? That's almost like the same equivalence. He didn't mention their name. Well, he called somebody else out. I was thanking them for their good work, and he didn't mention their name. Somebody's offended today. I'm like, you do know you don't get paid for this, right? You do know this ain't the Secretary of State, our chief chair cabinet, man. Like, bro, this ain't no Supreme Court or no Justice Hall, the Justice League or something, man. Like, bro, this is just church. You don't get paid for this, so what are you acting like that for? And I said, yeah, we've seen what they did with their 40 years of life of doing nothing. And you asking when the last time you been on a plane? Never. When the last time you been out of town? Never. Some of them didn't even go out of town until we went on the conferences, dude. They didn't even know what traveling was like until we went on the conference. And again, that's not dissing people over like money, because I understand everybody ain't got the money to do that. It's not that. It's just a lot of these people, man, they just didn't want to do nothing with their life. It is sad. They didn't want to do nothing with their life, man. Life to them was waking up in Louisville every single day, running the block every day, fighting over a church title every day. Who got the time? And I said, I don't want to waste. I remember the day I said that, boy, I seen how some of them people acted. And I said, I understand what a lot of preachers' kids deal with. Like, they just don't want nothing to do with a lot of church, man. Because I'm like, these niggas are dumb. Back in 2011, 2012-ish, that was when I made my decision. I said, I ain't dealing with none of these niggas. I said it. I said, bro, I don't want to be like none of them. And I didn't hate coming to church, but I didn't want to be around church at church with these fools, because they were so slow. That's why that was honestly the reason that Daddy had told me to go experience stuff for myself, man. While Pops always told me, he said, son, he said, go experience for yourself if you can't seem to understand. That was one of the reasons I went to go understand for myself, man. Because when I grew up in church, you see these type of fools. I'm like, you ain't no different from the people out there. I said the people out there look like they was having more fun, and like maybe they was back then. I don't know. Maybe back in the 2011, 2013, 14 ever, maybe they was. I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot different now because it's over 10 years later. I said, but they look like they was having way more fun out there. And you get around some of these fools, man, and they headaches, man. They want to leave. They want to start stuff all the time, man. Can't raise their own kids, but trying to boss you around, tell you what to do. Like, people was just losers in that church, man. A lot of them was losers. They was just trying to be around Daddy because they wanted Daddy to appoint them as a man of God so they can start their own church. And then when we had new people coming in, they was trying to save the new people on their roster to bring them to their church when they started. A dude was in there trying to make his own church under Daddy name, trying to make his own church, keeping the members over there to his own church. Unbelievable. You build a ministry, have a brother come in, give him a title, and he's taking your people trying to make a church off the name, off the back of your name? Unbelievable. And people have an issue when I say people are ornery and niggas are niggas. I'm like, yeah, there was some niggas in there. Yeah, that's a nigga thing you do. Stealing. Ornery. Why do they want to go to your church when they come to one of the best churches in the world? Now you gonna have a better church than the one that you came to. You ain't gonna outdo this man. Who gonna? That's why I said these old little dumb idiot Hebrew Negroes who want to hear your word. Everybody listen to Darby. Why do they want to hear your little crappy word, dude? You ain't him. I don't want to hear you preach on 1 Samuel. Darby already preached on 1 Samuel. He did a way better job at it than you will ever do. Don't come quote scriptures to me, you fruitcake. See, when Darby told it to me, I respect him because I respect that man. I don't respect you. You ain't good at the word, boy. You'll never be called. You'll take your last breath before you ever preach the word of God like you think you are, bro. You will never call like that. So stop acting like it, you idiot. You go tell NBA dumb boy, the one that want to give out word, a little Hebrew boy that said he warned me. I said, okay, well, I'm going to warn you too. You'll never be a man of God as long as you live. I swear to you, you will never be one. That's why your channel suck now. That's why you ain't going to never be one. And that's why that word or whatever people were saying, they told me, I said, that's so unconvicting because you ain't called, boy. Who ordained you? Your dumb mama? Your dumb mama that bought your tabloids and your fringes? Boy, please, you ain't called. Go scrub the floors, boy, like the rest of us had to do. Go take out the trash in church like the rest of us had to do. You ain't called, boy. You'll never be called as long as you live, I promise you. So shut up. And since you want to talk, how many people come over here and watch me? And how many people are obsessed with what I do? I don't want people over here, and they still come over here. Still more views than you'll ever get. Still better than you'll ever be, buddy. You don't get a check to shut up. And people like that is the reason why you have the mindset that you have. Because you would be around them all day, a bunch of losers who don't own nothing. So all they got is the word of God because it's free. Them is the one that told people the scriptures about it's a sin to have money. It's a sin to have wealth. You listen to them, stay broke. So I ain't never heard God kill nobody because they got some money. He would have wiped out all them fools back then. All of them. Because they all have money. I said, yeah, of course a nigga gonna say that when your credit sucks and you don't get a tax return. Yeah, of course you would say that. You want everybody to be like you. That's why I said, why are we gonna surround ourselves with a bunch of people like you? Yeah, it's hurtful. Since you want to come be hurtful, I said, it don't hurt my feelings that you say what you say. Because again, if you said it to my face, I'll straight sock you. You're not gonna do nothing about it, dude. I will sock you out. You ain't called, boy. You ain't deep. That's why you say it on the internet, because you too scared to say it to somebody's face. You can't fight, so you use the word of God because you don't know the word of God, you dumb idiot. You only study the word of God because you're trying to use it to intimidate people. So I'm going to go ahead and do you one better. They want you to be all, I'm scared. Like, boy, I'm not listening to you. I'm not trembling in my boots. God don't use dumb niggas like you. And that's why you cursed to wander the corner for 40 years, you dumb idiot, because you don't know nothing. That's why you stupid. And that's why you run to YouTube for your problems. I said, I don't run to YouTube for my problems. I deal with my own life. And whatever I got to say to a nigga, I say to your face. I don't get on the internet talking. I said, I say it to your face. And when you see me, if you ever see me, because I'm not going to Mississippi where you live at. So if you ever do see me in real life, I promise you, you won't have the time of day to say nothing to me, boy. You wouldn't even see the uppercut coming. I don't care about your feelings, and I don't care about your channel. I don't care about your title. I don't care what you think you know. Boy, you don't know jack. What up, Miss Alexander? Just talking about a little bit of everything. I'm just talking about, like, understand. I keep saying like I want to go back and do my vlogs where I was talking about having a different mindset. Like have a better mindset with your life, man. Don't be a loser. You got a life, man. And all I do is just show you. I said I really try not to. This channel wasn't even for that, but I said all I do is show you about all the dumb idiots that come over here. I'm like, well, I don't care what you got to say. For all you Nick Jones freaks, the ones that I mean, there's some good ones that watch him. But I said, but the rest of you freaks that came over here, I said, I'm just let y'all know. I don't care about that man. I don't care about his channel. I don't care about you. I don't care about what he has an issue with. And I don't care about what I even got an issue with. Nobody cares. Buddy should have kept our name out of his mouth. I don't care. I don't even know why you over here in the first place. We not doing that. I just happened to do my channel around the same time he was doing that video. I wish I would have never did it. I honestly wish I would have never did it. Ain't got a whole bunch of white people come over. We got a whole bunch of talking ape jungle bunnies come over here. Like, well, I don't care about no stupid jungle bunnies. Some dude was mad at me. He was mad at me at the fact that he got a copyright strike. Nick Jones got a copyright strike. And he had came over here and was mad at me for something when I did a video. And he said, I need to repent. Like, what did I do? I didn't copyright strike this dumb idiot. He got copyright stricken. Maybe the guy's a good guy. I don't know. I mean, again, I've never met him. I never watched his videos. I don't know. I didn't even watch the one he did on Pops. I don't care. I don't care. That's why I told people, stop coming over here with that. I don't care how much you watch my father. I don't care who watches him. I don't care if Donald Trump watched the man do the reaction. What does that got to do with me? I could care less. You shouldn't be tagging me or nothing. You shouldn't be over here watching me. Like, I don't want you over here. A bunch of his people came over here to stay. You had people all over here. Well, nah, see if you want. Well, brother, I don't care if you ever found Darby in your life. What does that got to do with me? It would suck for you. I guess it would suck for you, right? I don't care. And that shows right there, you don't love the word of God. You love the man. Because God can use anybody to get his word out. You only love it because he said it. So you don't love the word of God. You just love the man that said it because it makes you feel good. That's it. I ain't no fool. That's why I said stay on my inbox and my DMs and my channel. You ain't welcome over. And I said it, yeah, Nick Jones freaks. And I said Darby freaks and all them other freaks of nature that came over here. The freaks standing on the corner all day. You religious church nut freaks. All of y'all. You spiritual weirdo freaks. You dumb black freaks that come over here with that want to be black everything type stuff. Yeah, I tell all y'all. You dumb white freaks, you incel freaks, you Trump freaks, you liberal freaks, all you freaks, all of y'all, all right? It's all. So I said, I don't care about your feelings. All you got is your typewriters. Why? I'll sock you straight out. I don't care who you is. And that's why they know they can't sock you out. They can't whoop you. They can't do nothing about us. And now I'm going to use the word of God. But that has not worked in the history of the word of God ever. It don't work like that. Like God's gonna tell somebody to tell you when you gonna die. Boy, please. They think they old boy from the Bible, the one that told David, because David stole Bathsheba, that God was gonna do so. I said, and God told that dude to tell David that because David was a wicked nigga. That's why I said David was one of the worst human beings ever. And God had to use some dude, who was it, Nabal or somebody told him that. God had to use him to tell him that because, again, David was a wicked dude. I ain't no wicked dude, man. Just because I don't cater to a bunch of four-corner hustler freaks out there don't mean that I'm no wicked dude. Yeah, Nathan, that's who it was. Boy, do you think he the end-time Nathan? Boy, please. You Nathan, you show ain't about Nathan. Your word is a Nathan. Ain't Nathan happened yet that you prophesied. Show didn't, buddy. Because you ain't no prophet, you dumb idiot. That's why I be laughing. Boy, what an idiot. Ain't Nathan gonna happen in your favor. Sure ain't. I done got good at not listening to Negroes. I said, boy, you ain't got a good FICO score. You ain't got nothing to tell me. I told you we can stop these arguments right now. Pull up your FICO score. I'm done talking to you. You poor in spirit, poor in flesh, poor in everything. Poor sense of character, all of that. Good night, LB. Ciao, ciao. See you later. And when you wake up, I hope the Musketeer fairy left something under your pillow. It's like this. Jeez. Right. Better with your life. Yeah, that's what I said. And look at you now. That's why I said, look at you now. A whole year, Negroes get on here talking. I don't like you, Junior. Seems arrogant. Yup, sure is. I'm still better than you. Don't matter. Call me whatever. That ain't gonna phase me. Again, you would say it to me, I'll straight sock you, so it don't matter. It is so important, man, not to listen to people about your own life. Please don't. That's why I said, even with the OGs, that's why I said everybody thinking you gotta listen to people that's old. It's like, bro, sometimes older don't mean nothing, dude. There's a lot of OGs that ain't changed their ways. Just because you're an OG don't mean jack. You still ain't trying to change. I said, you know who we need to start listening to now? The people who ain't went through it. The people who stayed out of trouble. The people that's doing good in life early. Listen to them. Stop calling them white, man. Stop calling them proper, too proper. Listen to them. They ain't no OGs. They ain't got to get a whole bunch of knots on their head to finally tell they campfire stories, man. Why we only got to listen to people that's been through trauma and turmoil, man? The whole goal, that's why Daddy even said it, the whole goal is not to have a story. Not to have a bad testimony. You got to go tell the world because you went out here and mess yourself up. Let's just not do it. Let's find other examples of young people, man, who ain't got to go out here and go through hell early. And that ain't discounting the ones that do. Some people are just unfortunate. It's okay. But I said, but there's a lot of people that don't want to learn before it's too late. Like, why we only got to listen to people, man, that knock themselves up? You know what I'm saying? That's why I said, I'm like, the same way Daddy didn't want us to get out here and have a testimony for ourselves. I said, I don't want my son to go here and have a testimony for himself, man. I want my son to learn from what I'm telling him. I want my son to be around positive examples. You know what I'm saying? I said, I didn't listen a lot of these years, man. Now, guess what I did? Get on YouTube telling vlogs, telling my experiences and my testimony because I was hard-headed too. And that's what happens, man. Again, Daddy wanted to say the young folk. And I said, I want to save the young folk because now they dying at a faster and more alarming rate now. Their mama's already proven they not going to do it. The OGs ain't going to reach them. Young boy them ain't going to reach them neither. I said, so let's find some people like me, some people, other people. It ain't got to necessarily be me. Let's just find people that want to reach them. So before the grave, we got to reach them. For the Grim Reaper, got to reach them. You know what I'm saying? And the reason they out there doing what they doing is because they also believe that they ain't nothing, man. They ain't worth nothing. I'm so tired of that, man. And I said, they going under the same thing that we got taught, that we got told. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got to break them generational curses, man. Tired of going through that. And that's why I said, that's why now I'm like, you know, I make sure that I know everything that's in our family history. Because I said, I got to make sure to break some stuff off of us, off of myself too. I said, I don't know what Daddy's side of the family went through. That's why I said, they always say, if your family had high blood pressure, you going to have it too. So that's why I check my high blood pressure now, because Daddy had that too. Check the way that I eat. Even though I do eat kind of bad, I said I try to make sure I take care of myself because I'm like, I don't want to be dealing with the same thing. He always told me that when I was younger. He said, take care of yourself, man. So you ain't got to be on medication like he was. Because he had to take some medicine for some stuff, man. He was dealing with kidney failure, all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so now I got to make sure I take care of my kidneys, man. I got to make sure I take care of my energy. You know what I'm saying? So every time I check my blood pressure, I said, you know, they always like, yeah, it's great. They said, this is really good. And I need to make sure that I do that. That's why I said I want to make sure I stay up on my health, man, take care of myself, check myself out, you know what I'm saying? Get away from Negroes because you get stressed all the time. That's where a lot of your stress come from, dealing with them, and that manifests stuff in your body, man. You got to deal with them all the daggone day. I said, well, you know, let the government deal with them. Let the world deal with them. That ain't my problem. I will help the ones that want to be helped. I said, I'm not trying to reach a Negro, man, please. I'm trying to reach you. When you ready to listen, here's my card. I got a whole channel. Come over here and we'll talk about it. I said, until then, I'm not chasing you, nigga. That's so upsetting, man, just to have your dreams crushed right before your eyes, man. I remember I even did that too. I said, because this is what we do. This is what we do. I remember even saying that, man. I remember Hannah loved to sing, man. I remember that. She loved to sing. And so we used to play Street Fighter. So there was a scene on there a stage where there was music going, you know what I'm saying? And it was some music that she wanted to sing to. And so Hannah used to annoy me with her singing. She used to annoy all of us with her singing. And so I remember I was like, what, middle school? And that's when I was in my little nigga phase. And so I told her, I said, girl, stop singing. I said, Hannah, stop singing. You ain't gonna never be no singer. I remember I said that. I said, you ain't gonna never be no singer. Stop singing. And I heard Daddy in the other room. He said, hey, man. He said, hey, boy, don't you ever say it again, dude. And of course, I was a little Negro, so I got mad. I was like, why you get mad at me for? He's like, hey, man, stop saying stuff like that, dude. He said, watch what you say, man. Your words are powerful. And I didn't know why he got so mad. And I said, because when you got the spirit of nigga, it makes you mad that you hear other people do that stuff. Why is it the first thing that come out your mouth is that you ain't gonna be no singer? It's like, why can't she be a singer? Like, what's she gonna be then? Hannah love music? Like, what's she gonna be then? That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. And I said, why did, I don't even know now why that came out of my mouth. That's why I said I watch what I say. We speak negative and death all the freaking time, dude. I sure do. Yeah, this stuff make you mad. It's like, cause that's all they tell you, man. It's like they just beat you down with their words, dude. It do crush you. I'm like, bro, cause I'm like, imagine somebody, I said, when somebody did it to me, it made me feel bad. That's all they do is tell you ain't gonna do nothing. It's like, why do they always say that? For real, man. It's like the goal is not to even have a testimony, man. You don't even want to go through that. But I said a lot of us go through these testimonies because of what people keep saying to us. That's why I said I don't want to hear nothing about no white nothing. I don't even know, please, forget white people. Bump all that. Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they do that back in the Bible too? Wasn't they the ones talking crazy about Moses? Trying to put Moses down? Wasn't they the ones talking crazy about the king and all that? Wasn't they the ones that always gave Jesus a hard time? This is before white people era. So I'm like, I don't hear no white people era. This is something we've been doing since the dawn of time. It's a nigga thing. It ain't no white people thing. And I said, this is what you do when you don't deal with your life, man. You blame the nigga. I'm pretty sure back then they blamed it's the Canaanites, man. It's the Philistines. It's the Sumerians. Nah, man, it's the Egyptians. It's always somebody else except you. Moses ain't have a hard time with the Egyptians. He had a hard time with his own niggas. Wasn't no white people stuff. So stop talking about white people. We know what they do, and they are going to get theirs. This ain't nothing with white people, Negro. This is a you thing. We are so negative, man. Zipporah was an Ethiopian. The rest of them was Hebrew. These is all black folk. And they was mad at her because she was not one of them. This ain't no white people stuff, dude. So freaking negative all the freaking time. I can't stand that, man. We got good people trying to do some good stuff, man. And the first thing that come out of everybody's mouth is it's always something negative. It's always some money, or it's always something. Well, how you gonna do that? I don't know how you gonna do that. I even heard it with Dolph, man. They say young Dolph used to do that. He used to be influenced with the kids, man. And they said Dolph would let all the kids that he played basketball with, they said he would let them win on purpose. Because he didn't want them to feel, he said he wanted them to believe that they could be something in life. He wanted them to have confidence, like, hey, man, I beat Dolph in the game of basketball. He said because the kids were young and impressionable. He wanted to give them that hope that he didn't get to get, man. That's why I said they was like he was helping out a lot of the kids, man, before he had died, because he wanted them to have hope. Where your niggas at doing that? Just put people down all the time, man. You ain't going to the NBA. You ain't going to be an NFL player. It's like, why do you say that? And then when you send your kids to private school to be around positive influence, now you white. Something wrong with you. I said, well, it's better than being around your urban niggas. Like, dang, man, I'm so tired. That's why I said that stuff pisses me off, man. That stuff pisses me off more than white people, because I'm like, I hate that. That's what I've been getting told my whole life, man. That's why I always thought my music was not that good, because I was around niggas. And then when I'm trying to do music full time, because it's possible to do music full time, I got niggas in my ear like, how you go? Nah, it ain't realistic, man. Nah, see, you know, you got it. Like, they always just beat you down. And then you believe in the word of a Negro more than you believe in the word of God. And God literally told me to do. That's why I said when I finally cut Negroes off, I stopped listening to people and I do what he tells me to do. My gift gets taken care of. Then I'm like, I'm sitting here making money off of what I do. I say, this is the very thing God wanted me to do. And I thought it was impossible because I listened to Negroes. I don't listen to nobody no more. I said, but I definitely don't listen to Negroes. I done had 30-something years. Boy, I'm done listening to y'all. And that's why I said, if you live in Mississippi, don't tell me. If you live in St. Louis, you can't tell me nothing. If you live in Detroit, you cannot tell me nothing. Shut up. Your words don't even work for you. Don't listen to that stuff, man. That's why I tell people, I'm like, it ain't being rebellious. You know, I was told it for years, that's being rebellious. No, it's not. That old church scared talk. Like, you can't scare me. Boy, you cannot scare me. That does not work. Boy, please. I'll be more scared of a rolling 90s crib before I'm scared of a Negro like you. Powerless. At least they kind of run the block. You don't run nothing. And you lucky they got good faith, because if it was up to them, they would run you Negroes off the church block. Because you ain't got no power to do nothing. Dang, bro, people just want to change stuff, man. Like, I'm so tired of that. Getting talked to negative for 30 years, man. People still doing this stuff after 30 years, and they still just, So that's why I said, whoever want to do, man, whoever want to be a part of, let them come and be a part of it. I'm done with this color stuff. I was really never on the bandwagon for all the color stuff. I was for a minute, because I was like, I thought that's what would matter, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, no. I said, hold on, wait a minute. I said, I'm not going to be a fool just because we all black. Like, that colorism stuff, no. I'm not going to be no fool. I know righteousness when I see it. I know wrong when I see it. Just want to be a positive influence, man, to people that need that, man, that want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? You want to see people come up, man. That's why I said I've been seeing more on my timeline. It's sad, because all we used to see on our timeline was murder, death, murder, death, murder, death, murder, death, suicide, murder, death, suicide, murder, death, murder, death. And now I'm seeing graduations, entrepreneurs, smartest in the country. 3 little black kids got the highest IQs in the country. I didn't used to see that stuff before. I said, oh man, my timeline is getting better. The best doctor in the world is a black woman. Black woman, entrepreneur, started her own business, gave people 20 jobs, 50 jobs. That's why I say, man, y'all shut up about black women. All you dumb niggas, you shut up about a black woman. All y'all. They are ranking you and everything, boy. They giving people jobs, a job you ain't even got. You niggas want to talk about black women. I said, well, do you know who kills the black women? You stupid niggas. Accidental fires. Accidental, oh man, I was trying to shoot dude, but I shot her. She moved on, got a better dude than me, I'ma kill her. Like, yeah, you niggas is the problem. I'm starting to think we had it all wrong. I said, nah, you know who's the issue? You. Ain't no black women gonna rob you. You niggas rob us. Yeah, we had it wrong the whole time. You stupid, slow niggas. I know what's wrong with us. I know exactly what's wrong with us. Hold on. Black woman had over 200 patients and everybody. Shoot. Send me that story. If you can find that story, send that to me out of group chat. Send me that. I know it's talking about Donald Trump. Don't want to talk about violence. Yeah, and that's why I said it's always a freaking scapegoat thing. That's what they always do. They always see, man, man, Donald Trump don't like black people. See, Sydney Sweeney don't like black people. What in the world does that got to do with anything? And I guarantee you $100, if you go around Sydney Sweeney or you go around Trump, which again, I don't even know these people. They probably not even good people. I don't know. I don't know these people. They are more likely to give you good words of encouragement than your own people. Name the last time your mama ever gave you encouragement, boy. Name it. That's why I said I'm done with this. That's why I said I don't look to no world leaders. I don't look to no politicians. You need to start doing better with your life, boy. I'm seeing so much positivity on my feed, man, when it comes to black folk. And I love seeing that, man. Black-owned businesses, black marriages, black babies, black children, black graduates. Best in the, I love when I see that, best in the nation. Again, I'm not on the color stuff, but I said, but no, I think we need to see that because we've been told this our whole life. That's why it's important to us. We're not doing it because we're trying to make white people mad. It's important to us because we, the real ones, know how it feels to always be put down. We always thought it was for white people, and now we're saying that we are the ones. It ain't because no DEI hires. It ain't because they just passing us because we dumb. It's like, no, some of these people are smart. I was really shocked by seeing that, and I said I hate to say it because if these was Indian children, I wouldn't be shocked. If he was little white children, I would not be shocked. But the fact that these were, I think, 3 or 4 black children that had the highest IQs. Talking about I think they said they IQs is almost like on NASA type level. These is like elementary kids. And it's sad that I was shocked because they was black. Good, like that is, man, I'm tired of that stuff, dude. I swear, if he was little Arabian children or Indian children, we would not be shocked. You see how the stereotype they get that they smart? And then we get the stereotype that we dumb. We think we can't pass the first grade. I said, okay, I said, you know what? I'm changing that narrative. I'm changing that narrative. That's why Daddy always told me when I went to school. He said, son, don't let them make you feel bad because you smart, because you hang out with the nerds. He said, see, son, you trying to run a gangbang. He said, don't be ashamed to hang with the nerds because they not cool. He said, they the ones that's gonna pass in life, dude. He said, your little homies you see, he said, they gonna be in jail. He said, them dudes is gonna succeed in life. He said, I want you to succeed in life. Because at that time, I was a young fool. I said, well, nah, we black. This is how black people act, man. That's what I kept saying. I was like, nah, we black. We thugging it out. If you ain't thugging it out, listen to rap music and wearing Jordans. I said it. If you ain't wearing Jordans, listen to rap music, you ain't black. That's what I told myself. That's what I told myself. And that's the same thing Joe Biden told you fools. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And that's the same thing that your mom and them and everybody else you know said, if you don't vote Democrat, you ain't black. And if you don't talk with a slang accent and you talk too proper, you ain't black. Like they always tell everybody. You date white women or white men, you ain't black. If you act like Carlton or Hillary from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, or you act like Claire Huxtable, you ain't black. That's what they told us, right? Remember? Guess who's the one succeeding in life? Dude. The ones they said they ain't black, guess who ain't getting locked up? Them. And guess who don't live in Mississippi? Them. Yeah, they the issue. That's why I said, like, you know, that's truth to every side. So, you know, again, we understand the white stuff. We understand, okay, there was a system in play. But then again, I just debunked that system because I just used biblical evidence. And this is before white anything. This is before the segregation. This is before the gentrification, the white flight. I just used biblical evidence, right? And they did this back then. And the ones that tried to throw Jesus off the cliff were not white men. They were his own people, which were the burnt bronze people, right? Which meant they looked like this, which meant they was us. So bump all that white stuff and all that. No. That's just trendy to say because, again, it's easier to blame people for why you where you at. Quit bringing up your grandmama and them, man. Your grandmama and them really did have a struggle. Like, boy, please, and they still made it. Why can't you make it? It's way easier for you nowadays. Why can't you not make it? Granddaddy didn't have to fight white people. That's the reason they hate white people, because they had to fight them every day. They was the real radicals back then. That was why they were Black Panthers back then, because they really went through that. You ain't going through that. I always want to use somebody's struggle, man. Bunch of cop-out slave Negroes. Hold on. When they get out of prison, like yeah, they do. And now they celebrating you if you kill somebody. They having killer parties. But let you have a graduation party for your daughter going to college. Daughter ain't got one child out of wedlock yet. Your daughter good, doing good. Whole family doing good. Boy, that family gonna hate you worse than the little killer. Don't believe me? Look at us. Look at us. Praying on our downfall, man. They was praying on us to fail since we was kids, dude. Because they kids couldn't stay at our penitentiary. They kids couldn't stop getting knocked up. And that's why they prayed on us to fail, because they was mad because mom and daddy got saved and we stopped coming around them because they couldn't live right. They couldn't act right. And they hoping that we fail, hoping we run away from home. Yes, death, family, hoping you run away from home. Spoke that over us, said your kids gonna run away from you. They said that, yes, they did. They said your kids gonna end up, something gonna happen to them. Guess what happened? We all better than their kids is. And you talking your kid gay now, but you talking about us. Your child done been turned out at 15 different ways, but you talking about us. Idiot, and nigga stuff, niggas. Yep, and I hope every white man make y'all feel like a nigga. I hope every white man you see make you feel like that nigga. I hope they do. What's up, Ariana? Shoot, shout out to my parents in here, man. Ariana, you got a kid, right? You got a kid, right? Shout out to the parents out here. Hold on. Daggone spider webs everywhere, man. Dang, it's like they come out at this time of night. Jesus, that on my hair is one of them. Oh, you auntie? Okay. I don't know why I thought you had a kid. Well, shout out to the aunties, too. Shout out to them. And the uncles. Bro, it's heartbreaking how people will have multiple baby mother showers for women that multiple daddies. Sure is. Sure ain't it? What they say in the last days, they call right wrong and wrong right, right? Right? Am I wrong? Am I right? Yep, that's what that means. That's why Daddy always said it. He said it for years. He said, I ain't celebrating no babies if it ain't married to the mother. If they ain't married, he said, I ain't celebrating no baby showers. That's why they knew not to come to our church with that old food. He said, we ain't throwing you no baby shower. He said, absolutely not. And he told Stisha this. I remember first church. He told Stisha this. He said, he preached that on stage, first church. I remember that. He said, I love my daughter. He said, but if my daughter go out here and get pregnant, he said, I would not give her a dime for that baby. He said, I love her. I love the baby. He said, I would not give her a dime. I remember that first church Wednesday night service. He preached that. He was serious. And he always told us, he said, you go out here and do what you want to do. He said, but if you go out here and get somebody knocked up, he said, I won't give you $1, boy. He said, I'm gonna let the system go ahead and show you what the system gonna do to you. That's what really kept me out of a lot of trouble, because I realized, I'm like, yo, when you get in trouble, Daddy ain't helping. They ain't helping you. And I heard the stories about the system, and I said, I was doing everything I can not to stay in the system. I said, yeah, you kind of need to hear stuff like, because when you don't understand the consequences of what you do, you just doing whatever. You just throwing your seed everywhere. And then you understand the consequences of that. And I said, I understood it. I said, listen, listen, you like a good feeling, but a good feeling that lasts 18 years, that ain't no good feeling. Yeah, after getting lectured for 2 hours on this by mama, it made you almost not want to go out and do nothing. You like, bro, I don't want to hear mama's voice. I hear mama's voice now. I can't be no one hearing mama's voice in my head. Like, come on, man. I said, you remember that 2 hour long conversation you had with mama, right? Like, yeah, that's still stuck in your head. And then it always ends up on black people. Yeah, system ain't nothing nice, man. That's why Daddy did that rites. That's why Pops did that rites of passage thing, man. Back in 2013, he had a rites of passage for me and this dude. Me and the dude that got shot. He had a rites of passage thing for us, man, because he wanted us to understand what it was like transitioning into men. He said our rites of passage was going to jail. Everybody rites of passage in the family was going to jail or getting in trouble. That's when they became a man. When you went to penitentiary, that's when you became a man. Getting shot and getting stabbed, that was when you became a man. He was like, I want to give our young black boys a chance. And that started being a thing I think they still do it to this day. And me and Dude was the first ones to actually have that little rites of passage thing, man, because he said, I want us to honor our young men. He said, we didn't get to get honored growing up. He said, I want our young men to have it. I didn't know how powerful that was. I still got that plaque on my wall in my bedroom. I still got that plaque. 2013, still got that plaque on my wall. Because it's special to me, because he gave that to me. And I realized how special that was to him, and now it's special to me. The day I became a man, on my wall, 2013. I didn't think I would still hold on to it to this day, but I said, nah, that's important. Because see, when you became a man, you put away childish things. And I stopped being a child and being immature and talking about what I want to do all the time and about my life. And I started thinking, I said, bro, this is a very special moment. Most of our kids, most of the black boys don't get this. And now that's still on my wall. 31 years old, still on my wall. And it's going to be on my wall. When I get married, I'm going to still have that plaque. Ain't threw it away. Ain't even got no scratches on it, man. I took care of that thing. I didn't even know why I even cared about it that much. I was like, to me, I was like, I didn't really care. I was during the era, like I said, I didn't really like being around church folk like that. But I said, but that was special to me. Still on my wall to this day. And especially after Daddy passed, I said, bro, that's still something with me. And when I have a son, I want to tell him, I said, look, son, this is what your granddaddy presented me with when I became a man. I said, when you get older, God willing, the word is still here and still good. I said, I want to present you with one. That's why Pops even gave Stisha a promise ring, man. He gave her that when she was young. I remember that. He said, I want you to understand, before you have a man, he said, I'm your man till you get one. He said, I want you to understand what it's like to be treated by a man before you go get one. He said, you save yourself for that special man. You hear me? Now, whether you do or not, I mean, it's whatever. But that stuck with her growing up, and that's why Stisha was kind of snobby towards men, because she realized, she was like, man, I don't need you little busters. Stisha didn't go for nothing. I'm telling you, man, Stisha ain't go for nothing. That's why I was kind of like, do you even like niggas? I'm like, because Stisha didn't go for nothing. She ain't talk to not a nigga. Every dude that tried to advance on her, Stisha did not. She looked at him crazy. Stisha had, we all got them angry looks. Stisha definitely had an angry look. Like, I'm talking about, Stisha went number 4. She ain't number 411. But she definitely got that look like that. Like, I mean, Stisha didn't play with no Negro. And it's good, because she couldn't get one of these old silly little niggas that would have knocked her up. Daddy would have killed that nigga, man. He already said it. He said, but I'll do something to a nigga over my daughter. You know how no good Negro be. She understands she got options. That's why she went to Costa Rica and got a Costa Rican. She don't want a stupid American nigga. And I don't blame her. Because I'm starting to think I don't want no dumb American Negro neither. Realize you got options, man. That's why he wanted me to go to Costa Rica and see you got options, boy. He said Costa Rica ain't got to just be the only place. You can go anywhere in the world. Which I already kind of knew that, but I said I never really went nowhere till then. And I said, shoot, Pop, you ain't got to tell me. You ain't got to tell me. I'm already on it. All the places I done been, places I done seen, a nigga, I want you to get some woman that go to Destin Ministry because we the same color and they watch my father. Boy, that's the exact thing I wouldn't get. Just cause of that. Look, boy, you got to be dumb. And if I'd been dumb, I would have married somebody that went to my church. Some more bitter sister that would have went there. I'd have been miserable. I know some Negroes, they ain't got options, so they don't want nobody else to have options like them. I remember a buddy at our church at the time, man. He couldn't get his life going, so he was hoping that the word hurry up and end because he couldn't have happiness. Ain't that like a nigga? Boy, I can't stand niggas, man. He said, man, I can't. He said, man, everything's sucking life right now. He said, I just hope the end of the world happen today. I hope they just cancel all the money, because we was worried about, the economy crashing and everything. I said, nah, brother, because life was getting good for me. I said, nah, brother, don't just wish that now because you can't get nowhere. So now when a Negro can't get, he's a crash out now. He hope everything just goes to hell now because he can't have a good life. I said, well, forget the rest of the 8 billion people in the world that want to have a great life right now. You the only one that's dealing with it. I said, nah, brother, you a bum off your mama. That's what it is. You want to get off your mama because you can't get your little money now. Now you want the world to end. How you going to stop all that happiness? I said, but I got plans. I said, we're going to end all our plans because you can't, because stuff sucks for you. I like what it does suck for you, but the world don't stop for you, buddy. It don't. And guess what? 15 years later, the world's still going. Still going. And then look what dude is doing 15 years later. The same exact thing. 15 years, no change. I was like, yeah, it's not society. It's you. It's you. That got to be crazy work, man. Hoping the world to end because you can't get nothing good. That is crazy. And then guess what? When they get them a little money and the world gets good, now they got a will to live now. Now they hope the world stay good because now they got something good to live for. Yeah, let that right woman, or that woman he thinks the right one, walk in his life. He gonna change his whole perspective on everything. Everybody come around, everybody now, they suicidal, I just want to die, I don't got nothing to live for, till they get something to live for. Now they watch what they say. Now they watching every step they take, because, I got this good thing to live for, yeah. Everybody say some dumb stuff when they in their feelings. That's why I said, even this old polygamy nigga, slow as he is now, he wasn't always that slow. He said some stupid stuff at first coming to me when I first met him, until he got with that girl that changed his life. Then he was talking about love. He was talking about, oh, man, I think she the one. Yeah, man, he said, man, nigga started talking about commitment. Start talking about giving up his hoes. I said, who is this dude? I said, what happened, buddy? I thought you said marriage was a scam. I thought you said that relationships was for the weak. He said, I thought so, man. He said, it's something about her, man. She just make me happy. I said, yeah, we all say some dumb stuff when we in our feelings. We all say some dumb stuff, right? And I said, because you unbearable and you probably done made it run off. Now he's back on that same stupid stuff. We ain't meant to be with nobody, man. It's all disappointment. I said, until you, and then guess what happened? He found somebody else that made him feel that type of way. Then he said the same thing. I said, buddy, your problem is that you just say a lot of dumb stuff because you hurt. That's your problem. You a hurt man. The girls that he had was good women. That's why I said, especially the last one, she was a good girl. She was a good woman. Again, she didn't even know me. She met me on my birthday, and even she was nice enough to come and buy me a birthday gift. She didn't even have to. She was nice. Beautiful, beautiful black girl. Remember, her name was Morgan and everything. She was a beautiful black girl. I said, okay, he can't mess this up. He messed that up. Now he's back on, we meant to be polygamous and stuff. I said, buddy, I don't know how you messed this up with this girl. She was a great one. I really thought she was the one. I said, she the one for this dude. Because a good woman will change you. I said, but he didn't want to change. And so when a woman see you ain't changing, they ain't feeling you. And so she stopped feeling him because he's an idiot. But at first, he saw it. I just think he was scared to change his ways because he just didn't know what to expect. Now he's talking like, yeah, man, she the one, man. He's like, yeah, I stopped talking to everybody. I said, bro, this don't even sound like you. It don't even sound like homie. I said, man, it sound like a stranger. I said, yeah, we all say some dumb stuff when we hurt, right? We all say some stuff we don't never love again, or we don't want to be with nobody until we find that one that make us feel happy. We're like, oh man, hey man, she the one, bro. I'm feeling her. I said, bro, I never said that, what he said, but I said, but I was kind of like, I ain't want to be with nobody for a long time. I said, yeah, I ain't even got feelings for one right now, so I don't care about that. Until you meet that one, you just like, I told myself that last year. I said, man, I ain't gonna be with nobody for the next year and a half, 2 years. I said, I don't care. I said, I'm good, content with myself. Until I slid up on an old girl on my story and realized, oh, I got some game. And then I realized, yo, old girl was feeling me. She always liked me. She's cute. She's 4'11". She's Mexican. She has long hair. My type. Braces. Exactly my type. And then we went dancing, and then she actually can dance. And we had good salsa chemistry. And I said, oh, okay. And then I realized, I said, yeah, remember how you said you weren't going to talk to nobody else? You weren't going to be up on nobody? Now look at you. I said, look at you. You said a year and a half. Boy, that was like 5 months. We all say some dumb stuff when we hurt. We all say some dumb stuff when we slow. Yeah, we all say that. So I want my love must be saved, healing, deliverance, breaking generation curses. That alone. It can. But it depends. That's why I said just because people are alone, it doesn't necessarily mean they doing the right thing. Some people are alone and just bitter. We've seen people like that. We ain't gonna say no names. We've seen people like that though. I was alone by myself, you know what I'm saying? Because I was a little upset, but I was doing it to better my life, which my life is better because I was working on it. Some of them are alone because they just, again, they unbearable. Nobody likes them. So they think being alone is gonna, you know, like I guess they think that's making them better, but it's really making them more bitter. You know what I'm saying? And so they think shutting everybody out is going to make everything good, but it just makes them worse because they lose human interaction and connection. And that's why when they go places, they awkward. You know what I'm saying? When they try to come around, they weird. Or they just, you know, they nasty and don't know they nasty because they so used to they self. And some of them might not even try to do that. They just so used to being like that. You know what I'm saying? But nobody's ever really told them. And so that's why I said necessarily being alone doesn't always mean that that's a good thing. Some people are, and then there's the ones that's alone because nobody likes them. You know what I'm saying? Some people choose to isolate themselves, and then some people just don't have a choice. Some people just knock them out their life because they just weird. You know what I'm saying? I said, listen, I don't like people that much, but even I need people. I said, bro, I can't imagine living my life without good people. We need good people in our life, man. I need good people around me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get my charge. I'm going to get my charge real quick, y'all. Come outside and talk to y'all. People in these loud cars, man. It's always the worst, man. But I was like, bro, we need good people, man, in our lives. You know what I mean? And I said, you talking hurt, it's not gonna hurt the person that hurt you, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I kept saying, I said, I don't know why people think you gonna get back at somebody because you go do something to yourself. Ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. If you need help, man, go get help. Go talk to a counselor, man. Go to church. Call your family. Call a friend. Somebody that you know. This channel was full of people that care, you know what I'm saying? I care. Come over here and like I said, we'll help you out. But I said, but you run around here bitter all the time is not gonna help your case, man. You ain't getting no younger. And especially when you already older and you doing this, I'm like, this is you gonna stay like this for the rest of your life then, man. Like I don't know what to tell you. Especially nowadays, because nowadays ain't no loyalty and ain't nobody playing with you. You know what I'm saying? When they already know you're a little older and you're washed up and you already like, ain't nobody gonna put up with you. Hold on, y'all. Most definitely. So that's, oh, let me get off this elevator. I think I'm gonna get some biscuits and gravy. Get my charger real quick, y'all. I had it in my pocket. I took it out earlier when I was on the trip. Yeah, but even what we doing now, y'all see, y'all see how we do these talks. We just be chilling and we cooling. You know what I'm saying? Because we can have normal human interaction, man. And even though I've been doing this almost every day, like people still love this. Like we still love to be here. You know what I'm saying? Because we speaking truth and you know what I'm saying. We speaking facts. You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna feel sorry for people like that, man. I don't feel sorry for people that act like that. You know? Hold on, let me turn my air on. I got pee before I leave. I'll read this real quick. Said, what is it? Steve, moving to my new home. I'm moving 2 weeks. I'm so happy God came through. Oh, what's up? Okay, hey. W's in the chat. Hey, new house. Hey, praise God. Praise the Lord. Cause boy, I tell you, ain't nothing like moving into a new home, boy. I'm trying to tell you, man. So yeah, praise God for that, man. W's and congratulations in the chat, man. Dang. And that's why I said it's good news. That's why I said the power of prayer does change, man. Like, hold on a second, y'all. I gotta pee real bad. I don't want to knock this part, but I really gotta pee. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Hey, listen, this is why I said, this is the reason I said at first, where I was saying, like, drop your success in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's those cheese with? Well, I said, like, drop your success in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, let the chat be filled with more positivity from, like a new home or a new job, a raise. I say anything, even if you just walk out of bed, you got out of bed and was like, hey, man, I just feel super good today. I wanted the chat to be filled with that, man, because like I said, people need to hear that. You know what I'm saying? I told you, all we did was turn on the news and turn on social media, and all we hear is murder and death and Trump, and everybody did this and politics. It's like, that's really stressful, man. You get tired of hearing that, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said, like, let's start replacing that with positivity, man, because then that might help somebody else be like, hey, man, I'm gonna come through, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I kept saying, like, we need more stuff like that, man. You know what I mean? Hold on. Get my plugs. Plug this up real quick. All right, let's plug this up. I need some battery life. Put this in my pocket. And then we are out of here, dudes. Going back outside. Get my drink. But yeah, that's why I was saying, like, man, you wanna post more positivity, man, because again, we live a stressful life, man, especially nowadays. That's why I'm like, if this is back in like the 90s or early 2000s, like even 2011 or something, I said, maybe 2015, it wouldn't be that bad. I said, but nowadays it's just like everything is just terrible, man. It's like, it feels like everything is terrible, And so that's why I'm like, you want to hear more positivity, you know what I mean? And so that's why I said, I'm like, start posting more of that, man. And especially with us being black folk, we need to say more of that. That's why I love my timeline. It's filled filled up with graduation, congratulations, and black marriages and black families. It's like, because it's good to see that, you know, even though it's good to see everybody get married, you know, but I'm saying it's also good to see us, because the reason I do that when it's good to see us is because, again, we told this is impossible. I don't do it just because we're black. I do it because I'm like, we was told that this don't exist, you know what I'm saying? And so to see that this does exist, man, you know what I'm saying? To see that everybody don't want to be a jungle bunny, you know what I'm saying? Everybody don't want to be a NBA young boy, man. Like, some people actually want to be smart. Some people want to be the next Thurgood Marshall, or, you know, Booker T. Washington, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody don't want to be young boy, Avon them, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's good to see that success, man. And I said, I feel like that. I seen the picture where it was a whole class full of like young black dudes. They looked like they was from the street, but they was in there working, and they was getting good grades. It was like they was all smart. And they said, I bet you this don't make the news. They said, I bet you this the Instagram reels. Because guess what's the first thing they show you on Instagram reels? We fighting, shooting, crashing out, acting crazy, going to jail, dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't show you the positive side, bro. They had a whole picture of black fathers that showed up to their little daughters, like, I think meet and greet or play or something. They were sitting there with their daughters, and I said, I bet you this don't make the news either. Like, they don't show you this stuff, man. That's why I said keep posting positivity. You know what I'm saying? We ain't all thugs and killers, man. So that's why I said, if you got good news in the chat, on the Discord, or even on YouTube, like, post that down below. I told you I read stuff, man. I try to read everybody's stuff. Sometimes it gets flooded, but I do read people's stuff. And when I see that, they're like, hey, man, I'm doing good today. It's a great day. I woke up great today. Or, you know, hey, I got a raise. Or, you know, this happened in my life. My kids are doing good. I'm finally doing better in my mind. Like, I like to hear that stuff, man. Like, we need to hear stuff like that. Because some of that helps me too, man, when I see that. Because I'm like, I might be having a hard day. I might be dealing with some stuff. But I see that y'all be helping me a lot of times, bro. Y'all don't know that. Because I guess I don't always say it, but y'all do be. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's good to hear, man. Because, again, we always talk that it's impossible, that we can't do, you know what I'm saying, that we'll never have, you know what I'm saying? And then you seeing, like, we actually doing better in life, man. Again, we all know what it's like to have that slump, man. We all been in a slump before, man. Some of us are still there, but we slowly getting out. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, I thought I was going to be in a slump for a little bit. And it took a little time to kind of, you know, get yourself going. I said, but you way better than you was before. You know what I mean? Set this up. So that's why I said, like, man, you got to make sure that you definitely want to make sure that you doing the right thing, man, that you doing better. You know what I'm saying? So let me set this thing up. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to start the community, because I said, listen, I know we get together and we throw jokes. I said, but it's also a great time for, like, you know what I'm saying? It's definitely a great time. I might go across the street and sell over this time. I kind of want to change my backdrop. But I said, it's also a great time for just hearing accomplishments, man, and, you know what I'm saying, good things. You know, that's what this is about. You know what I mean? It lets you know, like, bro, life is good. It's going to be better days, man. Like, it suck right now. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to be way better days than this, man. Like, this ain't it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I said, man, like, quit listening to people, man. Get people like that out of your circle, man. If ain't nobody about positivity, that's the way I look at it. I don't care if you personal, be personal. If you ain't about positivity, I don't really got nothing to say to you. So, just got a $20. Hey, my man, see? That's what I like to hear, boy. Extra money. That's why I said, I'm like, boy, that's some good things happening. That's why I keep telling people, like, bro, there's good things that's happening all around, man. You hear me? So that's why I tell people, like, man, stay on the up and narrow, man. Even if you can't see, even if it don't feel like there's good things ahead, I said, bro, I promise you there is. There's good days always ahead, man. You just got to believe it, man. You got to keep praying, you got to keep believing it, man. Because, again, the more you believe it, the more it'll happen. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said people don't understand, like, life and death really is in the power of your tongue, man. Like, you got to watch what you say. You know what I'm saying? The moon looks small over here where I'm at. Except the fake moon I thought I saw the other day, a couple of hours ago. I was like, or an hour, or however long it was ago. I thought that big old red stop sign was the red moon behind me. Boy, it scared me. I was like, well, yeah, the moon was huge. But That's why I was saying, man, like I heard a dude say that. He said, man, I knew a guy. He kept speaking it over himself. He kept saying, he's oh man, when I get this age, man, I'm gonna have a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? He kept saying, when I turn 40, son, I'm gonna have a heart attack. He kept saying it for years. And then guess what happened when he turned that age? He had a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? I said, you can't say stuff like that, man. You speaking that over your life, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's why affirmation is so important, because when you wake up every day and say, hey, I'm handsome, I'm confident, I'm beautiful, I'm successful, I'm better than this, you know what I'm saying? I can make it, I can do it. I can, like, you giving yourself hope because you're speaking it over your life, man. That's why when you see the state of mind that people are in, it's because somebody keeps speaking negative over them to get them to speak negative over them, you know what I'm saying? It kind of reminded me of that story, the one in the Bible where it was talking about the, what was it, Balaam? Balak wanted the church to curse the people of God, you know what I'm saying? So he got Balaam to curse the people of God. He said, I know I can't curse them, but if they start to curse themselves, you know what I'm saying, you get them to curse themselves, then they're going to be cursed. So it's the same thing when it comes to you. It's like, if you allow people to speak negative over you and you agree with that, then you cursing your own self. If you always, we ain't gonna never be no good, man, it's cause we black and it's hard. I said, well, you just handicapped yourself for the next 10 years, man. You are cursing yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's why I said scripture relates, man, to a lot of what I be saying. Like, a lot of times, I don't even know how I'm gonna even relate that, but of course you think of that story, or you think of that book in the Bible where this same similar situation happened. That's what the word of God does, man. That's what scripture is. It's a reminder, you know what I'm saying? That's why Jesus used parables all the time, man, because it's like, I know now because it sticks in your mind. So when you do tell people about the word, or you telling people about life, the first thing you think about is the parable that Jesus gave. Everybody knows the story of the prodigal son. Everybody knows the story of Cain and Abel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows the story about David. Yeah, all his stories. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody knows these. So it's easy to kind of relate. Because I'm like, the times back then wasn't that different as the times as it is now. It's like people are still people. You know what I'm saying? The word is still the world. You know what I mean? So when you take a look at that, you like, okay. And I said, we doing this modern day. You know what I mean? When you sitting there talking about this is only for white people, I said, well, then you just stop yourself from doing something big. So when God does something big in your life, you're going to be like, well, nah, it's just of the devil because it's only white people. Like, why we think that? And this is why for years, I mean, I never thought that, but I said, but for years, people thought if you had money that you was evil. That could have been God blessing you with something major, man, because he wanted you to do something major with that. Yeah, nah, we can't have money because, you know, we got to be broke like everybody else was. They looking at white Jesus back in the Bible when he was running around here with rags on. It's like, nah, no. Everybody got to figure this out for themselves, man. That's why I said, but sometimes they do have a little help of encouragement. It does help to have encouraging people around you, man. That's why I said, if you surround yourself with 5 crackheads, you are going to be the 6th. If you surround yourself with millionaires, you're going to be the 6th millionaire. So that's why I said, put yourself around people, man, that's on the wave that you want to be on. And now with social media, it has never been easier than before, man. There are so many communities. Reddit is full of communities of people for anything. So I said, listen, that's what Instagram is for. Instagram, you follow people that are in your category, people that you like. That's why the algorithm will recommend people to you that they think you would like, because they know you probably want to be shown people like them. So I say use it for that, man. Get away from your people, man. People that just talk all day, man. Like get around people that are about something, you know. And that's why I want to have the community over here, because I'm like, I want people to see that there is hope. You know what I'm saying? I want people to see that there is, you know, good people out here doing this. You know what I mean? That's why I said, let's start using these examples of black marriage to kill this whole narrative about black men and white girls and white men and black women. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's kill that narrative. Black men don't respect black women. They're like, no. Let's kill that narrative. We gotta start doing better, man. So yeah, even when I first started this conversation, you know what I'm saying, it was about an hour ago when I was talking about something, but It all goes back to know what you're doing and what you're doing it for, man. My very first vlogs, I was saying that. I said I'm still saying it. You know what I'm saying? Don't never let nobody stop you, man, off of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, people just talk all day, man. They just talk. That's why I say I'm like, it's cool. It's cool. Just let them talk. Those, and I told you, those are the ones that ain't gonna never get nowhere. Those are the ones that gonna run their mouth all day. They gonna watch every Darby message. Still ain't gonna change. They gonna watch every Hebrew Israelite movement and somebody looking for a new leader. Like they gonna do that because they not willing to change nothing. That's why I said I don't need no black leader or no black expectation to do nothing. I said I know I'm excellent, a black excellent man. I can start the next wave, man. Like you can be the one to start the next Million Man March. You know what I'm saying? You don't need Al Sharpton. Why do y'all run to the same fools every year? Like, bro, you don't need them. He ain't doing nothing for you, fool. He ain't did nothing for you in 30 years he been doing this. I'm like, so why are you running to him? And no offense to him, I'm just saying, like, you don't necessarily need him to speak for you. I don't want to wait on somebody to come and write me a check, man. I don't want to wait on somebody to come and do it. I said, if I could have somebody write me a $10,000 check, or I could make my own $10,000, I would make my own $10,000. Because you write me a $10,000 check, it's just free money. But me making $10,000 gives me more experience on how to make $10,000, so I can make $20,000 and I can make $100,000. If you give me $10,000, I don't know how to make that because I was given it. So when the $10,000 is gone, I want you to write me another $10,000 check, right? But if I make $10,000 and I know, okay, well then I know how to make another 10 grand. So that way I can make plenty of 10,000s, which can turn into 200,000 and as much millions of dollars. I want people to understand that, man. Like I'm tired of people feeling helpless, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I hate that feeling. I know what that feel like sometimes. So I don't want people to feel like that their whole life. And then when you tell them who you've been talking to, mama, granny, auntie, ex-boyfriend, baby daddy, it's always somebody. Like it ain't never really friends that do it. It's always it's family that always does this. I said the last people on earth usually do your family. I'm trying to tell you. I love my family. I ain't listened to a word they have told me about nothing else. Because I'm like, I realized that sometimes some of the worst advice I took was from family. It might work for you. It doesn't necessarily mean it worked for me, though. My vlogs might work for me and everybody else. It doesn't mean it works for the other people, though. It might be different for them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not mad because people don't take my info. It's just, I know what works for me. Do what I'm saying. And if it don't, then maybe yours is different. I don't know. Like, some people change their life around for the better. And then some people change their life around because they went through a traumatic experience. Like, everybody's story is different. You know what I'm saying? So I can flip that million. Hey, listen, you ain't never lied. And that's why I said, the drug dealers are good businessmen. The people in the community be making the money, they good businessmen. It's just they using it wrong. But if they got their foot in business, they would be cold at it. They know how the game works. They just using their talent wrong. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you see them. You know who got some of the best careers? Felons. People that got locked up. Because they took their criminal enterprise of what they was doing. They got locked up. They changed their life around. They said all you do in jail is read all day. Read and work out. Better your mind. Better yourself. Change your life when you get out. And they apply the same steps that they did in the streets in the industry. Except they just don't do no more legal activity. I kept watching countless people that was like, he said, yep, I spent a lot of time in jail. He said, I had plenty of time to think, plenty of time to read, because you ain't doing nothing. And he said, once I got out, I put my hands in the business. And I just don't do anything illegal no more. You know what I'm saying? I know a dude like that, Wes Watson, man. Shout out to Wes Watson. And I was watching this story. He said the same thing. He said, dude, he said, I'm so confident in what I do because, again, I was a criminal. He said, I know how to make money. He said, because I understand that you don't work for money. Money work for you. He said, you could take all my money now. He said, I could lose all my millions, all my cars, houses, and everything. He said, I can build it back like that because I know how the game works. He said, when I was locked up, I read all day, every day. I studied all day, every day. He said, so he said, because I don't worship my money and my possessions. He said, because if I lose it all, I know how to get it back. And he said, I just teach other people how to do the same thing. The legal way. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, most people would tell you that's usually when that's why mama said it. She said, yeah, most people find God in penitentiary because you got plenty of time to sit down, think. Like, yeah, you think about that in 20 years, you about to get, yep, God ain't never spoke so fast, yep. And that's why most people, they'll get, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the same with, you seen with Judge Mathis, that's the same thing that happened to him. He was out there living wild until he got locked up. You know what I'm saying? He got out, changed his life, and now he's Judge Mathis. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it will change you. You see Darby? Pastor Darby was the same way. He got locked up all the time, man. Then he kept getting locked up. You know what I'm saying? And then it made him think. He kept saying he got saved in jail. He was thinking about his life in jail, thinking about his life choices. He kept talking about when he got sent to camp when he was like 17. You know what I'm saying? Which he put it in some of his messages. I don't know if y'all watched those messages and stuff, but he was talking about how he went to camp. You know what I'm saying? And that changed his life, you know what I mean? He talked about how he stood in front of the judge. And the judge was like, hey, man, I'm gonna let you go. He said, I don't want to see you back here in front of me, you know what I'm saying? And then he got locked up again and got right back in front of the same judge. But I think he said he started talking. I was like, Judge, I'm going to school, I'm changing my life. And the judge, I compassionate and let him go. That's why I kept saying, I'm like, that does change you, man. He was just that guy. He was that guy, man. They can do that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's why I said, like, you know what I'm saying, take advice from people that know, you know. Yeah, most definitely, be sure to pray for him. But again, that does keep him from, sometimes, like I said, keep him out the street, keep him from getting high, getting messed up, getting killed, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people that said it. They said, bro, jail saved my life, man. They said jail saved my life, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like you locked down all day. You can't go out here and do everything that you want to do, man. It's like you locked up, you feel me? Like, and so it saves you from a life of crime, man. It saves you from doing some crazy stuff out here, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I'm saying, like, sometimes, man, it takes that for people to change, man. That's why I said a lot of mothers, they pray for their sons to get locked up because she was like, I don't want to bury him. So they pray that, you know, the law come get him. Because they like, they can start visit you in jail, not at the grave, you know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing because I'm like, you know, God will touch him in jail. God can't touch him if he did, you know what I'm saying? So, plug this thing up, it's better getting low. Plug it up, plug it up. What are we on? Let me see, y'all. Let's turn it on, turn it on. What we got? Get on, someone. Knock it off. Bugs out here, man, I tell you. Let me see. Yeah, we on. Face it up, son. Yeah, so, you know how I go, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I just hate the negativity, man, the negative stereotype we always get, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said it does feel good to see our people, man, you know what I'm saying, do something and be about something, you know what I mean? That's why I said I had an issue with them I think it was the Baton Rouge graduates, you know what I'm saying, when they started dancing wild and crazy. And I said it did look kind of crazy, but I said, but what's the problem here? Last I checked, everybody when they graduate, they do a flip off stage. They throw up their cap and gown. And so these are black people that's in there dancing crazy. You know what I'm saying? They happy. You know what I'm saying? And I said, look, I know it looks crazy, right? I said, but these are people that have been through a lot, man, that made it. It's Baton Rouge. We talking about NBA Youngboy town. You know what I'm saying? Where you can't survive nothing. The one place on earth that's worse than Louisville. Like, this is a place that you don't want to be at. Baton Rouge sucks. And you got a bunch of young black graduates, man, that didn't. I said, bro, you don't know why they dancing like that. I said, they probably dancing that hard because they the first people in their family that ever graduated, that ever amounted up to anything. You live in Baton Rouge. That's like Mississippi. That ain't no better. I said, it's a miracle they ain't get killed, man. You know how many people died? Baton Rouge got one of the highest murder rates in the country. And they defied all odds, man, and graduated and did something with their life, man, because their mama probably couldn't, and their granny them probably couldn't during the Civil Rights era. Or during the Jim Crow era, you know what I'm saying? They probably the first ones in their family that ever did anything with their life. So you around a whole bunch of people like you grew up together, y'all lived together, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all didn't die in the streets together. Like, bro, y'all actually came from something. And this is your way of celebrating, and they mad. I said, well, when they out here shooting everything up, don't y'all call them criminals, you call them thugs, call them crazy. And now they out here dancing because they graduated and they amounting up to something. And y'all mad about that. And that's why I told white people, y'all need to shut up too. Y'all talk too much too. You shut up, before I sock you. I said, dang, man, we got some black graduates, man, just because they dancing and doing the heel toe. So what? You know how much school costs? For the amount of money I would be paying, I would be daggone hucklebucking too, Negro. Shoot. What's up, April? A long time no see you. So we got black graduates and they mad because they dancing. And then when black folk go out and do something they don't like, then they say it's why people got black fatigue. Like, black people can't do nothing right. And then they overgraduate, and then you're mad because they dancing. I was trying to tell them they gotta celebrate. I said, well, at least they ain't no fentanyl like your kids is, so shut up. Your kids find free drugs, and they go over. All they do is talk about stuff, man. That's why I said everybody shut up, man. White and black, y'all talk too much. Everybody just shut up. I said, dude, coming from a city like Baton Rouge, man, it is very impossible to come from there, man. It is very hard, bro. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm mistaken, that's the same city they killed Alton Sterling in. We ain't forgot Alton Sterling. I ain't forgot his name. Cold-blooded murder. Still didn't want to take justice. Still didn't want no justice from that. Still act like that didn't exist. And then you got a bunch of black graduates graduating from Baton Rouge, one of the worst cities in the world. And you're mad because they out here graduating. I'm like, you can't get justice and happiness on nothing, man. That's why I said, yeah, you know, some of you white people got y'all time coming too. Some of y'all got y'all time coming. It's called the destruction of y'all society. And that's why I say your kids out here hooked on every dope and fentanyl. Every alcoholic, beer addict, nigga. As much as you talk, man, you white people love y'all drugs. You drug addict fiend heads. As much as y'all want to talk about somebody, man, please. Y'all will snort, shoot up, smoke, drink, inhale anything. Inject anything. Yeah, your chickens have come home to roost. Bark, bark. Finger looking good. Yeah, that's y'all. That's why I said, I told y'all I'm on their case too. I don't like black or white or nobody. I told you I'm fair. I don't like none. I told him shut up too. I said, believe me, as much as y'all talk, I said, listen, all black dudes don't like all white women, not all white women. We got a type. And if we do like white women, they the cute ones. Like, boy, we do not want no Rosie O'Donnells. I ain't never wanted a Rosie O'Donnell. Boy, please, you done made that up. That's why them white men out there in them rural counties out there with nobody, them old incest children looking babies, them type. Oh, them dookie boys, them type of Negroes. Oh, Confederate Carl. He don't want nobody sleeping with his sister because he wants to sleep with his sister first. Oh, Alabama Al, that's who he is. They're like, we don't want to lose our white women. Believe me, buddy, y'all white women ain't going nowhere. Don't nobody want them white women. I'm gonna tell you now, don't nobody want them white women. Girl got 3 teeth in their mouth. Like, who in the world want that one? I don't want your sister, buddy. You can have her. Mad at everything, man. That's why I'm like, boy, y'all better shut up. Shut up. White folk talk too much, man. I notice every time a tragic storm hits, look where it hits. That's why I say, like, the United States is that great of a place. Like, boy, ain't nobody trying to live in Montana. Like, bro, what is in Montana except moose? Pine trees and moose, man. Who wants to be over here? Don't choose the worst states like Vermont. Nigga, what's in Vermont? New Hampshire. Where's the old Hampshire? Like, bro, what, like, who wanna, might wanna live in Maine or something. Like, but what is in Maine? I forget these are even states, man. Alabama, one of the worst states. Alabama might be worse than Mississippi. Dang, man, y'all live in the worst spots. Like, somebody really want to go down. I don't care about no Roll Tide, man, please. Got a bunch of silly geese. Yo, knuckleheads, yo, geese heads. That's what he is, man. I realize that, man, people run their mouth too much, man. They be talking. And that's why I said, I'm like, you know what? As much as Negroes can't talk, neither can you white folks. Nobody like y'all neither. Y'all listen to anything this old orange Muppet says, man. Like, y'all stupid. That's why I said, like, I thought it was just us that listen to black influencers. These niggas listen to orangutan. Like, y'all listen to anything. It used to be you could think for yourself. It used to be everybody had to think, you know, you think for yourself. You didn't necessarily need a president to speak for you. And now they done made Trump their Jesus. Now they stupid. Now they dumb. Can't think for themselves. Can't say, like, well, y'all niggas are just stupid, man. Y'all defend Trump like he's Jesus. Dag on it, man. Y'all are slow. That's why I said I don't like y'all politics either. I don't like y'all side either, man. God ain't in nothing y'all be doing either. Yeah, look at this dude. Dude look like Fozzie Bear, man. Like, dude, y'all y'all stupid. That's why y'all see I rep every other flag, man. Y'all be saying I be repping the Mexican flag, Dominican flag, Haitian flag. You know what I'm saying? Puerto Rican, Cuban, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be, what's another one I be doing, man? That's the most I can think of right now. But I was like, I be doing all the type of flag. Argentinian, Panamanian, you feel me? Like, man, please. He said Fozzie Bear. He do, man. Dude look like Cobblepot, man. Like niggas listen to anything now, man. Like, yeah, shout out to the Dominican flag, boy. I love my Dominicans, man. That's why I said, I'm like, bro, we ain't like, please believe me when I tell you. Listen, I done seen some fine white women, but they ain't the best out here. Like, have you been? Again, they also don't go all over the world either. They ain't been to Colombia, man. You know, Colombians, again, the thing with Hispanic, they come in all different colors. Everybody all over the world comes in all different colors. So when you think of Colombian, you thinking of people like Pablo Escobar, you know what I'm saying? They type of color, like a tan, mocha. Like, Colombians are just as dark as me, dude. I told you, they had a documentary where they went to the hoods in Colombia. You would have thought that was Memphis, dude. It was all black folk, man. All black people look just like me and you. You wouldn't even, if they didn't open their mouth, you wouldn't know they was Colombian. They look just like us. I know a black Colombian. I was talking to a black Colombian, bro. I was like, that was crazy because I said I thought Colombians was just a mocha color. I didn't know they was like us. Girl was darker than me. I love talking about Afro Latinos, man. That's why I said Dominicans be the darkest of the dark. I said, how dare y'all not like Haitians? Y'all niggas is darker than Haitians. You don't like Haitians. Yeah, they out there. That's why I said they out there. I said it be black all colors, man. Like, shoot. That's why I said some of these white people ain't never stood next to them either. I said, girl, please. Somebody looking at old Sarah. I'm like, come on, man. Say Sarah. Girl, please. You ain't stood next to Tanya. Because Tanya put it on you. Nigga, you ain't stood next to her. Half of they wouldn't be looking like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Listen, I don't like Jasmine Crockett either, but she looks so much better than Marjorie Taylor Greene do. I would tell you that. She looks way better. And I don't base it off looks, because again, I don't know neither one of them fools. I think they both is fools. But I said, but listen, you know, act like we don't know the truth, man, please. Even the white men would get with you. Even the white man, all white Trump supporters would get with Jasmine Crockett. On paper, they like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Behind closed doors, they... So, girl, what you doing? Girl, I'm in room 407. Come on, yeah. Yeah. Go ask Mitch McConnell if he can remember anything. Oh, Mitch McConnell, he was like, well, you know, I love Marjorie Taylor Greene, but daggone Jasmine Crockett, that nigga show is swole. Buddy, you know how Mitch McConnell be going in days, like he be lost and they be saying, Mitch, he's just sitting there staring. He thinking about Jasmine Crockett. He's just like, Mitch, huh? Snap out of it. Shoot. That's why I said, I'm like, yeah, some of you Marjorie Taylor Greenes ain't stood next to one of them either. Like, girl, everybody trying to look at you. Hey, man, this is dumb. Let's introduce y'all more Afro-Latino artists in the Discord. Yeah, give us some more Afro-Latinos. I be knowing some of them. I think Ozuna. Is Ozuna one of them? Ozuna and somebody else, man, I know. That's one of them. I found that out with Maxwell, man. Maxwell is like part Haitian, part I think it was Cuban. Puerto Rican, not Cuban. One of them, he's like half and half. But Maxwell, he loves his people, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he supports his people, and I like that, man. When you see people like that, that's why I said I love like Mexicans and like Haitians and Dominican. You know, like a lot of those Latinos, like because they are proud people. You know what I'm saying? And so when you ask them, they like, oh yeah, I'm Dominican, 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they like to represent their people, man. That's why a lot of the Mexicans, they be loving me, man, because like I said, I rep them, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of time I wear it because I love the colors. I love the red, green, and white, you know what I'm saying? And so I'll wear some of their stuff just to wear it, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, you would swear they ain't never seen nobody black wearing no Mexican nothing, you know what I'm saying? So they be like, hey, man, they say, hey, shout out to the Raza, man. They say, hey, you representing us, you know? They be like, I like that hat, man. I like that shirt. And I'm like, everybody wearing this. It's just like when I do it, they like it, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll be like, hey, Viva La Raza. They say, hey, Viva La Raza, man, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, they be loving you. I went somewhere with the flag. I went dancing with the flag. And they love it, man. I always make, hey, bro, let me take a picture with it, bro. They say, hey, take a picture with me, you know what I'm saying? Like, they love it because they love the fact that you represent them as a proud people. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I like that, you know what I mean? But, hold on. Ozuna is Puerto Rican, Afro, Latino. Miguel is Afro, Mexican. Cardi. Yeah, I know Cardi's Dominican and Trinidadian, I think. Yeah, so that's why I said some of them just ain't never stood next to one of them. You know what I'm saying? So again, it ain't nothing against no white girls or black women or nothing or nobody actually. It's just like you just don't know what's all over the world. You know what I'm saying? You ain't stood next to a Brazilian. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said it's dangerous to think that you better than everybody. Whatever color you is, it's like, no, you're not the best. I know, especially, I seen it with Hispanics too. Because you go to Costa Rica, it's such a war. That's why I said it ain't just black folk. It's a war with everybody. You got Hispanics. You know the Asians don't like each other either, but Hispanics don't like each other at all. They all think they better than each other. Mexicans, that's why I said like Puerto Ricans don't want to be called Cubans. You know what I'm saying? Cubans don't think they think they're better than Puerto Ricans. Costa Ricans think they better. For some reason, I don't know what it is with Mexican, but everybody think they better than the Mexicans. Nobody like the Mexicans. I said, bro, what did they do, man? And so Costa Ricans think they better than the Mexicans. I'm just like, brother, everybody thinks they better than each other. Dominicans think they better than everybody. Like, I don't know what that is. And so they all think they speak the best Spanish. Like in Costa Rica, they don't roll their R's. Like, you know how you say like rosado? They don't say rosado. They say like rosado. Like they don't roll the R. So it's already not exotic or like an exotic language. It already sounds kind of like white. You know what I'm saying? Like something like white people Spanish. And so they swear they speak better Spanish. They think women look better than Mexican women. And then they was racist. They said, nah, all Mexican women got mustaches. And I said, that ain't true. You can't say that. They're like, nah, all the Mexican women got mustaches. Then they was talking about that singer. What was her name? Freya, or whatever her name is. And they said, well, she got a mustache. I was like, that's one woman out of millions. Like, that don't mean all of them got it. And they said, nah, our women are better. And our women are crazier than Mexican. I said, I don't know about that. Costa Rica's the safest country in Latin America. Your women ain't nowhere near one of the Mexican women level. I say, listen, you ain't dealt with El Machate, La Machate, Negro. You ain't dealt with Santa Muerta. You ain't dealt with them. I said, girl, look here, man. And but that's why I said they don't understand how they be racist too. And then they told us, they said, oh, your country's wrong, and Donald Trump is wrong, and, you know, the way they treat black people is wrong, and, you know, everything they doing over is wrong. It's so wrong how they do y'all guys. I said, but y'all do the same thing to the Nicaraguans. It's a big war. It's always neighboring countries that's always into it. And so they do the Nicaraguans definitely wrong. And so they're like, oh, no, it's because all of them are bad, and they all are rapists. I'm like, no, they are not all bad. They are not all rapists. There are good men and women and children that come from that country. They said, well, no, those are the serial killers. I said, okay, you got a couple of it all. I said, and I'm pretty sure if you dig up Costa Rica's history, y'all done did some stuff to them. I'm sure Costa Rica got some serial killers. And I said, see, how can you understand the Americans, but you don't understand what y'all do? That's why I said that beam is in your eye, but you trying to get somebody else's beam. And I said, it's all about how you treat your brother. These are your neighbors. These are your neighboring country. Crazy. Sure do. That's why I sound like, bro, like, that's why I told him, I said, bro, what's the difference? All you niggas speak Spanish, right? Like, we all speak Spanish. But then I was like, wait a minute, I forgot. Because we do this too. Nah, we ain't black. We ain't West Coast black, man. We ain't on the West End. We East End blacks. Like, we all black. What does it matter? A black in New York and a black in Detroit and a black in Los Angeles, we all black, right? So what's the problem? I don't understand. It's like, it's so stupid. Well, nah, man, they a mocha black. I'm more of a caramel. It's like, niggas, shut up. Oh my gosh. Now we mad at light skins. Light skins don't like us. It's like, And I was like, we can't, again, beam at your eye out of there. We can't talk because we do the same stuff. Oh my gosh. All the Asians don't like each other. I'm like, bro, I mean, no offense, but all you niggas look Chinese, bro. That's why I thought, like, that's why we always assume everybody Chinese, because y'all look the same. What's the problem? Y'all don't look like, that don't sound racist. It's just like, bro, what's the problem? I ain't talking about Chinese people don't like Taiwanese people, which Taiwan is right by China. It's basically China. I said, could. The Japanese people don't like Chinese people. The Cambodians don't like. What is it with this non-like stuff, man? This stuff been going on since the BC time. It's like, oh my God, Samaritans probably didn't like the Canaanites. Canaanites don't like Philistines. Like, what is this? They should have united. I'm like, bro, y'all better unite. Asia be the most powerful nation in the world, bro, if they want to. Can't have all of them. Like, bro, come on, man. You know, so I told him, I said, bro, you can't say stuff like that, man. That's why I was trying to get the Costa Ricans to understand. Like, bro, you can't say stuff like that, man. That's pure racist. You know what I'm saying? And they said, nah, our women look better than Mexican women. I said, that's a lie. I was like, let me correct you there, buddy. Yeah, no, you know. But don't get me wrong, they are good looking. But I said, no, you ain't, listen. I know a brother that was down there. He said, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. He said, I've been all over the world. He said, listen here, I've been all over the world. He said, the most beautiful women that I think that's in the world are in Sinaloa. Cause my friend, I got a friend that lived down there. I got a couple of them. One live in Sinaloa, the other one live in Mazatlan. And you know, Mazatlan is known for having some of the most beautiful women in all of Mexico. I'm talking about, and he even told me, he said, yeah, he said some of them be so beautiful, they've been done wrong by their men because again, it's average. Like they so beautiful, they average. And so that's why he said a lot of them have low self-esteem because they so average, so it's hard to kind of fit in with the beautifuls and who's who. And I said, I know what you mean, dude. I said, because I got a friend that lives in Mazatlan. I said, bro, she's really pretty. I said, but she always says she's average. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'm average. I'm like, well, what's y'all best looking if it's just you average? And he was like, yeah. He said some of the most beautiful women are really in the area. I said, that's what she told me too. He said, they really are. He said, bro, I'm telling you, like, they are beautiful, beautiful. So I'm like, yeah, ain't no Costa Rican topping that. I'm gonna tell you now. I seen some good ones, but I said, you ain't, nah, you not. That's what happens when you try to compare yourself to everybody. You get your feelings hurt. Like, see, that's why I said don't do that, because then it looks bad. That's crazy. Moral of the story is, you ain't better than nobody, man. Quit doing that stuff. They always try to put us against each other, man, with this old stupid stuff, man. Every time a new celebrity pops up, a singer or something, they always compare this old color stuff, you know what I'm saying? It was Glorilla versus Ice Spice. It's like, why do we got to do a versus who, man? These are two people that made it out the hood. These are two people that have somewhat decent music, I guess. I'm like, what's the difference? And I know what the difference is. One's dark skin, one's light skin. You know, there's always a big feud going on between that. Who's prettier? The white people want to adopt the light skin because they don't like the black girl, and the black girl don't like the light skin because they always want to make like that they closest to white and dudes like them better because they lighter skin. Like, it's all that stupid stuff, man. I heard that so many times. They said most dudes choose the light skin because she's closer to white. I said, nigga, in what world did you hear that? I said, people just say anything nowadays. I'm like, bro, because you got 2% of the Negroes that do this. That don't mean everybody does what they do. If I want a white woman, why am I going to choose a light skin over a dark girl? I would just go get a white woman. That's what I want, right? So why am I going to choose a light skin to substitute? I don't need a substitute, daggone. I can get the real thing. People just talk, man. You just say anything you want to say, man. It's just stupid. And I said, I know the real reason you don't like this girl. Like, okay, well, you know what? Can she really rap and sing? No. But I said, that ain't the reason people don't like her. I said, neither can Sexy Red, and everybody like her. So I said, no, it's the fact that she's just light skinned. You know, I know how the whole light skin thing works. Like, stuff is mad annoying, bro. That's why I said people just ain't got no life. Hold on. Y'all still there, man? Are y'all there? Talk to me. Talk back to me. Yeah, this colorism stuff gotta stop, man. It really gotta stop. It's so annoying, man. That's why I feel like, yeah. That's why I said, I'm like, I think it's gonna be a big shocker to people, man. Like I said, whatever color Christ is, like we for sure that he's our color. But I said, but how do we, like, what if we got it wrong the whole time? That's why I kept saying, I said, listen, whatever color he is. I said, I love God when I thought he was a white man. So I'm like, the fact that I thought God was white and I still loved him shows that I have a heart to love God. You know what I'm saying? So if God did show back up and he was a white man, I wouldn't really care because I'm like, well, I love God because he's God. I love Jesus because Jesus saved me. Jesus loved me. When my life was in the balance, man, I didn't say black Jesus. I said, Jesus, whatever color he is, Jesus, I need you to save my life. I'm drowning out here. I got a bullet in my spine, Jesus. I need you to come through. So I told you, how do we know Jesus wasn't Mexican? Like, bro, what if Jesus was Mexican? Whatever he is, I love Jesus. Jesus Christ or Jesus Cristo. I said, it don't matter to me, man. He's still Jesus. If Jesus was Danish, I would love him. If Jesus was Italian, I would love him. It don't matter, man. I love Jesus because he's Jesus. I do think the real identity needs to be revealed because I do think it is somewhat important. But I said what the most important thing is knowing that he's Jesus, right? I loved him when I thought he was white. I loved him when I found out he's black. It ain't gonna change just because I found out he's black. Because again, you can be black. If you don't love Jesus back, you won't make it to where he is. So it doesn't matter. I said I was supposed to be doing a stroll around the block and then calling it quits on live. I always do this, man. I always go outside, then I sit outside, start talking to y'all, and just having a good old time. It's a chill, technically Wednesday, so. Talk to me, people. Heard a single Glorilla or Sexy Red song. Well, you ain't missing out. I would tell you ain't missing out on that. Oh, you gonna hear us bow, 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 bow. She said, shake your dress, shake your dress, shake your dress. Why she rap like Penny Proud, bro? I'm not thinking about it. She be sounding like Penny Proud, nigga. She rap. You would have thought she voiced Penny Proud, man. Like, dang, girl. You said you were gonna get biscuits and gravy. I did say that, but I'm having second thoughts, man. I'm having second thoughts. I don't know, man. I feel like I eat that too much, man. I might get it in the morning. It's nice to eat before bed, man, because it does kind of put you to sleep. Because it's so rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so buttery. I don't know, man. I need to I don't want to get burnt out on it, so I don't know. Maybe not tonight, but I don't know. We'll see. I stay in here because, like I said, I be having 11 people, 15 people in here at like 3 in the morning. So I'll be like, okay, well, people want to stay here. So I said they must be wanting to talk about something. So that's why I'm like, tell me what you want to talk about, man. I got people watching. So I'll be wanting to start a combo with y'all, man. You know, if you want to talk about stuff. I love to conversate with y'all. I do. I love Q&As. I love to conversate with y'all, man, because it's just, it kills a lot of time too. And it's, you know, it's entertaining, you know. So that's why I said, come up with questions. Ask me stuff, man. What topics you got? What you want to talk about? Like, I need all of that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make it a people's stream instead of just my stream. So in order to do that, people got to talk. Better hurry up before I get sleepy, because once I get sleepy, this is done. Listen, I be almost falling asleep on live stream, and I'm the one that's doing the live stream. Like, bro, I be tired sometimes. Until I start talking, and then I start going off, and then you fully awake. I said, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I was in the dark. I know Marche sleep. She come in every now and then like she's here, daggone. She done fell asleep. She wake up, live stream is no longer in service. Hey, bro, she woke up one time just to tell us she was going to bed. I said, where you been at? She said, sleep. She said, all right, y'all, good night. I'm going to bed. I said, you just, you woke up to tell us you, like, said, no, I'm here. I said, you woke up just to tell us you was going to bed. Oh my gosh, man. You doing self-care. Oh, y'all be careful. She bougie. She doing her nails. Hold on. Steve, you love those white women songs. Listen, I used to. That's the word, see? I would say, like, I am a sinner. I said, I used to be a sinner. See, the used to puts an implication. I used to like singing the songs. They would always come on, so. I remember when that stupid song came out. I got the eye of the tiger. Oh, I hated that song, man. I was like, dang, they wore that song out, man. But no, I didn't used to like they songs like that. It was just, again, I think I used to like some of their songs because I was trying to be intelligent. I lived in Indiana at the time, man. So of course I was like, I said, no, I don't listen to rap music. I said, no, you end up like a Negro. I said, you hear too much of their lyrics and it takes you back to those black days. I would talk like that. I was like, yeah, I don't listen to Ice Cube or Coolio. I listen to Carly Rae Jepsen. Like, nigga, what? He said, what did he say? No, nigga, I don't listen to him. Bro, I hated that song. Hey, I just met you. Da, da, da. This is crazy. Here's my number. Just call me, baby. Yeah. Actually, Carly Rae Jepsen wasn't that bad. She actually had a song of hers that I did like. It was like some pop song, I think. Like, I listen to a lot of music because I study music, so that's why I said I knew a little bit of everybody. Like, nigga, I knew Mumford & Sons. Who knows Mumford & Sons? But I study music, so they song kept coming on. I was like, who is? I think that was Steve Martin and people. Mumford & Sons, cuz. So I will wait for you. I don't know why that song was popular at the time. Okay, here they still. Yeah, I think they are, ain't they? But I listened to a little bit of everything, man. Nah, I ain't even like Justin Bieber, man, but I kept hearing Justin Bieber music, so I used to listen because I was trying to make pop music like at the time. He said, ooh, I need is a beauty in the beat who will make my life complete. And the beat dropped, don 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 bang bang don 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 don. I remember that's when pop used to be like, pop was like big at that time. All the R&B artists. Remember that? Remember when Rihanna was doing it, Chris Brown was doing it, Neo, Usher. All the R&B singers was doing pop music. I don't know what that pop phase was. That was like that 2012, 2013 phase. They always doing pop music. I remember that. Turn up the music, turn it up louder, turn up the music. Where everybody was doing like pop, man. I don't know what that was. Usher came out with the gayest song. It's the gayest song I've ever heard, bro. Like, this was the gayest song I've ever heard. I kept wondering. I said, bro, this song is too happy. It had like a homosexual uptone. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know if it's a thing, but it had that dun 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 dun. I said, bro, that sounds like a gay party. He said, whoa, without you. He said, without you. He said, I cannot sleep at night without you. I said, okay, that's. I didn't know it was Usher. I said, it makes sense why it's gay. It's Usher. And I said, I didn't know that was, bruh. I remember here, I didn't know it was Usher, man. I said, this song is too happy. It sounds too happy. I remember we was somewhere, man. That was that song. What song was that? It was some pop song, man. Oh, hold on, man. What was that? Joe used to love the Kings of Leon. I remember that. Nah, that was the best era. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I told you, music died around 2015, man. After 2015, music died. But that was the best era, man, because like it was a little bit more simple time. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Daddy said that one time. It was a song called. It was by The Wanted, man. It was like, my universe would never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. I remember that. We was at Applebee's, man. They played that song. Daddy said, bro. He said, it sound like a homosexual. He said, it sound like a homosexual singing that. He said, you hear the way they singing that? I said, yeah, it do sound like it. Like, and I think they was. I don't know. The unwanted. Bro, the black pop era was fresh. I don't know what you talking about, man. Neo, bro, he had that. I was thinking about that song the other day. He said, so let me love you, and I will love you. How do you learn to love yourself? Girl, let me love you. A heart of a mess brought back to life. I'll take you there. I like that song. Girl, let me love you, babe. Love you, baby. Ooh, ooh. Man, that song was fresh, man. You talking Black Era suck. Tomorrow ain't too far away, and we can get back like yesterday, bro. That's like, bro, that era was fresh, man. Because again, I guess it was different. All the black artists was doing like pop and stuff. They don't do it no more. But it was just a phase, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I just thought it was funny how all the R&B artists was doing pop music. You know what I'm saying? Bro, they got Chief Keef doing pop music. I said, nah, man, not the voice of the streets. Buddy went from smoking a Tuka pack. Now he's talking about EDM. He said, girl, I want you to be my soldier. I want to be your soldier. He said, don't. I said, come on, Keith. I said, come on, Keith. I said, dang, man, Keith is done. He's done. He said, black coffee, no creamer. Well, listen, for your information. Yo, that's crazy. I said, well, I mean, Keith did get out the streets, but I'm just like, dang, bro. It's like, what happened? It's like, bro, music sucks now. Would you ever skydive? Yes, absolutely. Over Dubai, it's got to be over a certain spot. I don't want to do it like some random. I want to do it like over Dubai or something, like somewhere it's worth doing it in Florida or something. But then again, I'm like, I don't know, I'm scared, man, because I'm like, what if that's the one time they don't pack your parachute right? Or what if they was doing like a prank gag or something? That was like, yeah, it was like, guys, today on this YouTube episode, we're gonna prank him with the parachute. See if it pulls out. Like, no, I don't know. I would check that parachute 10 times. Like, I don't trust it. That's why I said people gotta be careful with that stuff, man. I seen a video back in 1999. They was like, which is probably why they was telling people don't jump off of rocks. And so a bunch of anti-rock jumping protesters was like, no, this is our right to jump off of these rocks. It's only white people. Ain't nobody out here like this. I remember Daddy said it. He said, man, we done conquered the sport so much. He said, now white people jumping on rocks. And they said, the government can't tell us, because, you know, when white people get told stuff, they're going to let you know. The government can't tell us not to jump off of these rocks. Question is, why do you want to jump off these rocks? So they got this one older woman. She was so determined to jump off the rocks to prove a point. And jumped off the rocks, and her parachute didn't even deploy. And then her backup parachute on her leg, I think it was misplaced. She couldn't even reach it in time. Girl hit the tree and died. I think she hit the ground. I don't think she even hit the trees. And they caught the whole thing on video. And they was like, yeah, this is probably why we didn't want y'all jumping off the rocks in the first place. Then they try to blame the people. They said, well, if she was allowed to jump off the rocks in the first place, she wouldn't have to have proven herself and she wouldn't have died. I'm like, bruh, stop jumping off the freaking rocks. Like, why do you want it? Like, what? I don't even think people want to. It's the fact you told them. I know, I'm the same way. I don't even want to, but the fact you told me don't do it, I'm just going to do it. What joy do you get of jumping off of this particular rock? Don't do it. I don't know, what is this? Y'all remember when Justin Bieber used to be the modern day? Who took his spot now? I don't even know. I never liked Beyonce. I'm gonna tell you that now. I never liked Beyonce. I can't stand that. Oh, I can't stand that. Again, I don't know a person, so I can't really say that. But I can't stand her face. I can't stand her face. Ugh. All the thoughts that listen to her, I can't stand them people. The Kid Laroi. Ain't the Kid Laroi the one that said, I want you to stay. I never care. I need you to stay. Need you to stay. Hey. That beat's kind of fresh, I ain't gonna lie. I used to hear a Bieber song every now and then. Mom and Daddy said it. They said before he got big, they met, well, when he was about to get big, they said they met his mama. They went to a church in Nashville, and they met his mama was at the church. And they was praying, they was like, let's pray for her son in the industry. And they said it was a country singer there that was like, hey, don't get him in the industry. They said, you probably want to pull him out. They was like, you don't know what's in there, you know what I'm saying? And so Daddy, he was like, no, sir, we not praying. He said, I'm not praying for him to go be in the devil industry. He said, no, I'm not doing that. He said, no, I ain't doing that. The Kid Laroi. Y'all know who King Carson is? Y'all know what that is? That's these new niggas now. They new type of niggas. Hey, y'all know y'all know who Smoke Perp is? Hey man. I heard this dude, I seen some people react to his freestyle when he got called into a freestyle radio. That boy sucked. Oh my God, he sucked. I ain't never heard Smoke Perp music, but that boy, if it's anything like that, I know now why you don't hear him. He sucked. This nigga said, bro, he said that in his lyric. He must have been high off a perk himself. He said, he said, I got perks, Molly weed on me, yeah, yeah. I got perks, Molly weed on me, yeah. His next line, he said, bro, he said, God gave her all the perkies that she wanted. Now she has, I was like, bro, he said God gave her the perks. Somebody reacted and they said, see, bro, you going to hell, bro. They said, wait a minute, did he just say God gave her all the perks that she wanted? I said, oh my God, bro, this sucked. I said, yeah, instead of God killing him, he just killed his career. You don't hear nothing from this dude no more. That's sad. I said, dang, bro, you shouldn't even have said that. That's just messed up. Like, Hey, man. He tried to start singing. He said, I know that they can. He was trying to auto-tune without having auto-tune. He was terrible. He said, but I know we can change. I know we can change if you give me one more chance. He said, we dance in the moonlight. Oh, and we dance. I said, bro, you don't have auto-tune, so stop. It don't sound good. I said they did it with Designer. Remember when Designer first came out and they was like, dude can't even rap. So they was showing what he sound like in the studio with his headphones on but no beat. He said, so they was flipping to like Steve Harvey's face. He was just like, you know what I'm saying? And he was sort of like, and so they had a visual of Ice Cube. And the girl, she said, you know him? He said, no. Oh man. Hey bro, wasn't a better person than Ice Cube. I love Ice Cube demeanor, man. Dude is just that nigga, man. Yeah, this music nowadays sucks, man. That's why I said it used to be like real pop music back then, man. It was like real rap. It was better at least. I guess it was the ushering in like the 2010s and stuff. Like the music was a lot better, man. Like stuff nowadays sucks, man. He do look like, he be like, I seen a dude that imitated him. That was the best Ice Cube impression I ever seen. He said the aliens invaded Earth. He said, so I seen a spaceship outside my house. He said, name another alien that'll play with me like that. I mean, the way he did it, it was down to the T, bro. I said, bro, he had that perfect voice and everything. I laughed so hard in that movie, Are We There Yet? What dude, he said, be careful opening that door. And little boy opened up his door, ding, ding. He said, oh, nah, man. He was so mad, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah, this music nowadays sucks though. That's why I said like entertainment sucks. That's why I don't like entertainment no more. I don't like celebrities. I never did for real, but that is so. This music sucks, bro. That's why I said I'm like, bro. I know a nigga. His name is Uno Miles, man. He raps like that for fun. Like he's funny, man. And I said, but he's funny, but his stuff is better than they stuff. Like I would rather listen to his album because it's funny. I mean, I be laughing so hard listening to this dude, bro, because he's funny. I said these other guys are like they suck, man. Like they ain't even got no talent. No, I do, man. I always like my old school Christian rap, man. My old school Andy Mineo, you know what I'm saying? Lecrae now, Trip Lee. Um, who's the other one, man? It's a dude named Thizzle, man. I like Thizzle. My daddy like Thizzle, man. He's a good rapper, man. Good rapper. He got the grittiest type music, man. Like his is dope. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I feel like society has lost its way, man. Nothing's the same no more. That's why it sucks. So maybe Drake was trying to tell us something, man, from his old album. Nothing was the same. Yeah, it's not the same no more. Yeah, he's from STL, man. That's why I like him, man, because his music is gritty. You know what I'm saying? He talks about his life stories and you know what I'm saying? So Pops played his music all the time, man. Like he loved his music. You feel me? Cause he went hard, man. I'm talking about he would turn it up all the way in the car, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I remember Bizzle. They got Bizzle and Thizzle. I remember Bizzle. I remember Thizzle more, of course. I remember one of my songs used to be, I wanna go where the wild things are. I wanna go where the wild things are. I'm talking lions, tigers, bears. Oh my, bro. I used to work out so much to that song, man. I'll be on a treadmill just running. I'm talking about, bro. I used to punch the bag to that song. Yeah, I used to pump it up, man. Yeah. I was going through a lot of my old music, man. Like I don't got my Apple subscription no more. So, cause I canceled it actually ever since last year, cause I was focusing on music, man. I was focusing on my live streaming music and channel and life and stuff. So I stopped listening to music, cause I didn't want to get distracted. So all my Spotify, Apple Music, all my PlayStation stuff out with Netflix, everything I wasn't using, I canceled it. Peacock, all of that, cause I'm like it was costing more money anyways. And then on top of it, I'm like I don't use these no more. I don't want to. But there were some songs when I first got my Apple Music. I first got my Apple Music back in like 2014. So all my old songs on it that I bought. This was before they had the streaming service. I bought those songs. So I was listening to all of them. I was like, dang, bro, I remember these. You know what I'm saying? And that was like all my first Christian rap. You know what I'm saying? All my first rap I had on there. All my Derek Minor, Jason, Thizzle. Um, you know, I found a couple of pop songs on the way, man. Like I was like, dang, I remember these, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so I remember I was just like, yeah. That's another dude I used to listen to. His name was Mike Real. I don't know if you heard of Mike Real. I used to kind of like Mike Real. Flame was another one. I love Flame, man. He got a song, man. I still bop that song, man. That's one of the coldest beats I heard, man. He said, hey, what's the latest? God is still the greatest. Oh, 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 oh. Man, that beat is fire, man. I said, dang, man, that beat's cold, man. Said I might sound like a broken record, dun, 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 but ain't nobody broke his record. Man, that song be bopping, man. I don't care if that song 10 years old. I still bop that song. That beat is, ooh, that beat is fire, man. That beat is, ooh, man. He said, oh, 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 ooh, oh, 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 oh. He said, what's the latest? God is still the greatest. Man, that song is fire, man. That's why I said I do kind of miss that 2010 era, man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like 2010 as the year. The year 2010 kind of sucked for me, man. I don't know. It's just I didn't like 2010. 2009 either. I didn't like it. That's when I remember when we first started doing our music, man. We first started doing music at church, and so there was a lot of good and bad times, but it was just I feel like it was plain, you know. 2011, I did like 2011, man. That was a pretty good year because we went to a concert, man. It was outside of Louisville. and it was called Ichthus. That's what they called it. And that's why they had all the Christian events at, man. It was like it was one big Christian event outside. So they had multiple tents and multiple stages you can go to. They had Lecrae there. We seen Lecrae in real life, you know what I'm saying? We seen his name was Pro. He's Derek Mountain now, but his name was Pro at first. They had KB. KB was there. I think he was there. Was KB's another one I like, man. That song, I don't know if you know that song, Undefeated. He said, that's why I'm undefeated. Da, 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 da. Hey, man, that was my anthem, bro. That was me and the homeboy anthem, man, for like 2 years, man. I was listening to that in the airport the other day. I said, bro, that beat is fire, dude. That song is fire, man. I'm talking about if you want something to run to, hit the bag, bro. That was my song, man. But yeah, he was there, man. I remember Stisha had the biggest crush on Lecrae. I don't know what she saw in this dude. She loved Lecrae, man. So she didn't go on the conference the trip with us. And so we got to meet Lecrae after the stage, you know what I'm saying? He had like a back, like, you know, he'll sign your hat. So we got a hat, he had signed our hat and stuff like that. And so we put out our camera. We said, hey man, we say, you know, we got our sister, man. She's a big fan of yours. Can you give her a shout out? And so he did a little goofy shout out. He was like, girl, you wasn't here. He said, where you at? You missed out. You weren't here. Like, he was just like being funny or whatever. And so we showed it to Stisha, man. Stisha was all happy. I was like, girl, he ain't no daggone Lil Wayne. Why you acting like? Oh Lord, look. Speaking of STL, look what the cat has drug out the bag. Girl, what you doing up at this time? I said, you know, STL did produce some good rappers, man. Like I said, they had Thizzle, and then Jay Slines from STL. And it was another person that's from STL, man. Now STL got Sexy Red. They had the good old ones like Nelly, like the good people that came from STL, Nelly and Metro Boomin them. And now you got Sexy Red and Lil Wick. Lil Wick. Yeah, who the other one? Mo P. I like Lil Mo P. I like Mo P though. He's cool. He's cool. Leaving the park at this time of night, I wouldn't in STL. Absolutely not. You see what they did down there? They said they shot Q50. I don't know if you know nothing about that, but you know, it's probably another typical day in St. Louis. Yeah, he actually, it's funny because Lil Wayne had told his story while he was up on stage. He said, yeah, he said, I went to the Grammys, man. And he said, behind the stage, he said, I had a little dude walking to me. He said, what's up, bro? He said, what's up, man? He said, now, we know this dude was Lil Wayne. He said, you know, I actually met Lil Wayne back here, you know what I'm saying? So he was talking about the people he had met at it was back in 2011, you know what I'm saying? But, St. Louis rappers. Yeah, that dude Mo P. I actually watched Tommy G. It's the dude Tommy G that goes to like local hoods, and he went to somewhere in St. Louis, and he was interviewing Mo P. Never heard this dude before. He's a young dude, you know what I'm saying? He can rap. He's a good rapper. But he was telling his story. I said, man, I feel bad for this dude, man. I felt bad for him, you know what I'm saying? And so he was like, who you got out here with you, man? He said, look, I love my city. I don't really want to leave, even though I'm getting famous. He said, I don't think I'll ever leave. And so he said, well, where your people at, man? He said, I ain't got nobody, man. He said, where your mom and daddy? He said, I don't got no mom and daddy. He said, my granny was the closest thing to me. He said, and his granny died, you know what I'm saying? He said, after that, he was on his own at like, I think 15. I said, dang, good, dang. He's still young. He ain't nothing but like 19, I think. He's still pretty young. And so he was like, I ain't got no family, man. You know what I'm saying? And so the gang was his family, you know what I'm saying? He said, my granny kind of always told me to, you know, do the right thing and stay in school. He said, so I did do school. He said, I did kind of, you know, do that, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like, dang, bro, like some of these dudes ain't got no chance, man, you know what I'm saying? It do be sad. It be sad stories, man. You be hearing about people, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the stuff. I figured that's the stuff in St. Louis, man. It's crazy St. Louis stuff. Because they was talking about in my city, you know, we got ESTG. He's from Louisville. And so there's a lot of beef going on there. And so I'm just like, I ain't heard about none of that. It's a typical day in Louisville. That stuff happen all the time. I don't know exactly who's related to who and who's with who. Like, they don't even pop up on the news, man. So yeah, I don't know, man. But yeah, it just be sad, man. You know, I remember Tommy G went to Chicago, man. He was doing one with the Latin Kings up there. And he talked to this one dude, man. Oh, I felt sorry for this guy, man. I felt so bad for him. And he was like, he said, oh, you know, he said, well, I first got shot when I was like 9. And then he said, I got shot again when I was like 12 or 13. And he was just detailing all the stuff that happened to him. Then he said he got shot in his eye. He done got shot in his head. He done got shot up. I mean, just all type of shot up. He said, I've been shot about 15 times. He said it like it was nothing. I shot about 15 times. And dude asked him, he said, how old are you? He said, oh, I'm only 21. I said, bruh. I said, dang, dude. He said, bro. He said, do you ever think about like getting out of here? He was like, I mean, I want to. He said, but I said, I don't know. I mean, dude was just so casual, but I'm just like, dang, bro, that's sad. Like, that was sad. I was just like, bro, imagine getting shot once, let alone like 15 times, man, on different occasions, man. Dude just said it like it was. Imagine the devil trying to kill you 15 times and failed all 15 times, cuz. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's why I be hearing people, man, they be like, such and such got shot in the head and still lived. I said, do you know how rare that is to live from stuff like that? That is crazy. That's what I'm saying. I really do think God be giving these dudes special grace. Because when you hear about them, most of them, that's not their first time, man. Like with the whole FBG Duck situation, man, Duck done been shot on like 3 different occasions. You know what I'm saying? He got shot before and then he got shot again. He got stabbed by his girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? And then I think the last time he got hit was in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Same with Young Dolph. Young Dolph been shot before. You know what I'm saying? He been shot and shot at before. You know what I'm saying? But that time he had got hit was his time. Like, these ain't these dudes' first times, man. They be like, oh, it was their 4th time getting hit up. I'm like, I think you need to move after the first time, let alone 4 different times. Like, you need to move. Like, that is crazy, man. Nah, for sure, man. That's why I said, I'm like, some people that just... I seen that same thing with Lil Reese, man. You know Lil Reese up there. And he had got shot in the neck with a Draco. I don't know how you live, bro. He still live. Then he got shot again on another occasion. I'm like, bro, you need to move. Like, get out of there. They be like, oh, I'm in love with my city. Bro, forget the city. Move. If you gonna move to the nice area, like, why do y'all always stay in the same spot? Like, dang, bro, like, don't think. Like, bro, this is crazy, man. That's why I'm like, bro, that stuff is wild, man. Stuff always remind me of Minister Society. Remember how Kane got shot? He got shot up the first time. Like I said, he barely survived, still living. At the end of the movie, he got gunned down. It's like that's his second offense, man. Like he was trying to get out the city. Remember, he was trying to get out the city, and then somebody caught him. And Old Dog was a crazy nigga. Like he had his back, you know what I'm saying? Old Dog was firing back, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, that's why I be telling people, man, get out and move. Like, get away from them places, man. And that's why I tell people, when you move, don't tell nobody. Just move and then tell people later. Because I'm telling you, man, the envy spirit is real. That envy spirit is real, man. Like, I feel like in them areas, man, you tell people you moving from St. Louis, they like, oh, you think you better? Like, where you moving to? Oh, I'm moving to the sunny beaches of Miami or something. They can't let you move to Miami. It's like, bro, you ain't gonna be better than me. I'm gonna rob you, take your couch. Now you going to Miami without a couch. So don't tell them nothing, boy. They will jack your U-Haul when you show up with it. I'm telling you, man, don't tell them nothing. I said, secretly move. I said, bro, move during the daytime, and then, like I said, by the time that sun coming around 6:30, have it all packed up, boy, because the niggas come out past 7 o'clock. I'm telling you, man, it's time to go. That's what I did, bro. I didn't tell people that I was moving from Louisville, because I know if you tell people you're moving from Louisville, boy, they either gonna speak negative or they gonna try to do something. And I said, I got a cap for all y'all. I'm just gonna let you know that, bro. Listen, I said, no. I didn't tell people till like the last 2 months, a month, till I knew it was all said and done. I said, I already got the apartment. I already got everything ready. It's all ready to go. all boxed up. And then I told fools, oh yeah, y'all know I'm moving, right? They said, you had all this time to tell us. I said, yeah, and there's a reason why I waited to tell y'all, because I knew if I tell y'all, I know how y'all get. That's why I said the greatest thing a rapper can do when he get out of that town, don't tell people. That's what happened to the rapper from my city, man, ESTG. That's what happened to him. He had just did a video with Sada Baby. He was blowing up. People didn't like him. They didn't like the fact that he was getting out of there. And then they called him on the highway with him and his brother, and they shot him up. They still live, thank God, you know what I'm saying? But they shot him up. Shot him in his eyes, shot him in his stomach, near his heart, all of that, man. They shot him everywhere. I said, you can't tell people, man, that you moving, not getting out of there, but they do not want that. They don't want that stuff. Sad, man. Yeah, don't let the left hand know what the right hand is doing. Shoot, that's why I said every time I'm more dominant with my right hand. I said, but every time my left hand come, I'm just like, left hand, right hand. I use my left hand to do something. Right hand come back. Like, no, wait, it isn't what you think. Tell him it isn't what you think. It's like, how could you? Like, no, it's not like that. Like, it's like, oh, please don't do it. It goes to douche. Then the hand takes it on itself. Detective, seems like we got a triple murder on our hands. No pun intended. Hey man, what a nut job. When I, oh man, get off that. Yeah, you stupid. Hold on. Bugs all out here, man. I'll kill you, nigga. I'm just all up on stuff, good. But yeah, you don't tell nobody nothing, man. Definitely don't tell nobody nothing. He's in St. Louis. Well, I guarantee you'll have better clientele than somewhere else. I told you, come Texas, you have plenty of clientele, bro. You have plenty of everybody out here. Because believe me, I believe business will be booming somewhere where people really want to do business. I don't really know where. I know in Louisville, people don't care about that, man. They don't care about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody look what they can get for free. You come out here, people are willing to pay you for a service. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, they are. Listen, I come from Louisville. It's the same thing. It ain't no different. I had a dude from St. Louis come up to Louisville. He said, bro, y'all West End look just like what St. Louis look. I said, yeah, I know, bro. It's all the same. He said, yeah, all y'all abandoned buildings. I said, bro, it's the same wherever you go. It's just a different city. And the hate and envy is still here. I said, bro, you flex out there in St. Louis like you flex out there in Memphis, like you flex in Louisville, they will gun you down. They don't care, man. That's why I said, the minute you get a little bit of money, get out of there, man. That's why I tell people, man, get out of there, bro. And some of them do. A lot of them will say that. They're like, bro, I don't want to be here. They said, bro, I'm trying to hustle so I can get out of here. They said, I got a son. I don't want my son here. Even they saying that they supposed to be the gangsters and the killers. They said, I don't want my son here, man. You know what I'm saying? Dang. I'm sorry to hear that. Definitely sorry to hear that, man. It be like that, too. That's why I say that. There is no such thing as the fair one, man, the fade no more. That was that same thing that kind of happened at our church, man. You know what I'm saying? When we first had our church, man, we had some members come, you know what I'm saying? And it was a dude and his family that came. He was a good guy, man. Dude was changing his life around. You know what I'm saying? He had found God, you know what I'm saying? And so he was doing better with his life, you know what I'm saying? And he got married. I think he was the first one that Daddy ever did his wedding. Daddy had married him and his wife here. I remember that. And so he was changing his life, you know what I'm saying, doing the right thing. And one day he went out, man, he got in a fight. And I guess he had won. He beat the guy up, you know what I'm saying? The guy went out to his car, came back with a gun and killed him. I said, dang, dude, crazy. He was a good guy. He loved his wife. I think he had a baby on the way, you know what I'm saying? This is back in 2003, 2004, so this is over 20 years ago, you know what I'm saying? So if he did have a kid, they got to be like at least 20, you know what I'm saying? And I said, dang, I remember Daddy was hurt over it, man. He was like, dang, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was a good man. It was all in the hood, man. We was all in the hood, but he was trying to change. That's why I said people be trying to change, you know what I'm saying? And he got in a fight, and somebody shot him, killed him, because they couldn't take just getting whooped, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said, I'm like, I know I talk about the fade, but I said some of these people I wouldn't want to fight anyways, man, because they can't just take getting beat up. They always got to go the extra mile, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said if I'm gonna beat you up, I'm gonna knock you unconscious and then leave. Cause I know if I let you walk away, you gonna pull out a shank, man, or you gonna pull out a gun, go back and get a gun. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I said if you're gonna beat them up, beat them unconscious. Like knock them out and then hurry up and walk away. So they can't hurry up and get up and shoot you. So by the time he wake up, want to pull out his strap, it's like, yeah, you long gone. I'm all the way in Idaho now, buddy. Yeah, good luck catching me. That's why I said I don't know how people just be fighting, man, and just let the person walk away. It's like, no, I ain't let you walk away. I'm gonna knock you out when you walk away, so that way I got a chance to walk away. Cause I'm like, I don't know what you coming back with. I miss the old days, man. Back like in the '80s, out of '70s, where they said a gang fight used to be you get a couple of your boys on the corner, and they get a couple of their boys on the corner, and you all run and fight each other. That seemed like that was fun. I'm like, yeah, we get to all run and fight each other and get the fade, and then like I said, you get whooped or you win and you go home, like you retreat or whatever. And now it ain't even no fights no more. It's just drive-bys now, man. Like it ain't even no fights. But it's just they straight up kill you. They can't take the fact they got. I seen that happen all the time. They do it all the time in LA. They always want to. They always want to settle a fade in the street. They're like, well, I don't know you. You ain't from over here, cuz. Step out in the street and get this fade. Cause some Crip or some Hoover will press them, and then they step out in the street. Then the Crip or the Hoover get whooped, and they can't take the fact they got whooped. And they pull out a gun and shoot you. It's like, what's the point of the fade then? What was the point of it? That's why I said from now on, when people start doing that, you just gotta start blicking them. Just blick them. Cause I'm like, they gonna shoot you. If you win, they gonna shoot you. Or then his homeboy's gonna come in and jump you and stomp you because they can't take the fact of seeing their homie get whooped. Somebody got a shank, somebody somewhere, man. You won't even see it. You in the street fighting, one of his homies done got in the car and ran you over. That's happened before. People have done that, bro. I don't trust nobody. That's why I know once I get the where you from, pull the blick out and just shoot them. Cause I'm like, I know if I sit there and talk and entertain them, they gonna pull one out and shoot me. So I'm like, I'd rather you first. That's why I tell niggas, like, stop trying to press people, man. That'll get you killed. That's why I said I be laughing when they be happening to them. They try to press somebody and somebody shoot them. Yeah, it's funny. That's what you get. You should have left them alone. You don't own the block, boy. White people own this block. You don't own it. I told you, boy, you better be glad I ain't got the money. I would throw everybody, even the good people out. I would throw everybody out there because of you. And then they come in after you. Nah, for real. Keep it on me. That's why I said I keep it on me. That's why I'm like, yeah, you say whatever you want to. I don't care. Yeah, it's easy to get a gun. It's easier to get a gun than it is candy. Yeah, somebody, especially in Chicago, they said it's easy to get a gun than a laptop. They said that's how easy it is. That's why I said they be doing that in the places you shouldn't have it. I said, well, you know, you shouldn't have it in Baltimore, and Baltimore is one of the worst cities. You shouldn't have it in LA, and LA is one of the worst cities. I said, yeah, I'll be doggone, boy. You tell them that. Go tell them that. They jacking everybody. You tell them that. Especially in LA, you know what happened out there. The Negroes mess with everybody. And if it ain't the Negroes, the Mexicans. Mexicans coming to get you too. They ain't sweet. And then the Asians are coming to get you. They all, the Armenians, everybody out there is coming to get you. So I'm like, the one place I ain't supposed to have is, I'm like, it's gonna be the one place I do have this. I don't trust people out here. And if it ain't them, it's the LAPD. The LAPD is the biggest gang of all. They the most corrupt ever. So you got to be careful. I don't care. All I know is don't come over here with that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be cool, man. I don't want no, I ain't had no smoke with nobody. I don't want that, but if I gotta take it there, boy, I don't care whether you to me. I don't care how old you are. I told you, I don't play that. People just be trying to size everybody up for no reason. I said, little homie, you don't know you about 2 seconds away from losing your life, boy. Keep on playing with people. Crazy. It's crazy because it don't even surprise me, boy. I'm sure he did. Stuff crazy now, man. That's why I told you, have your blick everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what people capable of. I don't trust nobody no more. Nobody. He only got a misdemeanor. Dang. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I seen some stuff, man. That's what I say. This stuff crazy, man. I was watching the tabloids with the whole Young and Ace and Julio Fulio situation. This is probably the worst drill story I've heard. Like, it was bad with the Chicago era, but it gets worse and worse as the years go by, man. And like, these dudes are on a whole nother wave, man. A whole nother wave. Like, they got no remorse for nothing, man. They just do anything. And they was talking about the stuff that happened, man. And they was like, yeah, he shot dude's sister 14 times to stop her from testifying. She still lived. I said, oh my God, bro, dang. Beautiful woman. Shot her 14 times, bro, just so they didn't want her to go to trial. Like, they don't care, man. Just people don't care. You know what I'm saying? I said it's the same with Fulio, man. Fulio was on multiple attempts. That boy done been shot at and shot so many times, man. Like, that is crazy. But he said it. He said, bro, he said, I have my mom. He said, my mom was a voodoo priestess. His grandma was a voodoo priestess. And he kept saying, he said, she do voodoo. He said, that's how I stay alive. She do voodoo and whatever. And that's why he was so reckless, man, because, I mean, dude was straight up in voodoo. You know what I'm saying? And I guess this time the voodoo didn't work. Maybe he forgot to renew it and it didn't work. And he got. That's why I said just wicked, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said leave people alone, boy. Anybody that come around with wick dreads, they're gonna leave them alone. He got wicks. I think they call wicks for wicked for short, nigga. Don't mess with them. They kill people. Yeah, that's some foolishness. That's why I told him, I said, since y'all want to talk, there's your black man right there. There's your black man right there. Before you want to talk about dude with white girl, there's your black man right there, getting buried. Doing voodoo on other people. That's your black men right there. Laughing on the internet, smoking on dead ops. That is your black man right there before you want to talk. So weird. That's why I said they be warlocks, man. Witches and all type of stuff, man. I seen the Haitians do that. That's why nobody wants to mess with them, because they said the Haitians, if they couldn't kill you, they would just take voodoo on you. I think these is a whole nother level of niggas here. I said, yeah, they don't get on their bad side. That's why I told you. I said before people want to start talking about Black Lives Matter and about white men with black women, I said talk about that right there. Talk about that. It was countless lives lost over this simple thing. They talking about these dudes. They said between these three dudes, they ranked up 50 murders. 50! Do you know how much it takes to kill 50 people? 50 black people? May I add, man? Yeah, put that out there since we're going to talk about Black Lives. Okay, there you go. 50. And I said, yep, there were and is your black man right there. And I said, if a black dude with a Sydney Sweeney offends you more than 50 dead black men, I think you is the issue. I really do think you are the issue. Oh, the hypocrisy, how people love to scream after the fact. After the fact. I love that. That's why I kept saying, I said, boy, y'all sure don't care about black men during that time. Don't try to act like you care now because some colors involved. You can't be biased. All the dead soldiers we got, man, and you crying about one man that went to the other side? Nigga, are you dumb? I'm like, bro, that was somebody's son. The nigga was 15, 16 years old. He didn't have a chance to live. It's like he could have turned out to be somebody's good black man. And then the ones that do with the crime, like I said, they locked them up. Jail got 1 million black men. That's your black man right there. And then the ones that ain't in jail is the ones that sweet fanny bandits. They like other niggas. That's your man right there. And then the ones that ain't there, those are the ones you aborted that you don't want. There's all your types of black men here. I said, don't cry about black men when it comes to some white girl. Man, please, get a life, nigga. That's the only thing people cry every year is some stupid white girl. Like, boy, please. Please. Louisville got 200 murders a year, and most of them are black. So I don't want to hear nothing about no white girl, nothing, man. Please. Ain't no white girl taking out 200 niggas. Ain't enough white women to take out 200 niggas. Talk about Philadelphia. Got 500 something murders already this year. Like, bro, are you stupid? That's why I say I love how nobody talks about that. That's the stuff that pisses me off, man. That's why I say this is why I make the white jokes. This is why, because I'm like, people like that, just talk. This is what offends you every freaking time, man. As much as Donald Trump is an idiot, I said, boy, Trump is not my problem right now. These niggas is my problem, man. These are the death of our men in society, cuz. I don't need freaking Reverend Al Sharpton to come out and give us a word. Man, boy, please, please, shut up. Do something about this. Do something about this. Mothers won't raise their sons and the fathers won't raise their kids and stay with the family, and this is what we get. Good night, Ariana. It's finally going to bed. That stuff pisses me off, bro. Oh my God, that stuff is just like, oh my gosh, bro. Getting tired of seeing them scrape up dead black boys and dead black babies all day. And now the dudes is killing the women like they killing the men. Like, that's why I try to tell you. I said, dude, this is crazy. That stuff don't even get no media coverage, man. Nobody cares about that. They only care about it when white people do it. Like, that stuff is so hypocritical. Crazy. But that's, but they won't talk. They won't bring up every Bible verse talking about what white people done did. I said, well, do you not know that you are the destruction of God's people too? Do you not know that you are slaughtering God's people? Idiot. Well, that's because it was gang related. Well, the little boy didn't have nothing to do with gang relations, man. You hit him with a bullet. He didn't know what that stuff was. That's why I said, boy, before you talk about white folk, think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. That's why I said we're going to be held at a higher accountability because we the ones that crying all the time and talking all the time. I said, so, of course, we're going to be under a bigger microscope. Now, of course, you're going to have every race kills every race. I mean, they kill each other. So, but I said at the same time, I said, ain't nobody taking each other out at the rate that we are. You can't holler at people to respect us, man. We don't respect ourselves, man. That stuff crazy. That's why I say this stuff is getting fooled. And I remember Daddy preached that. I remember he preached that years ago. He preached that. He said Chicago is going to be the first city under martial law. What did Trump just say the other day? What did he just say the other day? This is why I said everything that man said was true, man. That's why when Trump said it, I said, bro, that is the same thing Daddy said. Back in 2014, I believe. He preached that. That man prophesied that, dude. I remember that. He said Chicago gonna be the first city under martial law because of what they be doing. And now look, Trump is talking about bringing the National Guard to Chicago. I said, bro, it sounded just like the prophecy that he just gave. You would have thought he preached that yesterday. I keep telling you, man, the man knew what he was talking about. He was trying to wake fools up, man. I said, you know what they're gonna do if they do this, right? You fools don't usher in the martial law now, you dumb niggas. Like, look what you did. You gonna mess it up for everybody. You stupid apes, man. Take these niggas, man. I can't take them. I told you, you better be glad I don't got the money to buy y'all communities because all you niggas would be living on the eastern seaboard of the United States, boy. You would be living out there in the Bermuda Triangle, daggone it. I'd have threw all you and your mamas and your children out. Everybody. We don't need no more of y'all over here. Get rid of them. Y'all communities would have been as vacant as that lot right there. It would have been as vacant as this building right here. None. Nobody. Oh my gosh, bro. I wish I did have the money, bro. I'll buy all y'all blocks. Ain't no more Hoover Street. It's my street. It's all mine. That's why I said, yeah, and that's why I said it was about a good 19 years ago he preached that. I thought, again, we just thought he was talking because I'm like, we ain't seen it come to pass, so it was like, he's just talking. 10 years later, and look, Chicago's about to go on martial law. He preached, I don't know what message it was. I'm pretty sure it's still up. He preached that. I remember being there. He preached that on a Sunday. Sunday. And I'm looking, I said, boy, you could have swore you heard that word yesterday. Man, that man was right. You silly niggas and your mama's gonna put us in martial law, I'm trying to tell you. And Louisville ain't too far away. Louisville ain't nothing but a good 5 hours away. And they gonna be next, because now we averaging about 200-something murders a year now, too. So now Louisville's gonna be next. They already had to deploy the National Guard during the Breonna Taylor rising epidemic for that reason. I said, so it ain't enough for them to get them back. They gonna come back and get them. Oh my God, man, that man was right. I think about it, bro, that was a prophet. That man, I assume Dow is a prophet. Yup, that man was a prophet. Hey, bro, nigga, stop that the real way. Crazy. That was just crazy. I saw that the other day. I said, bro, he literally preached that. I remember that clear as day. Oh, that man wasn't wrong on nothing. I said, well, good luck with your martial law. See ya. Wouldn't want to be you. Well, y'all talking about Tuka packs and who's 63rd. I said, y'all, you idiots don't know what y'all doing. Y'all don't even know what's coming. I really believe when they usher in the mark of the beast, if that's a thing, I said they gonna be the first niggas to get it. They probably gonna advertise it to niggas first to make it cool so everybody else can do it. Now I think about it. Boy, that is crazy. And then guess who's gonna be next after them? St. Louis. Because St. Louis, they said St. Louis is like the one of the most dangerous cities in the world. Like not just the United States, the world. One of the biggest murder rates in the world. So they ain't too far behind. They might get it before Chicago do, honestly. Who knows? That's why I said this stuff is crazy. That's why I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing about this now. I'm like, no. I was like, no. Y'all need to be hearing something about this Black Lives Matter now. I said, boy, you niggas been doing this since the 80s, man. All LA was, like, bro, LA was a Chicago back in the day. LA was murder capital. It was 900 homicides in a year. Dude, do you know how much 900 people, bro, that's almost 1,000 people dead in a year. I think it was like 2 years or so. It don't matter if it was 5 years, but that's a lot of people. They said one of the most dangerous gang wars in the world, not the United States, the world. It was the Blood and Crip War. How many brothers have we lost to that? And y'all want to talk about some white officer? Boy, please. The whole city lose their mind over the LA riots. I said, well, I get it. It does suck. But I said, wait a minute. Don't decide that matters now, nigga. Then they was talking about the Crips. Was like, yeah, we tired of this. We ain't taking that. Man, please. Dude, y'all one of the main reasons for all the deaths. Now you want to decide when enough is enough. I said, you niggas, that's why I know white people looking at you niggas is hypocritical, man. Y'all some hypocrites, man. Enough is enough. Now that takes a truce. Now that's when we truce and unite. That didn't even last that long anyways. I'm like, that's the only reason you wanted the truce, because of that? Because you didn't like white people? I said, I'll be doggone, boy. That is the only time, man. That's why I said that's the only time to bring us together, when we don't like white folk. I can't do the fakeness. I can't do the fakeness, man. The Rodney King thing was a terrible thing. It was a terrible situation, but I'm not going to overlook the 900 dead bodies y'all got running around here crawling on the streets. I'm not going to overlook that. I'm sorry. It's going to have to take another 900 Rodney Kings for me to understand that. I said, no. I said, I'm not going to overlook the dead kids that y'all got. The mistaken red car that you seen riding up the street, and they shot that car because they thought that was a blood member, and that was somebody's daughter. That woman said she ran out. She said, I don't know how her mother knows. She said, I had this bad feeling something happened. And she said somebody ran to her door, told my girl, come outside now. And she said, it wasn't like off the movies, how you see off the movies, how you get a whole bunch of talking. She said all they did was put the white sheet over her body. And she said the police didn't even say nothing to me. She said, they didn't even tell me that was my daughter. She said they didn't say nothing to me. It's not like how you see off the movies. A woman go outside and see her dead child that just went trick-or-treating because they mistaked him for a Crip. And keep in mind, this is around the same time, about 93, about 89, 93. Where were the riots for that? You know what they give them cute names? The Valentine's Day Massacre, the Halloween Massacre, the 53rd, I think it was the 54th Street Massacre. That's what it is, a cute nickname. No riots, no justice, no nothing. The boys went to trial, knew that the boys they got was the wrong boys, but still sitting there laughing, throwing jokes, wasn't funny. And then the woman told her story 15 years later and said she worked for, I think she worked for the police department. She said 15 years later, it's still hard to even stand here. Still hard to even stand here. And for what? Where is the Rodney King LA riots? Where is it at? They don't care because you know why? It was black people. That's his blacks. Didn't matter. I swear to you, if there was a white officer that got off, oh my God, we would still be hearing about it today. Today. The only reason you know Rodney King was because it was white people involved. If these were black folk, you wouldn't hear about it. That's why I said I can't stand the hypocrisy of a certain people. I can't stand it. Bro, I can't stand that stuff, man. That's why I said they life didn't matter either. Heartbreaking, man. I done seen all type of stories, read all type of stories. They got the wrong target. It didn't matter. They laughed at it. It was cool. The hood was crawling with a bunch of canes and old dogs, man. They didn't care about that. That's somebody white do something. That's when they cared. It do be crazy work. It's just a cute nickname. That's all they give you is that's why they be doing these old serial killers. The Valentine's Day murderer, the Springfield strangler, the love triangle murderer. It's like, wow, bro, he was a killer, man. Just say the dude was a psychopath. Can't give him no cute nickname. That's true. That is true. I heard Daddy did say that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, it don't matter to me. I said, bro, I'm tired of this, man. Murder. Tired of this stuff. I can get the gang on gang, but I'm like, but this is like the women and children ain't had nothing to do with it, man. I don't know if y'all remember, if y'all ever heard that story, man. The dude that killed the grandmama, he killed the grandmama and the mama and the kids in the crib. He was at the wrong address. This is like the 80s. Wrong address, but he was high off coke, off of cocaine. Or a crack. It wasn't cocaine, crack. Ran in the wrong residence, killed everybody. Didn't care if it was the wrong people or not. Killed it. It's these women and children, man. I don't want to hear that stuff. A freaking grandmama, man. What does a grandmama do to you? I don't care about that stuff. Nigga, please rot. All you niggas rot. Every last one of yous. And then people be wondering why they mama's house gets shot up. They be wondering why they come after the family. I'm like, bro, because you do stuff like that. Who wouldn't take that personal? I don't care about no 3-strike law, nothing. Nigga rot. All you niggas rot. Tired of that, man. You ain't get the person you got. You got everybody else, man. You got everybody else except the person you got. That's why I said they shooting in public and they hit everybody else but the target. And some mother happened to be outside with her kid that day, didn't know what was going on, and they ran the baby over. They did it around the corner where we did our church in Chicago, man. Where they killed, it was Chief Cousin they killed. The one that was on his label. That's when I didn't think that area was that bad, because I didn't think that Chicago was that bad, because we ain't seen nothing happen. And I think the next week, right around the corner, not up the street, not far on the other side of the neighborhood, right up the corner where our church was, they killed dude. And by them trying to get away, they ran some 1-year-old baby over. They ran him over and killed him. Reckless. All because they was trying to get dude, and they killed some little boy. Just ran him over. How do you run a kid over, man? On the sidewalk. Oh, I can't stand niggas. Oh, I can't stand you, man. I ain't for what he doing, but I said, but you know what? Maybe a martial law need to come and get you dumb niggas. Maybe they do need to come and get you stupid niggas. Because I'm like, at this point, I don't know what to do, man. Your mamas can't help you. And then, like I said, we say something to you and we don't understand. And white people say something, they racist. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe the law got to come and get y'all niggas. Maybe the law needs to come and get you silly niggas now, because y'all don't seem to understand nothing. It was the same niggas. The same niggas was out there talking While we out here marching and protesting in 2020, oh man, this ain't right, man. This is crazy. I said, nigga, you ain't right and you ain't crazy. You the one that's doing what you doing to us. We sure could have used some GD's helps, man. We sure could have used the Bloods them out there to help us. Them niggas ain't show up. They ain't show up. They kept it. They was scared to come out there. I seen niggas, oh, we gonna get locked up, man. Like, boy, you been locked up 15 times. What is it gonna change now? It was an unlawful locking up anyways. They had to let you go because you ain't did nothing wrong. They was just out there trying to scare people. Buddy was scared. He's like, nah, I don't know, man. Nah, I don't know, man. The law's out there deep today. And so was the ops. It didn't stop you, coward. So yeah, they need to come get niggas like y'all. Y'all just ain't got nothing. Y'all ain't good for nothing, man. Just think you ain't good to help us. You ain't good to fight for us. Just get them. I told you I was on the phone with the detective, man. The detective that was doing my case, and he told me, he said, bro, now I ain't no fan of no police. I ain't like them niggas either, especially our police. They corrupt. The FBI took all them down. They bad. But he was a good guy, so I'm like, I let him just do his job. Him and the officer that took him to the hospital, I said they good. I don't got no issue with them. He called me. He said, bro, you the first person that ain't cussed me out, man. He said, you are the only person out of the 10 people I had to call back that ain't told me to go to hell, that ain't told me to kill myself. He said, I don't got nothing to do with that. He said, bro, I'm the detective. He said, I've been doing this for 30 years, man. He said, this is my last year. He said, after I handle your case and their case, he said, I'm done. I'm retiring. He said, this is the last time I ever do anything in this city. He said, 30 years I've been on the job, man. He said, it ain't never been this bad. You know what he told me? He said, man, 70% of our crimes, and I understood. I said, no, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. He said 70% of our crimes happen in the West End, which is the West End I be telling y'all about. The dirtiest, rundown St. Louis looking type. Yeah, them is them types. All the niggas be at the niggas over where I'm at, but the niggas be over there. He said, I can't tell you how many times I have to call these families trying to figure out who killed their peoples. And the same people I'm trying to help, trying to figure out who murdered their baby, is telling me to go kill myself and go to hell. He said it. He said, we trying to bring these families closures. He said, they telling me to go die. He said, I'm trying to find their family's killer. He said, so I'm going on retirement. He said, I'm done. And I did feel bad for him because I knew he was a good one, man. He said, listen, I love this job, man. He said, but I can't take it no more. He said, 30 years, I'm done. He said, this is my last case. And then after that, another detective had called me because dude really did retire. He said, yeah, I'm taking over for such and such. He ain't here no more. And I said, dang, bro. I said, well, you know what? When he gets off the phone and goes home, he ain't got to deal with this. He goes home to his wife, wherever he lives at. I'll be doggone, I'm trying to solve your family killer. You telling me go to hell. Well, you find him then, nigga. You find him. Ain't my problem. I'm going home. On the nerve of a nigga. That's why I said, yeah, y'all keep y'all West End. You keep that hell in the hole over there. Yeah, you keep that. Because that's about the last place you got. And then I'm pretty sure after they get tired of y'all, they gonna put you niggas in Hawaii, son. They gonna get y'all niggas out of Kentucky. You ain't got nowhere else to go. Much as y'all fought over a block you don't even own, man. Then guess what they did? They brought it up and put a Starbucks right there. You niggas ain't fought over nothing. Just over nothing. All these dead boys over nothing, man. That's a shame. Man, that's a shame, dude. Somebody ought to be mad about that. That's a shame. Oh, it's a shame. That's why I said all them deaths in Cabrini Green, Robert Taylor Homes, all them deaths in Chicago for nothing, man. You got dead black boys for nothing. You stupid niggas. God, Jesus, you niggas are stupid, man. Then you sitting there trying to tell a nigga in 2025 and they still, we don't understand nothing. Of course you don't understand nothing, nigga. You an idiot. Dag on it, if I had the money, I would throw all you niggas out. I swear to you, I would throw you niggas out, man. On God, I would throw all you niggas somewhere else, man. Like, bro, how dumb can you be? That's why I said, we ain't blaming white people no more in 2025, boy. You just doing what you doing because you do it. And then you got black people trying to tell you, son. That's why I said you got successful black people trying to tell you something. Well, look at us like we stupid. Now we ain't white. And then they gonna rob you. They gonna rob you. That be the daggone day. I will pop every last one of you niggas with whoever with you. I don't care who with you. Your mama and with you, I'll pop all y'all. Let's just end the cycle right here. They be doing hits with their mama. Boy, yeah, you gonna die with your mama. You come over here, you gonna run into the wrong white man one day. Somebody strapped. That's why I say everybody's strapped. They tired of y'all. People are tired of y'all, man. You know the level of craziness we got to deal with nowadays? I just seen something today crazy. That's why I said, boy, people are demon possessed or something. And that's when I told you, remember when I told you the saying when it says, hell hath no fury scorn, like a woman angry? It doesn't mean that she's scary. It just means that she's petty. She will do some stupid stuff. I just seen a story where this dude, and that's why I said, it's kind of on the woman. Now I think about it. She was cheating on her husband because she didn't like the fact, I guess he wasn't the man she wanted. She was Mexican. Couldn't take the fact that she wasn't, I guess they was having marital affairs and cheated on him with this black dude. It's always the black dude they cheat with, which is kind of on her. He was her work husband, right? That's why I keep saying, sometimes you women be a little slow. This nigga was crazy. But he was crazy because I guess he was always cheating on his girl, right? He had a fiance. He always cheated on her. So guess what she did? Because hell hath no fury like a woman scorn, right? She decided to set him up. And she made him feel like that somebody was following him, somebody was chasing him. She had multiple fake accounts and was saying I think it was the Bulgarian mob was after him. And kept texting him saying that they gonna kill him and they after him, they know your secrets and stuff like that. I mean, it was all type of stuff. She pretty much mentally made this man mental, crazy. And then when they interviewed her, you would have swore, even ever somebody that was like, nah, he put her up to it. Nah, see, she was scared of him. She was the criminal mastermind behind the whole thing. And guess what happened when you seen him? I don't know what's happening. She played up on so good, you would have thought she was lying. Or you would have thought she was for real. And then he just did this and he beats me and, I don't know. See, he said people was following him and I don't know what's going on. So it took a plot twist. Basically what he did was he killed his side woman, her husband, and their 2 sons. Played dumb when he got interrogated. Then when he was free to go because they didn't have no evidence on him, he skipped town with his woman. They found him, got in a high-speed chase, shots rang off, got fired. He shot his woman, the one that was playing like the victim. They both died. She died on the way to the hospital. He died right there in the car. Turns out a year later when they did the investigation, they said she was the one behind the whole thing. She set him up and she was pretending like she was the mob that was after him. That's why he kept saying people following me. And they said they checked the story out. They said he's right. He's got people saying they're gonna kill him. They following him. You know what I'm saying? So basically, she made it sound like the mob was telling him, you better go kill them people or else we're gonna come after you. So he was mental, killed him, killed the family. All because of a lie that she did because she was hurt that he cheated on her. Because she couldn't just call it off and say, I'm done with this nigga. This is what they say. Hell got no fury like a woman scorn. There's no limits they won't take to be petty, man. And being petty in the end cost her own life. And in the end, guess what happened? He must have found out before he died. He killed her. He shot her. That same thing you did, it came right back to get you. Came right back to get you. This is the craziest story I've ever heard, bro. I watched this today. I was like, it was a dude that was reacting to the video. He was on her side there. He's like, nah, she was scared of dude. Turned out she was the one that did the whole thing. He looked stupid. He said, dang, bro. He said, this is crazy. He said, bro, I ain't never heard a story like this. I wouldn't be surprised they turn this to a movie. This is crazy. And that is what happens when you don't deal with your life and your heartbreak. You do things like that. I'm pretty sure she never thought one day I'm gonna set him up, get him to kill people. I'm gonna pretend like I'm a mob. I'm pretty sure she never thought that, but you don't think when you mental. You don't think when you hurt, right? Yeah, this is pure evil. I think people got knowledge. I think they do. I just think people just don't care no more. They don't care. Like, they don't matter. That's how you should have known she was the mastermind behind the whole thing. They literally just told her, your man is being investigated for murders. She still heard about the fact that he just had an affair with the girl. Not the fact that, oh my God, he killed the kids. Oh my God, he killed the girl. She was sitting there, he messed around on me. That should have gave it away. I had a feeling. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if she was the one behind the whole thing. I was right. It's always the ones that's crying in your face. Yep, they the ones that did it, orchestrated it. That's why I said investigate all parties. Because when you investigate all parties, you realize, like, yeah, they was crying. No, they was the ones that set them up. Evil. You will not understand the level of evil that people are on. That's why I told you, I don't care about everybody's tears no more. I don't do that old sob story, nothing, nigga. Like, nah, that's why I said that old colorism stuff that people do. That's a sucker. You a sucker, man. You would have thought as many tears as my ex cried. You would have thought I was just a brute until you realize this is the most wicked woman you would have ever saw. This girl was wicked. That's why I didn't care. I was like, I don't care about your tears. No, I don't care. No, I don't care. Now I'm the bad guy. Like, yeah, I am the bad guy. And I bet I am when I don't let you work witchcraft on me no more. I bet I am. Yeah, your tears don't work on me, player. You can go to sleep, cry yourself to sleep all you want to. I don't care. I told you I'll laugh at you while you do it because I know you ain't just. That's witchcraft, cuz. You can't work witchcraft on me and think I'm going to feel sorry for you. It don't work like that. Everybody ain't no sucker. That's sad. That's why I told you, man. Man, I tell the women, be careful too. But now I got to tell the dudes, you be careful too, man. Your girl just might set you up, cuz. You know who be doing what, man? That's why I said people be all type of weird. That's why I said, yeah, ain't nobody trying to be manipulated. That's why I said, deal with your offense, man. Deal with your manipulation. Because I told you, nobody ever wakes up one morning and think they're going to kill somebody. They don't think that. You snap. That's why I said, when you're done with somebody, block them. Get them off your social media, man. Don't see who their new man is or their new woman is. Block them. All you doing is setting yourself up to be mad, man. You keep stalking them, and then what? What do? You find what you're looking for, and then what do you do when you find it? You go crazy. I don't care about that nigga. You gonna have that old rusted nigga, man. I done had him. Over and over again. I done had him. I don't want him no more. Nigga, you ain't nothing but old news, girl. You ain't never gonna be nothing like her, please. Take out the trash. Beat it. I don't never got to see. That's my favorite thing about that. I'm like, I love it. I love blocking people. Because I'm like, the best thing I do is I ain't never got to see your putrid, nasty, ugly, stinking face ever again. I love it starting over. I said sometimes I hate it, but I love it because I said I get to get somebody that look better than you, that is better than you, and take care of themselves way better than you did. Oh, girl thought because she was Mexican. I said, well, guess what? I get to get a Puerto Rican now. And the Puerto Rican, well, you know what? I got a Uruguayan now. Well, you know what? I got a Chinese. Like, girl, please. I'll go get a Sudanese, my nigga. Like, bro, what do I look like dealing with you? Another nigga, and I said, guess what? When the other boy gets you, he gonna realize soon why you talk about your ex so much because you gonna be his ex soon. When he hear that mouth of yours, yeah, he's gonna realize, yeah, it ain't worth it. I told him, oh boy, I said, hey, if he can haul you, he can have you, my nigga. Keep it. I told old girl, I'll help you find somebody for you, my nigga. If that's what you want, they don't know what they getting themselves into. Ain't no wrong being alone. That's why I said, like, anybody trying to get in no toxic love triangle. Who got time? And then they said the nigga knew she was messing around on him, but he wanted to stay with her for the sake of the kids. Nigga, forget them kids. Forget her. She can't be loyal to you. I said, bro, you take your kids and go do what you gotta do, bro. That's why I said he was a simp too. Just, well, I'm gonna let you mess around because I care about the kids. I would say, man, screw you. I love these kids, but boy, I don't love them that much. I'm gonna let you torture me every single day, G. You gonna be like that with him, you know what? I'm gonna take him and do what I got to. If I can't get custody of him, I'm doing what all y'all did. I go start a new family, nigga. I don't care. And I said, if you be honest, it was really all up on this nigga. Why you tell your side piece where you live at and your problem? Like, bro, you don't do that. If anything, you hook up with him, you don't tell him about it. Like, that's why I said, like, some of these women be dumb too. That's why I said she wanna have a new feel or a fun time with a nigga. It cost you your life and your family life, G. Had no idea what you was walking into. It wasn't like she just had a one-time thing. She literally told the dude she was messing around because she wanted to get at him. And because she know he's soft, he ain't gonna do nothing. And I said, look where they got you now. Look where they got you, idiot. That's why I keep trying to tell people, stop doing stuff like that. Stop trying to do stuff to get at a man. You don't know his snapping points, man. Quit messing with a woman's heart. You don't know what people are capable of, dude. They will murder you. They will set you up. You hear me? That's what I told old boy. I said, boy, I wouldn't be surprised if old girl hit you with a baseball bat, boy. You're stupid. You keep playing with her heart, man. You're going to make a snap. Like, you do know she know people, right? The girl Mexican. All Mexicans know people, man. Like, are you stupid? You are in San Antonio. This is Mexican capital, cuz. This is little Mexico over here. Somebody got connections, and she was like, y'all know people. I said, well, you might want to call him on, old boy. He keep playing with you. That's why I said, I'm like, bro, don't get on people bad side. You have no idea what the, look, boy, please. I'm pretty sure when they seen Griselda Blanca, I'm pretty sure they didn't think she was intimidating. That girl was wicked. That girl had you murdered, you hear me? You know, you messing with, man, you might be messing with one of the cartel boss's side pieces, man. They might just do a hit on you. That's why I said, like, bro, watch who you talk to. Watch how you treat people. It's always embarrassing. People just, oh. And now y'all see why I say I don't like people, man. I don't like people coming on my house. I don't like people knowing all my info on my channel. I don't like people acting funny. I ain't running for every woman I see that's on my channel in my face, because I'm like, man, I don't know niggas. They trying to rerun you from old boy, man. They trying to make the ex-boyfriend jealous. That's what it is. Trying to make him jealous. I ain't the type, man, please. And then they do that, and guess what happens? I told you what happens. They do that, and then guess what happens? They fall in love because they thought they was going to play with you. And then they realize, like, yeah, you somebody that they really wanted and needed all along. Then they fall in love. Guess what? They got scared. Now they scared. Now they going to run off like some little girl. I said, well, I ain't a freaking pedophile. I like women. I don't like girls. So I need a woman, right? And they scared. Oh, I'm scared. I didn't know you was going to be that good now. I'm like, yeah, because you was trying to get that old boy. That's what you get for playing with me, nigga. Stop playing with me. It ain't funny no more when you done got your heart in it. It ain't funny now. You got feelings. Now you want me. Now you love me. Now you thought, oh, it was supposed to be short term. I don't do short term, cuz. Not no more. I said, bro, I do long term. Yeah, they all end up crying. That's why I said, say whatever you want to. They all end up crying. I ain't never had one that didn't. All end up crying. That's what you get for playing. Stop playing. See? Stupid. Don't do that. They realize, like, yeah, you way better than no boy. You can't just brag about, like, he's better than you. Like, I'm better than you in all them ways, boy. I treat you way better than he ever could. And that's what they see, and they got scared. Now they trying to look for a way out. And you're like, you can get a way out, but now you realize, like, yeah, you're stuck now. This is what you play. You stuck with me. I messed you up mentally. Yep. In his 40s. Ew. Ew. Outdated. That's it, boy. Keep on playing with me. I was right on target. Oh, did you miss me? Yeah, girl, you better, look, it says, pick up your feelings. Don't forget to go and pick up your girl, please. That's why I said, people, you be surprised people keep coming here playing. I said, yeah. That's why I'm like, you don't know what you about to start. You better love it. I love how women be. That's funny. Women be thinking they have game on you. I said, because again, most people that got game ain't got to say that. They ain't got to say that. They come to you and think that you a novice, like you one of them Sims. So I'm like, okay, keep on trying. Get to know me. Guess what happens when they do? Then they realize, like, oh, I don't like that. You make me feel loved and special. Yeah, you wasn't prepared for that, did you? Yeah. You weren't prepared for a nigga that was gonna wine and dine you, that was gonna tea and crumpet thyself. Yeah, see? Like, yeah. Realize it ain't what you thought. Like, you thought you was getting over me. Like, no, you don't get over me. I get over on you. I ain't no sim. Nah, that's why I said I used to be like, don't leave, it's my fault. I be singing, like, don't leave. He said, it's my fault. I said, girl, go ahead and leave. I said, your replacement will be here at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I promise you, watch. I said, so I sent in $1.85 and got a super hot mom and a super cool woman. Calling the replacements. Yep, called your replacement soon, G. Well, I sound like, girl, do you know who you messing with? Do you know who I am? They be pissing me off like they trying to get over on you. I'm like, bro, ain't no we need to get over on nobody. So I say you be nonchalant. Oh, they hate that. Women hate that. When you like nonchalant, you don't care. Like, you know what your problem is? I'm like, well, you know, whatever you feel. Like, whatever you say, buddy. I go, oh, little tot. I said, oh, I can't stand you. I said, yeah, but you can at the same time. I was like, girl, shut up there and get in there and make my cheese grits, nigga. You sitting there talking, wasting all this precious time. Girl, get to work. They're like, yes, sir. No, I don't do that. Across the street. I told you, man. I told people stop playing with feelings, man. Stop playing with love. I told you I'm careful with that L word, man. That L word is worse than a loaded weapon. I'm trying to tell you, man. I told folk, I said, people don't believe it when they say words will hurt you more than a gun. That's true. I told them, I said, bro, when you a toothache and getting your heart broke, that hurts worse than getting shot. I'm not lying. I've been it, so I know. Depression hurts worse than getting a bullet. I'm trying to tell you. So that's why I said, watch how you treat people, man, and watch what you get yourself into. Because I feel like a lot of people get their stuff into stuff they don't really have to. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I want to be nonchalant. It's just I told you, I'm letting you figure out what you want to do. So when you come here playing, when you like, I don't know, you come here like, you don't know. I'm like, well, I don't know what you want me to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, people like, I don't know if I want to get back. Well, then nigga, go figure out if you want to get back with your ex. They want you to be like, well, no, why you still talking to that nigga? Block him. I'm like, bro, I'm not going to beg you to do nothing. I said, it don't matter. I'm better than that loser. That's why you talk to me more than you talk to him. It's not even that I want you. I don't even care. I said, I didn't know you existed, cuz. You came over here with me. You talking to me. So I didn't want to be like, well, if I ever cheated on you, what would you do? Well, then if you cheat on me, find out. Like, figure that out. Like, well, you got to be with me. You ain't with me like this, so I don't care. They like, so you want me? I said, so what, you want me to fight the dude? Yeah. I said, this is how simp niggas die. This is how Negroes die, because it's people like you. I said, if anything, I will fight you. You the one that knows about it. Dude probably don't even know me. I said, I wouldn't beat him up. I would just beat you up because you the one that did it. Wouldn't that make more sense? I'm gonna get mad at dude. Like, what? He still did? I'm like, nah, I can fight you. You did it. Call my cousin and come get you, my nigga. I know a dude, man, his girl messed around on him with his friend. Again, these are the dudes that don't like, I know why dudes don't like girls around, no dudes around their girls. I know why. Until they meet me, they know I ain't like that, so they cool with me because they know I don't do nothing with their woman. But they don't like other dudes around their girls because they know how his girl gets and he knows how other dudes get. And she messed around on him with her friend, right? And she would have got away with it too. That's the sad part. That's why I said people just dumb. She would have got away with it too if she didn't tell him. You can't make this up. Man, you can't make this up. Nobody told anybody. Again, I don't care what you do. Why do you tell me in the first place? Because I don't care. That's how you know you're wrong, because you got to tell everybody. And she told this fool. And then she came to us like, I don't know why he's tripping for. Nigga, you just told him. I'm like, are we talking to the same person here? She's like, well, he's taking it all serious. Yes! Because you cheated. No remorse, no sorrow, no nothing. And I said, no, you have it for a little bit. That's why you talk to us about it, like how you feel about it, because you know you're wrong. And that's when they come with the, well, I've known him for a couple of years. I said, okay, so when he goes and gets him a hot friend that he's known for a couple of years and he knocks off, remember to be cool with that. Because I promise you wouldn't be having this conversation if he did that. Boy, I'm telling you, this nigga, listen to what I'm saying to you. That's why I said sometimes you women be bad too. I ain't just on a man. Sometimes you women are atrocious. She did that. And then she told me and the other homie, she said, well, I think y'all need to have breakfast with us to explain to him that it's not like that. Why does me and another nigga need to tell another nigga that it ain't like that? Do you know what he's gonna think if we did that? That it's really like that. Like, girl, you are just not helping your case. Nick, say it, the nigga. Just stupid. How dumb can you be? I looked at the homie. I said, we are not having breakfast. First off, A, is you paying? And then second of all, what do you mean tell him this? Bruh, she said, tell him that it's not like that. She called me, bruh, I was over there at crib one time. She called me in the room and said, come here real quick. I said, what's up? I didn't know she had the nigga on the phone. She came and told me, she said, see, Steven knows. Tell him it's not like that. I'm sitting here like, bro, I was literally like, I'm confused. What's not like what? It's like, tell him there's nothing going on. And so I don't hurt the nigga on the phone. I'm just like, you know, I say, hey, bro, I was trying to keep it as cool with online as I can. I say, hey, bro, well, you know, she sure do talk about you a whole lot. She always talk about that necklace she got you. I said, man, she always says how much, I said, she always says how much love she has for you, right? I don't think she would do something like that, right? I mean, put me in a bad spot. I was like, cuz. Dude was like, hey, I don't care if it ain't like that. I don't want her and that nigga no more. And I said, well, technically, he does got the right to tell you. I said, listen, it's one thing if you didn't do nothing with this guy, he was paranoid. But I said, and if y'all was friends or whatever, if you and him was friends, I said, but the fact that you with him, and y'all in a relationship and you did knock this guy off, you do need to cut him off. That's the only way to save it, the relationship. You can't be friends with somebody you knocked off, man. Well, no, it's different because I said, okay. I said, wait. Didn't you just cry about your last ex that did that same thing to you? Hypocritical. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when he do it, right? Okay. Birds of a feather, they flock together, they make you a sucker. Try to tell them, boy. They don't, man. Dude, niggas, man. Hold on. Crazy. Listen. Listen, it's what? 2:38. You know what? Let's wake these losers up. We gonna talk. We in beautiful the creamery. Dang, that sound ditty. We in the front of the ice cream shop or chocolate factory. That's also ditty. Anyways, what was I saying? I forgot. Cut. Deja, listen. This nigga. Listen, I need all the women in here. Whoever's there, Deja, Janice, Chia, and whoever's there. Listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, my. This nigga. She told a man, let's go get breakfast. Bruh, she didn't say, can y'all come? She said, I think we just need to have breakfast, and y'all can tell him it's not like that. I was like, yeah, that's not going to be happening. She was like, it can't or won't. I said, both? Both, I guess. Boy, this nigga said we have to have breakfast. I said, what is it with you sassy niggas and breakfast? Again, are you paying? And then second of all, like, why would I tell him that? Boy, this fool said, so she said, and this is how you know you're wrong. She admitted it. She said, well, if he did the same thing to me, I wouldn't like it. So why are you doing it to him? Oh my God, bro. Boy, I know why Pinky was like this, boy. Oh my God, this nigga just admitted she didn't want him to do her the same way, but she's still doing it. Oxymoron. Oh my God, bro. I swear to you, I can't make this up, dude. I wish I was lying. I wish my stories were lies. This is real. This is real life. Oh my God. You know you wrong, and you still say you're gonna do it anyways. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. And I said, you know what? As bad as that is, I said if Buddy keeps taking her back, he's a simp for doing it. He knows she ain't gonna change. But something about it he can't get off of. I said he's gonna keep allowing that type of behavior. I said he's a simp. So it's also his problem too. This couldn't be my woman. Because I'm going to tell you now, when I get angry, I don't know what I would do. But if you're trying to make another nigga mad, like you can't make me mad with another nigga. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But let's just say hypothetically, I was an emotional man. I said, girl, I wouldn't beat him up. I would beat you up. I'm just going to tell you that now because you doing it on purpose. I ain't one of them other little niggas that cry about it. I ain't going to cry about it. I'm going to whoop you. And then, like I said, hopefully I don't get locked up for it. So they don't know it's me. I said, boy, who in the world falls for this? Oh my God, man. Bruh, the thing was she cried about her last ex that did that same thing to her. And you're doing, and this is a good, bruh, listen, this is a good dude. Not a player, not a gangster, bruh. This guy, he's a good guy. Bruh, the dude is a pastor's son like me. He's a good boy, good guy. Treats her right, loves her, ain't did nothing wrong. But he bought her a $1,200 necklace. I said, nigga, I would have took that back so fast. Boy, oh, dude, I was like, I feel bad for this guy. Oh my God, bro. Don't ever say ain't no good black men out here. Don't ever say it again. Don't ever say it again. Because the thing that a dude would put up with you, even if it make him look like a simp, the thing he would do to put up with you because he loves you or he cares about you, boy, I'm telling you. I am telling you. I said, nigga, you a better man than me because I slapped this hoe. But listen, I'm going to tell you now, I'd have slapped you. I'm going to tell you that now. This is crazy. Oh, my gosh. Nigga. Oh, man. I don't understand, man. But, bruh, cuz she came to me and kept talking about it. She kept saying, again, they those type of people that can't just do wrong on their own. They got to ask everybody after they do it, before and after. Again, nobody would know until they tell them. Well, I messed around with dude again. I don't care. Well, I see my life with this guy because, but I don't know. And, but I like this guy over here. Just the fork in a hard place. I said, oh, boy. Oh, boy. And so that's why I said I don't associate with everybody like I used to. Because that right there. Like, that's wrong. That's so wrong, bro. Dude didn't deserve that. I could see if he was a scumbag. He didn't deserve that, man. And that's why I said he was a good guy. I'm a cool guy. I said, he don't deserve it, man. And I said, dang, man. I said, but when he keeps allowing that type of behavior, she's going to keep doing it. So either you going to check her or you going to let her do that. I said, look, that ain't my woman. Because if it was my woman, she wouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Some people can forgive you for cheating and stuff. I said, listen, I don't even do that. I don't even care. But I said, once you do that, I'm like, I'm done. Because you're going to do it again. When you get mad, you're going to do it again. So I ain't got time for that. You know what I'm saying? So that's crazy, man. So that's why I said, I'm like, that is petty. But again, I think, when they can't get the person that did it to them, they go get you. Have you ever noticed why everybody want to make you feel like you done did something wrong? Yeah, that's why I let them know. I said, listen, if you do it, I said, listen, that's why I told you, I don't have an issue with the whole Chris Brown meet and greet. Everybody's doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because they was like, well, what if I wanted to go to a Chris Brown meet and greet? I said, that's cool. That's cool with me. It's Chris Brown. You got a right to have somebody you like. It's a celebrity. So I'm like, I don't care. I said, because when Shakira does a meet and greet, believe me when I tell you, I will be doing the same pose as with her. Yeah, I'll be doing that same thing. Yeah, the whole bringing around town. Yes, I will. So believe me, when I get a chance to do the SpongeBob SquarePants, yes, I would do the same thing for that $1,200 I paid. You best to believe I would be taking a picture with Shakira, and I want you to remember. Don't get mad since it's Chris Brown and Shakira. Yeah, that's mine. Yeah, I can do that too. So I want you to be fair. Remember. See, women don't like it. They don't like when you know that. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna make sure I do the same thing you do since it's how you want to be. They said, what's Chris Brown? I said, okay, it's Shakira. What's wrong with that? That's why I said people want scapegoats to do what they want for what they want. That's why they be wanting to know if you still got ex-girlfriend, but they still got ex-boyfriend over there. But they want you to block. I know a girl like it. Want him to block every girl, but she still talk to ex-boyfriend. I said, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Bro, I wouldn't pay $1,200 to save my own life, let alone take a picture with somebody. I keep telling you, boy, it's not that serious. And I said, now imagine if dudes was doing that to take a picture with Brittany Renner. What would they call them? Simps, incels, pigs, dogs. So what does it make a woman if she pays $1,200 to go see Chris Brown? I would think that would make you a pig and a dog too, right? Desperate. That's what they call it, desperate, right? I think that makes you desperate too. Not everybody take a picture with is cute. Some of them is some nasty stinks. Some of them is like, girl, I wouldn't take a picture with you for $200,000. You gonna tank my reputation. Daggone it. That's why I'm like, yeah. And I said the women that pay $1,200 for the photos are desperate, nasty niggas too. They desperate, just like them incels is desperate for OnlyFans. It ain't no different. You worse because them dudes only pay probably $24 a month. You paid $1,200. You lost. You already lost. That's why I said Chris Brown looking at you fool is like, yeah, I got y'all. I'm like, boy, you simps. Those are women simps. That's the same as a man. Women simps. I say, hey, it's your $1,200. Shoot, I wouldn't pay it. I know that much. I wouldn't pay it at all. That's why I say, you know, when women ever try to hit you with that stuff, like I said, just hit them back with the same thing. How do you feel about that? I say, well, how you feel about this if I did it? Okay, there you go. Just shut up. Don't ask me that stupid stuff. Less than $100. Boy, you telling me? Well, it's because people are, again, they worshipers. They worship whatever the celebrities do. And that's why I said, that's what happens when you can't think for yourself. You end up like one of them, paying $1,200. That was their rent money, boy. You know, my rent is $1,200, boy. If I could pay that to see Shakira, or pay my rent, nigga, I'm paying my rent. What is a few hugs and touches from Shakira gonna get me, man? The bills I still do, my nigga. Like, unless she gonna give me some of her money, unless she gonna let me live with her for 6 months, I said, boy, I got to pay these bills. Shakira ain't gonna end up homeless if she don't pay my bills. I am, so I gotta make sure I pay these, man. Y'all niggas, what? Oh. And that's why I said those women are also bums too. And they said a lot of dudes was insecure, or they was mad and breaking up with their girlfriends, so the girls was mad, talking about it was worth my $1,200. I'm like, well, I guess, whatever. Chris Brown don't remember you. He don't know you. And if it weren't for your $1,200, he would not be over on you, girl. Believe me when I tell you. When he realized that all the men that done had you, he would not touch you. I said, girl, you are not even cute enough to be in the front row of the Chris Brown concert. You like in row 64. Like, it be them type of niggas. Like, if he did call a woman from the audience out, he would not call you. You would be number 279. Like, girl, you are no, like, ain't nobody looking at you. I said, I would love to go to a Chris Brown concert because there's a bunch of dumb bras like y'all there that I know I could pick up afterwards. I said, girl, please. You had hopes of wearing that top because you thought he was going to see you in the crowd. That nigga ain't looking nowhere near your way. That boy thought that was a pig in a costume. He ain't looking at you. He looking at that fine one on the front row. Yeah, the one that he would bring up and do the lap dance with. Yeah, he ain't looking at you. Girl, you look like a daggone scarecrow. He ain't looking at you. Your makeup is 2 shades off anyways. Believe me when I tell you, he ain't looking your way. Billie Eilish. Man, please. Buddies be tripping. I know a woman, it was an old white woman, bro. I remember that back in 2013. It was an old white woman. She was like 60 years old. They said she divorced her husband so she can go see Waka Flocka Flame. Like, bro, who divorces their husband to go see Waka Flocka? Hey, man. That was on TMZ and everything. I said, this got to be cap. She was married for like, I think 20, 30 years and divorced her husband because she wanted to go see Waka Flocka. I was like, what did Waka Flocka done did to these old white women? I said, dang, boy, the day my woman leave me for Waka Flocka, I must really be doing something wrong. Something wrong, because Jesus. They marriage is older than him. He divorced them. I didn't see Waka Flocka. She took a picture with him and everything. That was the crazy part. Took a picture with him backstage and everything. I said, oh, man. I said, Waka Flocka probably tapped that. He probably felt bad and had to tap that, bro, because he didn't want her to feel bad. Oh, man. You just lost. You just lost. Oh, man. That is crazy. That is crazy. Who's still here, y'all? Let me know. I see Deja. Who's still in here, man? Let me know who's watching. So, how long we going to be on here, y'all? What are we doing? Oh, that's right. I'm doing me. Hold on. Like the first 2 hours of birthday on iTunes. I don't like none of these celebrities. Like I said, I wouldn't even pay. I told you I wouldn't pay $1,200 to save me. So let alone pay it to take a picture with somebody. Like, man, please. That's what Photoshop is for, man. I can just Photoshop myself in it. Nobody would know the difference. They gonna think I'm on the trend wave of everybody else doing it. They ain't gonna know I Photoshop myself in there. Photoshop AI done got good. Shoot, it ain't that daggone serious. Oh my gosh, bro. Stuff people do. Stuff people do. Let's see. The rest of y'all ain't said nothing. Y'all scared. Yeah. How long has the stream been going, y'all? Mm. Yeah. Hey, I would love to meet Tyler the Creator though. I would love to take a picture with him, man. Him in Arrow sweatshirt. That's an ugly dude, man. That's an ugly dude. But they be cool though. Hold on. Hey, man. What was we even talking about besides this? I don't even know how we got on that, bro. It was 7 hours? Dang. What have we been doing? I just be talking, man. That's why I said I love to talk to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So the fact y'all want to talk to me, but I'm willing to have a conversation. Like I said, we can keep going. We can keep talking if y'all want to. I am getting hungry though. I might need that biscuits and gravy soon. So if y'all want to keep talking, man, like I said, ask me something. Let me know. There's 10 of y'all in here, so I should hear 10 answers. No, I do. I heard a Vince Staples. I ain't even listened to her. Wasn't he the one that did the I think he's the one that did that rap for the Black Panther intro or whatever. I love that intro, man. That the first preview, that was a good preview, man. It's the police doing that. What they doing? I remember Tori Kelly before she got famous. She was on Vine. Everybody started from Vine, man. Her, Shawn Mendes. That's somebody else I used to watch, man. They was on Vine first before they got a deal. But yeah, she's good, man. She can sing. But they always like, I don't consider them like C-list or D-list like singers. You know what I'm saying? I just think they won't sell themselves out, you know, so they don't get as popular or as big. You know what I'm saying? But I like people like that. She got real talent. You know what I'm saying? I'm like freaking Lizzo. Lizzo ain't got no talent. How that nigga even get famous, bro? I can't stand people like that. They just make anybody daggone famous now. They just too woke to just be real. Like Lizzo got a career, man. Like she won a Grammy. Meg Thee Stallion won a Grammy. Y'all just give it to anybody. Now I win a Grammy tomorrow for real. I'll put out for the best A Steve album. I'll get a Grammy too. Just give anybody a record deal, man. Dang, I said all these people get record deals and I don't. Like, dang, bro. That's all I know. Yep, you got bent over that red couch in Hollywood. Because I said, yep, it's the ones like me that won't bend over the couch is the ones that don't get the record deal. They the ones that get the record deal because they suck. I knew people like I Love McConan how to get a record. He had to do that because I'm like, I Love McConan has some of the worst music I've ever heard in my life. You skipped everybody else for this dude? Hey, bro, I ain't never heard nobody as bad as I Love McConan. Yeah, I remember Stacey Eureka. Yeah, I know Tove Love. I know all of them. Stacey Eureka reminds me of she used to be real relevant around 2003. That's when we started our church. So it was a thing called JCTV. And we first had our first church. We'd be working on the church. And so in Daddy's office, he would have JCTV playing. So that's why they played all the Christian music videos, all that type of stuff. So she would pop up all the time, man, with the Stuck on You song. It was another song she had, man, that they would play often. She was very relevant at that time. I don't know what happened to her. So. I mean, again, this is over 20 years, so I don't keep up with everybody, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what happened to people. But Yeah, I don't know, man. Just it ain't the same no more. I ain't heard nothing from Toe Love in a minute either. I mean, again, I don't listen to people like I used to. So I don't got my Apple Music no more like that. I've been kind of listening to my own stuff, and then I might hear something off YouTube, but I'm like, I don't really listen to music like that as I used to, because I don't know, just I don't. Yeah, I told you the artist I know that I manage back in the city, man. He's one of the best. I even told him, I said, bro, you one of the best artists I've ever heard in my life. Like, dude raps. He's so versatile, man. Dude's conscious rapping. Like, he's one of the best conscious rappers, like type dudes I've heard, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I said, dude, you the one that need the record deal, not them. I said, boy, I said, these other niggas, like, I don't know what they do to get that. She's married. Oh, she's married to a black man? Okay, I see you, yeah. Stacey Orico got a Negro Chico. Sure did. Got her a black man. Ouch. Oh, boy. Yeah, I miss the old days, man. I miss the old Vine era, the old music, man. That's why I said my year range was from like 2011 all the way to like 2015, man. That was like the golden era, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Golden era of music, golden era of just life. 'Cause, I don't know, that stuff now sucks, man. That's why I said I don't like TikTok. I'm a Vine user. I miss Vine, man, how Vine was. You know what I'm saying? Like, Vine remind me of all the good days, man. Like, dang, man, bring that back, bro. Like, before we had these old stupid dances, like, we had that. You know what I mean? And so Vine was actually funny, man. TikTok ain't funny, man. Like, people ain't funny no more. Man, I miss them apps, bro. That's why I said I miss the old Instagram, man. Like, I miss all of that. Like, I miss all of that, bro. That's why I'm like, I can't stand this stuff nowadays, man. Everybody's a crybaby and political. There's all these little. That was way before all these girls was doing all this caked up makeup and looking crazy, man. Like, everybody kind of looked somewhat normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, now people weird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember Musically because everybody was doing it. My friend did it. Like, she's actually big on TikTok, man. She got like 130,000 followers, man. Like, she's the one I went to go see, the one with the baby. Like, she was doing TikToks at first, man. Like, she been popular for years, man. Her Instagram is the same way. Got 100,000 people. I said, how you get all these people? She was like, I don't know. They just come over. Like, they just come. And she was doing like those stupid TikTok dances. I can't stand people do these TikTok dances, man. It's annoying. And so she just, sometimes people just they blow up like that, man. They career just blows up like that. So she was like, yeah, everything she posted, man, she was getting like 10,000, 20,000 likes. I'm like, dang, bro, like, nigga can't even get 30 of those. Like, can a nigga get a like or not, man? And so what I started doing, I started thinking with a marketing strategy. I said, well, hey, advertise my music on your page. And she got all those people. She said, all right. So she posted something and it was getting a little traction. I said, you think smarter. I got connections. Think smarter. I put into I put you on the people I follow my argument doesn't have stupid dance. Please do. If I see one more dance, man, I'm thinking about just reporting everybody. That's why I like that dude that does the because at first there was that one girl, that girl Charlie something. She was the most followed one. But that black dude, Cobby Lane or whatever, I like him, man, because he's funny. That's why I'm like, he's the most followed on TikTok. I said, I like people like that, man, that have like funny comedy. That dude was always funny to me, you know what I'm saying? And I said, I like that stuff, man. That's cool comedy. All those stupid dances, that stuff ain't cool. Like, don't nobody watch. That girl's like 16 years old to be doing them dances. I said, she got a whole bunch of pedophile men watching her. That's pretty much what it is. A bunch of 10-year-olds and pedophile men staring at her all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you famous for the wrong reason, man. I seen what they was doing behind the scenes of her life, bro. She be having mental breakdowns, like, because she's so rich, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, her parents, like, they made her grow up so fast, man. She went up by like 16. And so she's sitting here crying, having mental breakdowns. I said, boy, y'all are traumatizing this girl, man. Like, she's still a kid, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I said, well, that's probably why you don't get famous off TikTok dances when you 15, man, because you don't know how to handle all that money and fame, man. Your parents are users, and they was using this girl, you know what I'm saying? Clear as day. Like, Yeah, I like Kabi, man. Kabi cool. Cause I ain't gotta see all the little thoughts and all the kids on there dancing, man. You know what I'm saying? Like girl be on there at face of the mirror, just got my nails done. I'm like, why you gotta stand like that? Like girl, we ain't looking at your nails. You know exactly what we looking at. Oh, thirsty. Like a nigga don't see your water balloon you got. Like girl, please, we ain't looking at your nails. It's the same thing over and over again. So they be like, what would you do if you seen me in public? They like, would you rather have the? They said, would you rather have $50,000 or a night with me? I'd be looking at the comments, dudes be like 50 grand. Somebody be on like, I'd rather have Jesus. He said, Jesus is all I need. I said, bro, these got to be clickbait. Like, bro, ain't nobody answering these. Bro, so did Joe, man. Joe didn't like Lil Yachty, man, when he first came out. Because Lil Yachty was everywhere, man. That dude was annoying, man. So Joe was like, he said, yeah, I blocked him on Instagram. I said, Joe, you don't even know who you are. He said, I don't care. I don't want his stuff popping up on my timeline. How a nigga gonna block a celebrity? They don't even know you. That'd be crazy, man. I'm famous, and they're like, yeah, somebody blocked you. Like, you ain't even met me, cuz. I don't even follow you. Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, well, I wish my algorithm. I mean, I don't really get on there like that. But it's just, you can't get rid of all the dances, bro. Like, everybody gets on here doing these stupid dances. Like, that is so stupid. Bro, my timeline was getting filled up with Hebrew Israelites. I'm like, who in the world? I'm like, TikTok definitely listen to me. They know the one thing I don't like. Yeah, they got them over here. They got heard there. They in San Antonio. Now they in Memphis. Now they in Florida. Now I'm like, why are you advertising these fools to me? I don't want to see them. Like, they was trying to start something. I would get mad every time I see them. I'm just like, TikTok know what they doing. That's the same TikTok that were advertising that little white girl, man, that I used to talk to, man. It kept popping up on my timeline. I blocked her on everything else. She kept popping up on there. And I couldn't click her profile to block her because I was like, it shows you if people get on there and they check your profile. And I said, I don't want her to think I'm even stalking her looking at her. So I'm like, I had to just get off the app. I said, bro, I would get so mad because I kept doing that. She kept popping up. And I was like, bro, stop. I said, why they keep advertising her stuff, man? And I'd be sitting there mad. I'm like, bro, this just ruined my day. And then I sit there and look, I'm like, oh, you're so pretty. I miss you. I said, oh, baby, I miss you. I'd be wondering, like, maybe if I just click on it, and I'm like, maybe she'll see I saw it, and then she'll click on mine. I said, then I know we kind of got a spark going. I said, boy, stop. I said, stop, dude. I said, Steve, don't lose yourself to the white woman. Don't do it. They're not worth it. Well, that would piss me off because I'd be in a battle of two decisions here, a fork and a hard place. I was like, should I click it and go ahead and just block her, or should I just, because I'm like, if I click it, then you're going to look at the rest of her stuff. And that's why I block people so I don't get tempted to do stuff like, because I don't like it. That's weird. That's really weird to me. But she had did it, man. Like a couple of months ago, she had viewed my story on Snapchat. I took off with her. I don't know how she even got on there, but it was under my public story, so anybody can watch it, even if you take them off her. Well, I didn't technically block her. I just deleted it. You know what I'm saying? And so it said that she had, because that was me advertising. I think it was the year anniversary of my getting shot, so I put it on my story. And so I saw it, she had watched it along with a whole bunch of people. And I was just flipping through it. I said, wait a minute. I said, that name, I know that name. And so I saw it. I said, oh, boy. I said, I knew you was going to come back to me, baby, one day. Boy, that was the hardest 7 seconds I had in my life. I was like, should I add it back? Should I hit her? Should I message her? I'm talking about like, that's almost like a nigga that found some coke in a jacket. He stopped doing cocaine like 10 years ago. He's like, should I? I was literally in the fork and hard place. I said, is this a sign? I said, we did say one day. I was debating everything. I said, we did say one day that we was going to be Facebook friends, like, years from now. And I said, maybe this is it. Maybe this is my sign. I said, nah. I said, Steve, don't trick yourself. Don't do this. Come on, man. We work so hard not to go back. And then I realized, I said, I really don't want to go back. I don't want old people in my life, man. I don't want people I used to know. So I get rid of people now that I know. I'm like, I don't want old people like that no more. We had our time. We had our fun. That's old. You know what I'm saying? Hope you're doing all right. And that's it. I don't want that back. Yeah, so again, I don't want old people back in my life, man. Once you're done, you're done. We ain't got nothing else to talk about. We ain't got nothing else to say. I just get tired because it kept popping up on my timeline. I'm like, bro, please stop advertising this girl to me. I don't want to see this. I don't want to talk about this. Like, stop doing this. And I'm like, couldn't click the profile because it's gonna say such and such viewed it and such saw it. And that's why I don't like it. People you may know. That's probably how people be finding me, man. They be following Destin Ministries page and they come over trying to follow me. Like, I don't want to follow you. I got friend requests I got to delete all the time, man, because people keep coming over here doing that. Like, bro, just because you watch my daddy, man, does not mean I want to be friends with you on Facebook. I don't know you, man, for real. People was tagging me and stuff, and like, yeah, I watch the stream, tag him, and keep tagging me and sending me messages and stuff. I'm like, bro, leave me alone, man. Like, bro, hey, Fruitcake, speaking of IG Reels, Fruitcake boy keeps sending me IG Reels too, man. Like, it's always like some alpha male son, he's trying to prove a point. I'm like, I never watch him. I never open him. You know what I'm saying? Because again, I suck at replying to people's stuff anyway. But I said definitely when it comes to him, I said, I don't read his junk, man. And so he'd be like, oh, did you get what I sent? I'm like, no, I didn't, because I don't watch it. I'm like, bro, I'm not watching that. Leave me alone. I'm like, what else do I have to do to get you to realize, bro, leave me alone? Oh my gosh, man. I was going to get a biscuits and gravy. I don't even feel like it, bro. I'm about to call it a night. I'm going to go in this house. That's going to be it, man. 7 hours on stream. Yeah, I watch people that do these IG Reels. They do reaction channels. So they'll watch an IG Reel of like something funny, and then it always hyphens the comments because, you know, people going to go to the comments. So it has that music in the background like, because, you know, this guy, it's going to be jokes. And people go in there and they got some of the best jokes. Oh my God, it's so funny, man. Oh man, that's why I said I love jokes, man, because it's funny. Nah, cause I ain't trying to go in there. I need to stop eating that biscuits and gravy stuff, man. Oh, but it sounds good, bro. I'm turning around, like it sounds good, but I really don't need to. This is how Daddy said he was. He said he preached that message. He said when God delivered him from drinking beer, and he walked in a store and he said the devil told him to go get a beer, and then God was like, he said he put his hand on the door. God was like, what you doing, boy? He said the devil was like, he's getting the beer. And so he's like, walk out of here now. And so he said he turned around, walked, and he said the devil was like, but you know you want one. He said he was going back and forth. He said the guy, the clerk at the store was looking at him crazy, like he was going back and forth, didn't know which way he wanted to go. I said, well, that's a rock in a hard place. Like, well, I don't know where to go. And I was like, man, should I get a biscuits and gravy? Like, I just had it yesterday, but it is 4 in the morning. Yeah, but we shouldn't be spending all this money. Yeah, true. Yeah, we get to it. But it's buttery. Yeah, well, you know, it is buttery. You know, that daggone it is buttery. But it's not good for you. You said you were gonna do the other thing. Yeah, I did say that. You're like, yeah, but you know, when you wake up, you want, yeah, it puts me to bed early. Yeah, but you say we're gonna be up early in the morning. Yeah, but he's like, but make up your mind. They watched me on a security camera like, look at this nigga. I knew he was crazy. Always walking around with this camera phone, talking to himself. Look at him. Gonna put me on IG Reels and TikTok. Local Negro has a meltdown talking to the devil on his shoulder. Look at him. Old Crunk from Emperor's New Groove. He said, well, you know, I thought Yzma told me to, you know, do this. And she looked at them. She was like, they was like, I don't no. Hey, man. See, now I'm walking this way. It's almost like SpongeBob when he's getting controlled by plankton in his brain. I don't want to walk this way, but I'm walking this way. Satan, get behind me. I don't have control of my body now. A buttery biscuits and gravy does sound nice, but I really don't need it, man, because I'd rather just get it in the morning for real, because I need to start eating it in the morning and stop eating it before bed, man, because, you know, I don't know. I don't really like to eat that before bed. Try not to turn around. Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I really don't need it. I don't need it. I need it! Air is not good, Patrick. Air is not good. Oh my gosh, how do I got the energy, man? The sun went to bed 7 hours ago, and I still got the energy talking to y'all. You fools. The sun gonna be up in like 2 hours, probably. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll just get a biscuits and gravy in the morning, probably. I'm trying not to really spend too much money on eating food and stuff like that no more. I really do try to manage my money better when it comes to food, because you look at I'm telling you, you don't know how many times you swipe your card until you look at your statements and you're like, dude, I swipe this thing like every day. I got the tap to pay stuff, so I be tapping to pay all the time. I'm like, dang, bro, I did spend that much money there, you know what I'm saying? I said, bro, you don't know how much $10 adds up every day, man. You know what I'm saying? Getting a Red Bull or getting a Monster and then getting breakfast, bro, that's a good $7, $8. You do it every day, man. That does add up. It really does add up. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you gotta be up in the next couple of hours? You staying up watching me? You ain't like Marche, man. Marche will do that. She'll stay up and then wake up just to say she gotta get up at 5 in the morning, talking about she going to bed. Like she was in bed and then woke up and said she going to bed. Like, yeah, whether it's electronic or cash, it don't matter, man. You're spending it, so you are spending it. It's harder to let go of the cash than it is the electronic, man. Like I don't like spending my 20, man, because they're gonna break it down into smaller bills, man. It's less than what I had. You know what I'm saying? So I be going to the vending machine. Sometimes the vending machine will give you 2 for the price of 1 because I think they got an error. I look around, I said, boy, you better run. You better run. I said, I ain't going to say nothing. And then one time the vending machine took my money and didn't give it back. I said, yep, that was the Lord probably. Like, yep, you didn't pay that extra $1.50. Now I'm going to take it from you. I said, I was about to complain. I said, well, no, I can't complain because sometimes the vending machine did give me a free one. So I said, maybe that's my penance of being cheap. Hold up. Oh, that's white pee in here. Man. Yeah, I do need to stock up on necessities. I do need to go get some stuff, man. You think about it, man. Negroes will buy anything, man. When there's a daggone epidemic or something going on, they'll buy anything. They don't even want it, man. They bought all the Slim Jims. Like, what do you need a Slim Jim for in this time of need, dude? Like, come on, man. Dudes about stuff like yarn and toothpaste or something. Like, well, I see you need toothpaste, but you know what I'm saying? Move, boy. Move. Hey, well, at least it's better than cabbage, man. Yo, cabbage eating some. Hey, y'all, she made cabbage before bed. It was like 3 in the morning. She was eating cabbage. I said, girl, nasty. Yeah, this is it, y'all. I'm calling it a night. We are done for the night. Or morning, whatever, but another long live stream I said I wasn't gonna do, but yet again I did. So it's a good one though, y'all. I'm glad y'all stayed to watch me. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely need to get off of here, man. And he said free. Listen, girl, don't be a Hebrew Israelite. Anyways, I need to definitely get up off of here, man, and catch me some Z's, because I ain't gonna lie to you, I am sleepy. I gotta get up early in the morning too. I'm gonna try to get up a little early. I'm trying to catch the sunrise, man. Maybe one of these days I'll do a sunrise live, you know what I'm saying? You know, because on that trail in the morning, man, when the sun comes up, it's beautiful. So maybe one of these mornings, if y'all free, you can catch it, you know what I'm saying? I'll do that. But as of right now, man, I'm beat, man. So, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and catch me some Z's. Loving the blue. I sleep with the lights on now. I don't know if I'm gonna sleep on the couch tonight. I sleep in the bed, like either one. But other than that, y'all, I don't know. I'll let y'all know. I'm done. I'm done. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Y'all. Depends on how early I wake up. I need to really take a break from these lives, but I don't know. I like to show y'all the nice stuff out here, so maybe I'll do that. So, anyways, I'm out of here, y'all. Love you. Don't ask me about the sunbird or anything no more.